HOTEP, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun HOTEP Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses are said in Netet. To Saba Tehuti, Amen, HOTEP Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite neterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
In a world that is filled with a lot of unappreciativeness and a lack of gratitude, Dua to you, Saba Tehuti, Amen Hotep Ra, for the altitude that you give and provide me to just be not only of greater acceptance of the greatness and the beauty that I have, but also just give the gate and the way and the path to continue to expand and not feel like I'm an alien or not feel like I'm crazy for just knowing in my heart this standard, and this standard that I've always known my whole life. You gave me a breath of life by just making it plain to me that that standard was Ma'at, and that Ma'at never leaves us. It is just something we are to remember again. So just do it for the countless lessons, directly and indirectly, from the world and beyond this world, to just give us, like I said, a breath of life and a second chance at immortality. And for that is the ultimate gratitude. And as well, thank you for being the teacher that you are, and the kind of teacher that when I receive a lesson from you, I don't just want to learn the lesson from myself, but there's just this seed planted that the beauty and the wisdom and the power and all the things that I receive from your lessons deserve to be shared and extended beyond myself. And that is a beautiful responsibility as well as a beautiful honor that I am happy to receive and continue to grow within my Eve. So thank you for the Ankh, the seed, and allowing the Netert and the Neter and the NETERU and Ma'at to again be. Peace.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. So I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, you know, this is a scam and, you know, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way. You know what I mean? So I've been taking, you know, my remedies, you know, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Now, man, I'm just amazed. Man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
That's not all, though, because the Hadza people also possess a special ability to communicate with birds. Whenever it's time to hunt for honey, the Hadza people shout and whistle a special tune directly to the birds, and they guide them to the beehives, chattering and fanning out their feathers. The tribesmen then smoke out the bees by building a large fire so they could collect their honey. As for the wax and the remnants, they leave those for the birds to feed on.
If you're but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the NETERU, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Pod Class on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on it,
that's
man.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari stance,
remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun. Or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, mythological NETERU, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Ankhet has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. And that's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Aset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Sugar Ray. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official deal with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka almost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamil.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari.
Senator, the man, this is be allowing
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the NETERU real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official debate with anyone.
Maybe I think so. You do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Erakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetter, he blows everybody away. So here, just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw police debate, you know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Hey, Mary Segment, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So do I.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing. How did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. Yes, I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married segment. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the podcast, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up how can I say, you every time you speak there is there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed, so you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers. and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. You know, I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this. You know.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was just at the church.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Some of them daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Yo, we were
Over here. Let me get a mic check before we begin on the proper frequency. Let me get a 9 if you can hear me. Press 9 for all those who can hear me. Check, check, check. Let me adjust the camera. 9 if you can hear me. Everybody ready? Let's see if there's 9s in the comments. There's the 9. Angela can hear me. There's another 9 from Nukpu. Today when Nukpu comes to the panel, it's going to be an interesting day for him. All right, we got the VRIs with the 9, M and roll with the FA. That's all I need to see. Wonderful, everybody. We're going to get started with the proper frequency. And for the new people in the room, the proper frequency that we start off with is the affirmation that has become very popular in the last few years. You may see people in the last 4 years or so, on panels or in discussions, greeting each other with Anki and Ma'at as a greeting. And you will notice that since the people who brought what they call Kemetic awareness to the Americas, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and several of the other people, you notice that there was no Dr. Ben lectures to start off with Anki and Ma'at. It was not a HOTEP, was the popular way that people started off everything. You'll notice in the last 4 years, this interesting sentence, Anki and Ma'at, to greet each other or to start off things. This started with the affirmation as far as it becoming a popular greeting, because it was taught that the affirmation is the way that we begin all important things. My family gatherings, my meetings with my out, the meetings with the House of ATTON. When I wake up in the morning with my NETERUs, my females beside me, we greet each other with the Anki and Ma'at, and then we do praises and adoration. For a moment. That's strange. And we do adorations for each other and praises and adorations for people within the House of ATTON, and praise and adorations to the NETERU. We begin off with the Anki and Ma'at as the beginning of it all. So I'm going to put the Anki and Ma'at affirmation on the screen for everyone to see. And then for those who know it, say it with us. For those who don't, it will be on the screen word for word if you want to participate. And we're going to put on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, un and s, nin te aset and Ma'at, nin habapet and Ma'at, her and hu kiwi, her ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. And I will leave that on the screen for the count of 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome everybody to this experience that is underneath the grand family called the House of ATTON, the last representatives of the NETERU, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the NETERU. That is us, House of ATTON. House of ATTON, the NETERU exists. Welcoming you today, of course, as you see the screen, Kur Abba and imbuing Neith within you. One of the topics, and of course on my hat, is Neith. Where are you going, Neith? That's Neith. She is from Zimbabwe, and she is the unicorned spider. And Neith, or knit, is where the word knit comes from, which is the NETERU of weaving and the connective energy between two things that are unseen, that today they call quantum entanglement. And the symbol for quantum entanglement that scientists who are supposed to be atheists, who are supposed to be non-religious, the actual symbols for the quantum entanglement that they use are actually the NETERU words for Neith. They literally use the NETERU glyphs for Neith for the symbols of the quantum entanglement, quantum string. They use 2 symbols that are not the symbols of what a photon looks like when it moves. It's not the symbol of what an electron looks like. It is the symbol of the NETERU, which is the entanglement NETERU, and that is Neith. And with us today, representing the feminine aspect of the lamenter, and the joyous one is, of course, Aset, the lamenter. Oh, and she is my cobra. One moment, something is coming down the side of me. One moment, hold on. A second. Let me get him to crawl back up. Or is he crawling down? Or is she crawling down? Not sure. But this is Aset, the lamenter. And she is the cobra of the House of Atten, and one of my cobras that represent the white Aset, which is Aset the lamenter, the Ahai, which is the one of cries of joy and the one of cries of tears, of which Aset the lamenter was. The feminine symbol became, after which, the Araret, which today people call the cobra, which just means expanded hood. And the word Araret means to rise and resurrect, because that was Aset's attributes when it came to her husband, was to resurrect him. And the Araret was put on the top of the helmets and heads of the people of Ma'at to represent the resurrection of the soul. And this is Aset the lamenter, the cobra of the House of Atten. How large are you? Pretty large. I can't actually get her completely on the screen. She's too large to go on the screen. And she is my personal acquaintance. And she has a family, and she's developed many children. Okay. So peace and love, everyone. I'm glad we're on the proper frequency. And let us continue this frequency. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I have a long journey, which I have explained and made plain, because we do not just explain things here. We make things plain, and I made my journey plain. Several introductions. For the new people that are here that are wondering, where did this come from? The Tehuti Plot class, the House of Atten. It came from my early journey of being around the animals, the first of my awakeners. Because as a child, as a youth, I spent time in the forest, in the fields, in the ponds, in the swamps, with several interesting animals that I was attracted to because of their structure, because of their calmness, and because of their diligence with biological imperative. At that time, their diligence with survival and maintaining a structured system. I used to watch the ants. I used to watch bees. I used to go out into the fields and forests and observe the dragonflies. I used to observe the turtles, go into the ponds with the turtles, go underneath the rocks and look at the snakes. And I would notice that what they're called the animal kingdom was very structured and organized, and that there was a focus to separate us from the animal kingdom. A focus to separate us from nature in general, and replacing the aspects of our unification with the spiritual aspects of nature with organized monotheistic religions. And being raised up with my family as a Christian, I came back with many questions, which evolved in a very frustrating environment for the family, because I was asking questions that were making the Bible appear that it was contradictory, especially when it came to the understanding of the animal world. And the questions arise, and it caused me to be threatened to be put out of the household. So me and my mother made a bet, and that bet was, in order for me to stay inside of the household, I had to beat her pastor in a debate. And who was the judge? My mother was the judge. And of course, odds were already against me. But this is my first experience with maintaining a roof over my head. My first neuronic connection with supporting myself, was not doing well in school, it was not getting a job, it was not bringing in any type of money. It was beat this pastor in a debate and you will maintain the roof over your head. That's how you will survive, with a roof and not become homeless. The debate was set up, it went on for several hours, and my mother kicked him out of the house for embarrassment because the debate went so lopsided. On my end, my mother said, as a pastor, a 47-year-old pastor, he should be ashamed of himself that this little boy is mangling him or making him look like a child, and he's supposed to be the head of the church with the theologian degrees and all those things that he had. And I had questions for him, and a lot of questions that I have for pastors were based on the animal kingdom and the animal world. Things did not make sense to me with this Bible. It didn't match what the ancient tribes I was watching on TV were doing. It didn't match anything that animals were doing. I would ask if God had biasness. He said God loves all and God's equal. And I said, what was the purpose of the flood? He said, to kill the wicked. And I said, why did all the animals get killed? The pastor said, no, the animals were saved through the bloodline of 2 of each animal. And I said, all the animals except for fish. Because all the fish were killed. People thought I was going to say all the fish survived because the flood doesn't kill fish. But all the fish were actually killed. Every single fish on the entire planet, according to that story, was killed and destroyed. Because the ecosystem set up the evolution that there are freshwater fish that live in lakes and streams, and there are saltwater fish. And if you take a freshwater fish, let's say a trout, and you put it in the ocean, it dies. And if you take a saltwater fish, a saltwater jellyfish, or any other type of creature, a saltwater lobster, and you put it in a lake or a pond without the content of salt water, it dies. So that's when you cause a flood, what you do is you have merged all of the waters together. You've merged every lake and every ocean. Now it's just one big ocean, all the waters mix. And thus the fish that are adapted to either or perish. The fish that are adapted to the cold waters in the Arctic region and the fish that are adapted to the tropical waters perish, because now everything becomes one water. One big ocean and one boat with Noah in it, and all the fish and all the animals, all the crustaceans, all the lobsters, every creature dies because now all the ocean water mixes with the fresh water. Fish by the billions and animal life that either live on seawater, salt water, or fresh water perish. So the flood was actually biased against fish. I had no comprehension of this. It did not make sense to me. Like, why did God kill all the fish? He saved all the fish with the flood. He actually killed them all. Because the great white shark can't live in a pond. And the pond fish can't live in the ocean. Who's dying? Who lets to live in the flood? And questions like that I was asking the pastor. Of course, he was not prepared for these type of questions. He got thrown out of the house. In the next couple of days, I received a restraining order put on my doorstep, put on my on the door, and it was a restraining order stamped by the courthouse judge's stamp with my name on it. And I didn't understand because I have not hurt any people. I have not beat up girlfriends. That's all I knew the restraining order was for, beating up children and women, and they have to keep you away from these people. When I opened up the restraining order, it was a restraining order against churches. I was legally stamped in the courthouse as not being allowed around churches anymore. At least churches that were controlled by that district. I'm not sure how the churches, how they divide their districts, but I was, whatever church is controlled by the Seventh-day Adventists in that region, I had a restraining order against. That means if I went by a church and broke the restraining order, my freedom was at jeopardy. So here's my second interaction with biological imperative. My second interaction with survival is if I go outside and I'm around churches, I can actually be detained. That's my first interaction with the running with the law. My other friends were getting caught with weed and other type of things, shoplifting and different type of things that the youth do, that everybody, adults do as well. But they're getting caught for these things, getting put in certain schools and programs because they were doing all the things that a lot of youth do to break the law, but too young to go to prison or jail because we're all underage. I am getting restraining orders against churches. So at that point, I realized that I was not meant to adapt to the system because I was also kicked out of every single school. Because I used to go to the school and not go to the classes because they could not answer my questions either. So I would break out of the classes and I would break into the library. I'd sneak into the library and I would gather all my information from the beautiful books because I was so amazed that you could go into a library and get all these free books without having to go to the neighborhood library with a pass and all these different things. The school had a library, so I could go in there and I could gather information, and then I would go out into the hallway when they called recess, and I would teach classes in the hallway. While there was so much chaos going on that the school teachers couldn't recognize who was who because all the children are moving around in the hallway and everybody's yelling and screaming and talking and dancing, fights are breaking out, all type of stuff. And I'm in a corner with an audience teaching the students, and as soon as the bell rings, I go hide back in the library again. And they go to their classroom, and I hide in the library. Wait for the next recess. And after 3 recesses, school's over, and I walk out with the rest of the students. That's what I was doing in school. So I never passed what they call grade 9 or any of these type of, I never passed those type of systems. I was in school, nominated myself as the teacher because I saw that people have to break out of the matrix. At any rate, in my journeys, I came across an interesting group. This group is called the Nuwaubians. This was a very interesting group to me because their books were all based on, a lot of them, the books at least that I saw, were based on chopping down religions and asking certain questions. And it was beautiful because this is a whole group and movement asking questions and breaking down religions. So this is wonderful. And I ended up becoming a part of that group because I liked the fact that there was some type of structure. When I was a child, I was into structure. So I saw a group that looked structured, and I said, this is beautiful. I get to be a part of a group that's doing what I'm already doing in the schools. I'm already doing this. I'm kicked out of all the schools. I'm expelled. I'm not allowed around the churches. I can't get a job. I can't get all these different things that people do. I spend my time in the forest, and now I can just read about religions and go to the origins of things and then debate with people, but I have a whole legion behind me now. I think this is beautiful. I ended up packing everything and going and joining this particular group. As I went there, I found myself being exalted to the highest of heights because when I went to this particular group, there was no particular teacher. There was a teacher who was over the entire group, but in my particular area that I went, the teacher bailed out. So it was just a bunch of us in a household, and there was nobody officially teaching a class every week. I said, no, I came to this for the purpose of teaching. This is a beautiful time to get people together to teach. How could there be no teacher in this group that I'm in? And they said, no, he doesn't really teach. So what I did is I said, where did we teach? He said, in this particular room. And I said, the room was destroyed. I said, no, we can't bring people here. So what I would do is I would go to the store, I'd buy extension cords, and I would run extension cords down the outside of the house into places that were for sale and for rent. And I'd wait for the realtor to leave, and then I would break into the window. I would knock down the realtor sign, drag it to the back where people couldn't see. I'd put out flyers based on the realtor house for sale address. And when he would leave at 5, my flyer would say class starts at 6:30. It gives about an hour and a half to see if he's going to come back or have maybe late night visitors after hours. He didn't. Boom, 6:30. we're on. No electricity in the house. We're running electricity through 5 extension cords. And now I'm in a house teaching, wondering if at any time the police are going to come in and arrest me for trespassing, because this is not my house. I don't care though. I am so vehement of trying to break people out of religion that I will risk teaching in this house that I can get arrested for. My first experience with the law was from going against the church anyway. So let me just continue this frequency of rebellion. And I taught and taught and taught, sent my classes up to that particular teacher. He saw me. He loved the way that I teach, and he immediately made me and exalted me to the top of the teachers, meaning that he started telling people, if you all want to learn to be a teacher, go to HOTEP. And in one of particular classes, it was wondered, what was it about my teaching that he liked? And he said, the stuff about nature, the stuff about Amorphophilus plant. Stand up and tell the class how you destroyed that pastor using nature. It wasn't from using anything from his books. He wasn't impressed at what I've been using from his books. He said, that thing that you was talking about some plant and it busted up the pastor, and then you brought up the way the lion's teeth and the alimentary canal. It was about nature. Tell that to the class, because you destroyed the pastor. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to take that. And so I continued teaching, mixing in the information I was learning with nature that I learned since I was 7 years old in the fields and in the ponds with the animals. So I'm teaching now on a nature base. I'm teaching about the trees. I'm teaching about things that are not in the books. And eventually the other teachers catch on and they confront me and they say, the things that you're teaching are not inside of the books. I said, some of them, but I am about nature. And I'm going to continue to teach using those who taught me, which were the animals and the serpents. And I'm going to teach what I learned since I was a child. And I'm going to teach what they were doing before any of these religions were established. They brought torches to my environment and said, if you continue to teach like that, what's not inside of our books, we'll have to burn down everything that you have that's not from the master teacher. And I said, wait, the master teacher told everybody that they should learn to teach from me and that he's taken the nature stuff. They did not like that. At any rate, it got dangerous for me. And I was told that it's not safe for me to be around anymore. My life was becoming threatened. It was very, very strange. And I had left heartbroken. I was very, very heartbroken because I wasn't leaving under any guise of real problems. I had to leave because the other people were jealous of the way that I was teaching, while the actual teacher told me that I'm going beyond. He used to say, this student is going beyond him. And he would pull me to the side and he told me, he said, I can't take everybody where your mind is. Where your mind is, I can't take everybody there, because he said, I will lose followers and I'll have you and a couple people on your level, but we can't run a nation like that. And so he said, I can't do that. So it got to the point where I was already surpassed it when I joined, because I was teaching from animals, which the knowledge of the animal world has surpassed anything that anything on pen and paper can teach. So I've already surpassed it. So at any rate, I leave and I go out and I have absolutely nothing. I have no schooling, no job education, references, experience, none of that. I go back into the world and I start to make a living, first being so starving and hungry that it was hard to even feed my son at the time. I was a single father at that time when I left, and I was collecting coins and things from the couches to go buy cereal for him. And I realized that this is not going to work. So I took my knowledge of nature and I said, what is the final aspect of nature? It's survival. I said, oh, people want to do that. They want to be fit. They want to be healthy. So let me take this knowledge I have of fitness and how the body works, that's not inside of those books, things that I've studied and learned, and let me go into the fitness groups and start teaching them and then gaining their trust, and eventually they'll want to buy supplements that I don't have. And so I gained trust over about a year. The landlord is knocking at my door. Bah, bah, bah. I'm hiding behind the bed. I have no rent for the landlord. There's crackheads underneath underneath my apartment, stealing my copper, the copper tubings. Everything's going to shambles, but I had faith that if I just base things off of nature, if I just base things off of the urge for people to survive, I can survive off of trust. And I did so. And when I did so, people said they want to buy the products from me. I did not have any products, so I found the person who had a connection to several fitness companies and products, and he met up with me and he said, I get a good vibe from you. This is from AOL. These are days of AOL. And he said, but if you tell anybody any of these secrets and connect anybody to any of these people outside of me, he said, I'm going to have you swimming with the fishes. I said, what is that? He said, and I met him in Staten Island by like a pond or one of those docks or something. And he said, you see the water over there? We put you in a bucket, your feet in a bucket, and pour to the cemento. The cemento goes on your feet, and then we push you over. And then you just swim with the fishes. You swim with the fishes. I said, this is on mafia movies. I don't, what is this? And I realized, oh, biological imperative again. I have to keep the secrets and gain trust while teaching people. And if I break this, then this guy will come for me and ask him, what do you do for a living? You're not like a fitness trainer? I like the fitness, but what I do is I protect, and then I take people off of the planet if they try to mess with the familia. And I said, what is this? Who have I met with? Who have I met with? He looked like Steven Seagal, but about 250 pounds, long ponytail. I said, oh, this is interesting, but it doesn't matter. This is a part of my journey. So I'm going to take this information, and I went and I made money from that, and I invested it in what my aunt taught me about real estate. I started making some money from that, and I brought it right back to that Nubian group. I brought it right back to them because I saw a lot of them were actually down and out when it came to money, but they had knowledge, but they were down when it came to money because they were so rebellious that they didn't know how to really abide by any system format other than selling incense, and sometimes that's not enough. So I started teaching them real estate. I started teaching them about the fitness and selling the fitness products and teaching them about their body. I started taking people off the streets that were homeless. Certain brothers, one brother named Dewan, he was living in his car, took him. One brother named Iggy Mike, we used to call him Iggy Mike, took these guys that were living basically homeless and taught them how to survive off of not working for the man. At any rate, a lot of these people, including the master teacher's sister, robbed me by doing a deal with them, and they stole all the money, which plummeted me back down almost to zero again. Luckily, before I was plummeted, I took a lot of my savings and I invested it into magic. I had a feeling that one day I'd be able to just walk down the street like David Blaine, perform magic, entertain the crowd, teach people at the same time, and I won't need any kind of job, not even the real estate. And boom, that happened. Everything fell. The stock market dropped at that time. I got robbed at that time for tens of thousands of dollars and plummeted downwards. And I had to end up going on the streets and making money, which I actually enjoyed even more. I was out there making money off of telling people stories, doing magic and telling people stories about the relationship and bringing people together based on magic. And it was a beautiful thing. I took that money that I made and I ended up coming to California. I pinched and squeezed, saved everything, and moved to California where I could perform throughout the whole year. I ended up teaching certain individuals at the beaches, teaching certain individuals that I met. And to make a long story short, because many things happened in between, I was told that there's a lot of people on YouTube that are teaching similar to you, but it's just not the same in-depth teachings that you're doing. Go check it out. I checked it out, and one of the things I found, even before that statement was made for me, I started checking things out, but that was particularly for YouTube. But I started seeing that there was cassette audios of me teaching that was distributing from America to the UK to Trinidad, and it was my voice, and I could hear my voice teaching. And when I looked at the cover of the audio, it was someone else's head photoshopped over my body, and the name said Amenhotep, my name. And I said, what is this type of strangeness? They dressed Kemetic. I said, this isn't Ma'at. This is not. Why isn't he just putting it out saying that it's me? I had no comprehension of this type of mischievousness or this type of wickedness because it was not in. It's not in my. I have no thoughts of that. there's no thoughts of that. I'm just about teaching the truth and giving people respect where respect is due. So I couldn't understand why my classes were out there with me teaching and somebody else's head photoshopped over mine. I started browsing the internet and looking at the YouTube, and I started seeing people that I taught back in '94, and they had YouTube channels and they were teaching the things that I had taught them. These were my personal students, and the people that would come over to me after I beat the person in a debate, saying, you beat me in a debate, you know more than me, I want you to teach me the rest. What else don't I know? A pastor, about to be pastor, who then put out videos on Christianity taken from Kemet. You can fill in the blanks and see whoever that was, but that person became a YouTube person, and that was one of the people that Nani Asetmer was learning from. Nani Asetmer was learning from him, and she said, check out this guy. And I said, oh, that's such and such. Well, that's my student from '92. So at any rate, I started seeing people that were the children of my students, a lot of interesting things. So I decided to come out and show my face, because I was teaching without showing my face on a thing called Pal Talk, teaching classes for 72 hours straight, but nobody could see who was teaching them. I said, oh, they need to see my face, because people seem to be taking my voice and putting these classes out, and nobody could see my face, so they don't even know that it's me. But let me come out. And I started doing interviews on Hebrew Israelite channels. It was turned into debates. I started beating everybody they put in front of me. I'd never had any type of professional debate before. I was literally just taking my lessons that I was teaching my goddess and my neterus on the couch, and I was putting my lessons on the screen, and it was beating person after person. After every debate, they would announce me the winner. And I said, this is fun. I'm just teaching what I teach my neterus on the couch on Wednesday, and this is winning debates? Interesting. Let me continue to do this. And I did it, and it was fun for a while, and eventually I had to leave that. It got evil and strange, and I had to leave that type of that particular type of environment. I started beating all these people, all the big names, and I didn't know any of these names because I was away from society. I wasn't a part of the internet world or any of this, and just came back and started beating these people. At any rate, Kill the Priest was one of the shows that I was told to look at. There was many different shows, and I recognized Killer Priest. And I said, oh, of all these shows that I see of all these people, this one's my student, this one's this person, but this brother right here was actually somebody dropping knowledge in songs that I used to grow up listening to. So let me go ahead and do an interview with him and teach him things that he raps about, because he's rapping about it, but I don't think he truly studies it, teaches it. So let me go ahead and do that. He talked to me, he found out who I was, and he said, oh, we need you on the show because I need somebody who lived on a particular land. I need a true live witness to ask you a lot of questions. I went up there, did a master class, blew away the Killer Priest show, and from there, that made history. All my students from 1992, 2006 started coming back saying, that's you? I hear your voice. That's you teaching? I said, yeah. I didn't know you as Tehuti. It was Amenhotep. I said, yeah. Tehuti is added. It's Tehuti Amenhotep. Raw. That's still me. I said, you look different. You look. It's me. They said, oh, we want some one-on-ones with you. I started setting one-on-ones. It got very, very busy. The Killer Priest podcast exploded. It became a knowledgeable, completely knowledgeable show. AD said, the engineer said he never seen anything like this. Started dumping his wallet in my hand. Said, you need to get money for this, and we need to pay you. We've never paid anybody before, but we want to pay you. And that was my first time receiving reciprocity. And I developed this class that you're here with now, and the Tehuti Pod class. Killer Priest said, how are you answering questions as if you know the people in the audience, as if you set this up and got them to pre-ask it and pre-made an answer? I said, this is just a particular talent that I have, because I know where I go and get the answers. That's all I can say. I go and get the answers, but they're not just answers. They have to be reality shaking. When I give an answer to a question, it has to question your reality within the answer and shake you. It's not just an answer, like how do you build vacuum cleaners? No, the answer has to shake you. I even took a question like that and shook people about Kenmore. There's a company called Kenmore, and I shake people with the answers. It shakes and questions their reality, and that is my purpose here, to shake and question people's reality so that they can understand that they are the netter, and they can have a disciplined life and open up their paths to their true abilities without the matrix. And at any rate, I told Killer Priest that this is getting very, very busy for me. So I'm going to set up a pod class. I'm not familiar with the internet, but I heard these things are called podcasts. So I'm going to invent a word. It's going to be called pod, and I'm going to put class in front of it. It's going to be called the pod class. And I'm going to do exactly what I do here on Killer Priest. I said, what's that? When I come to the class, I'm not going to speak until the question's asked. What kind of class is that? How are you going to have anything prepared? Just watch what it is that I do. And I set up the pod class and I said, just ask a question. But the way you ask a question is not in the chat. Why? Because we, as all type of people, give reciprocity to that which we appreciate in life. And guess what people appreciate in life? Dunkin' Donuts, fried chicken, KFC. And I will name these things, and anybody in the pod class watching can just say, no, I've never supported that. KFC, McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Pizza Hut, bubblegum, French fries, going to horror movies, Doritos chips, Lay's potato chips, fireworks. You see, we have all candy in general, candy, just any kind of candy, coffee, all of the things that destroy us. Every single person watching has participated in supporting all that which destroys you. Everybody is guilty. I am guilty. We are all guilty. Everyone has bought a donut, Lay's potato chips, French fries, Burger King, cheeseburger, go out to the barbecue and eat fried wings, fried pork, all type of extra barbecue sauce put on it, a little extra ketchup put on it. All of us, we take our children to the parks, a little funnel cake here, a little cotton candy apple. Get some for the kids. Kids like, get a candy apple. We've all been to the movies. Get a popcorn. So popcorn's $8. What about put some butter on it? A little bit of caramel on it. We're sitting in the movie theater like this for 2 hours watching Saw, The Avenger for 2 hours, Batman, just with our eyes open, sucking in the Matrix. We have all participated in giving the Matrix reciprocity. None of which of those companies has ever come to you. None of them. KFC has never knocked at your door. McDonald's has never knocked at your door and asked for reciprocity. Dunkin' Donuts, Dunkin' Hines, or whatever they're called, has never. Nobody from the Avengers movie ever asked you to support their movie. Nobody from Transformers, nobody from Saw 3. None of them have ever asked you, can you support us, please? We have all done this on our own. We've all supported Hershey's Kiss. We've all supported the Big Mac, Double Whopper with cheese. We've all supported the sugar in your cupboard, cabinet, salt, everything. And none of those companies have ever asked us to. We found them on our own at the store. We saw them and liked them. And I said, what if I change the frequency? What if I create guidance and answers for people and open a particular doorway that answers questions in a way that no one else does, and get testimonies of how the answers change the life of the person? That's where the value comes in. Not just the answer to the question, because that's on Wikipedia. Google exists. Wikipedia exists. YouTube exists. All type of things exist. You can get answers for questions. What about something that actually changes your life and family? What about something that connects you with what nobody is teaching on? The actual teachings from the Perm Haru. The actual teachings of the government PSYOPs, because I can see it from the magician side. And it shakes your world, and you start to look around you and realize, I must change. The I must change part is where the value comes in. So I developed the Tehuti Pod class as a system of reciprocity. I realized that you can ask questions by sending them in, not through super chats, but through Cash App and PayPal, that you're actually able to write things on the Cash App and PayPal and send it in as reciprocity, just as we bought donuts, just as we brought the Kriller strudel in the middle with a little bit of, get an extra fries, and I want some honey muffin with that mixed with a little bit of banana cake, and it's Christmas time, Thanksgiving, let's get a little bit of grease on this turkey. Give me a chicken leg. I want extra, the ones with the crispy. We've all done that. Let's not speak about marijuana. No drug dealer, no marijuana man knocks at your door. We find them. We find them. And what the price is, we pay that price. For what? For however you feel that benefits your life. So I set up a system where you can send in questions and you can actually open doors that have not been opened before. What type of questions can you send into the Tehuti Pod class? And what happens to the questions when you send them in? Here's what happens. Here's an example of Hush Nation. Do a SABA. Sakem. SABA Tehuti. SABA. Why do we see outside the light spectrum? Example. Sometimes we could see spirits and sometimes we can't. There's a question. What happens to your question when you ask that question? Boom. It turns into a movie. It turns into the pod class is now yours. It belongs to you. And now what you set up front as a quest or something that was interesting to you now gets 45 minutes to an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hour elaboration on things that will blow your mind. And this person who asked this question will be on the panel today and can give a testimony on how this one question changed his life. This was not just an answer that you can Google or put in Chat GPS or whatever those things are. This changes life. And what else do we see? A female who's about to have a child asked a question about postpartum depression. And that's in the same class. You send support reciprocity for questions or just for what it is that you feel the time it takes to do this. And you get a class on postpartum depression and then blink your eyes. And then you get a class on the visual light spectrum and the ability or inability to see spirit forces. These images that you see, not the pregnancy images, but the images that you see where it says spirit entity and the arrows pointing, these are images from my students. These are not, what do they call them, stock? What do they call them, stock photos? Or I'm not sure what they call them. These are not AI generated stock images. These are students that asked me the questions first, years ago, and got their answer in life. This was before there was an internet. This was before there was YouTube. This was somebody would ask me a question, and the answer would be visual to them right there. This brother's name was Krishna, and that's his sister. He used to have one-on-ones with me. He reminds me of Maharu. All the questions were on spirit entities, spirit energies, spirit entities, contacting spirits. Boom, he gets his answers. He goes on a trip, and boom, what happens? These orbs start following him with faces inside of them, following him and his sister. He takes pictures of them, blows them up, looks at the faces, and the faces look like members of his family. The faces look like people of his kind, and they follow him home. And these are large orbs that can be seen by the physical eye, captured on picture. And they started to manifest at his will by the thousands. Now, like you see one little orb pass by, he pulls out a pendulum, starts to do a particular ritual, and it looks like it's snowing. These were Tehuti students. This is what the pod class used to be. He used to ask Tehuti a question on the street, meet up with him on a one-on-one, and then go see your spirits. So these pictures that you're seeing on the screen from this question was asked to me before Hush Nation ever asked it to me, and the answer came in me discussing, teaching, and then came in person on camera. That's where these pictures come from. So you asked a question in Tehuti Pod class. What is the Montauk project? $40 sent in from Amun and Amunet. And what happens to your question? Boom, turns into a movie. The Tehuti Pod class now is dedicated to the Montauk project, time travel, Kemetic birds, things that he never even asked about, Kemetic birds that inspired the Montauk project, conspirators study the Great Pyramid of Giza for time travel, mind control, and time tunnels. He never asked me about any of these things, but it got put in the entire pod class was based on him, on his support. Question comes in. Well, this one here is not even really a question. This one here was a question that had to be changed. Great SABA, I would like to thank you for your countless teachings, of which are priceless. I would like your expert analysis of the movie Last Dragon by Barry Gordon, as it's one of my favorite movies. I'm sure your perspective will be a journey of truth and love. To you and your entire panel. Humanity needs you in capitals. I couldn't answer that question. We had to change the question due to the fact, due to certain things that didn't allow me to get into the breakdown of that particular one. I was going to break down the actual Bruce Lee one, but at any rate, he turned it into another question, and boom, he said, humanity needs you. And this is the type of respect and love that's here at the Tehuti Pod class. Look at the topics from spirit entities, seeing spirit. Boom, you ask a question about out of body and succubuses trapping you in your bed and you losing energy while you're sleeping. And boom, there's your pod class, succubus. When I give you the answers are coming from ancient indigenous writings. They're not coming from the top of my head. They're not coming from, like the brother said, the ancient Tehuti is from the Americas. Not that. The answers are coming from the indigenous people before any of us were born. So in the same class about succubuses, mind control while you sleep and have an out of body, and sleep dream war possessions, and what are spirit negs, boom. The brother Dr. LaRoche asked me a question about Catholics in the Vatican, Christian Catholics' secret conjuring of the NETERU. I showed the Catholic popes conjuring up the NETERU in the Meta language. In that class, the Catholic popes using the Meta language, conjuring up the NETERU with the Meta language and with setups that they spent millions on. This is in the same class. You get succubus and Catholic popes, boom, in the same class. Catholic popes and succubuses and out of bodies have nothing to do with breastfeeding. When somebody sends in a question about pregnancy, symptoms of pregnancy, breastfeeding, gestational diabetes, and what happens to that person, boom, you get a pod class. Now you get a class on pregnancy. Look at the diversity of what can be asked here. Why? Because all of these answers exist somewhere. Anything that has ever happened in Earth's history, and even that which is just a thought, exists. All of them exist. And I'll stop it from there. I'll just stop right there. But all these answers exist somewhere, and they existed before the Matrix was even created. Breastfeeding and then incest in Kemet, what they're calling incest, is answered in the same class where I'm speaking about and showing consciousness. I'm actually showing consciousness in the womb, that a baby has conscious awareness of life and death, and how the ancient texts speak about the adult mothers and fathers speaking to their children in the womb. Ask about breastfeeding, what happens? Boom, you get a movie. Breastfeeding versus baby formula. Breastfeeding, double spiritual symbolism in Kemet. We're back to the indigenous teachings again. And in that same class, somebody asked about, Minty asked about her cats, which have nothing to do with breastfeeding. So I have to do a 2-hour class on breastfeeding and then a 45-minute class on why cats' eye colors change in cats in Kemet would have nothing to do with the breastfeeding, but all this is answered. And then boom, hair standing up on the back of your neck. This brother right here asked questions about out-of-body experiences, spiritual connections, and then his mother, unfortunately or fortunately, passes away. He wants to make connection with her. He has a pod class and then a one-on-one with me, and then boom, what happens? He now has a testimony of him being able to contact his family ancestors and them coming visually into the room and interacting with him and talking with him, giving him information. This is what our ancestors used to do, and I taught him to do that. And is that worth more than the Nike shoes? To him, absolutely. Is it worth more than 5 bags of popcorn that we've all bought in our life? Absolutely it is. He's contacting his deceased mother, which is what all of, whether you go to the Aztecs, to the Yoruba, the Ifa, the ancient Kemetic people, what they call the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Navajo, one thing they all have in common is they all make contact with the deceased and their ancestors. One thing that the conscious community today, or the Kemetic teachers today, don't have in common is none of them do. None of them teach that. Why? Because they think it's spooked out of the spooky, the spooky to the spooky. I'll go on the spooky side with my ancestors' teachings, and you stay on the side of colonization in the Matrix and stay with your atheist version of Kemet. And I showed it and proved it, and had the brother actually contacting not just his mother, but others who have passed away. These are the topics that are asked. There is no limitation. He's asking about his mother passing away and making contact. This other person says, my mother's fine, but I want to know about ADHD. Imagine a class you can come to where you can learn about ADHD, ask the question right back to back with 666, exorcism, pregnancy cravings, the Montauk Project, the origins of algebra, the origins of libation, where did feng shui come from? A movie that I never saw, The Never-Ending Story, Gnosticism. You see the diversity of what's happening here at the Tehuti class. One person says, I'm not even going to ask anything about Kemet or any ancient religion, anything about Kemet or any modern day religion. Let's go to a completely different culture. Let me throw a curveball at you, Tehuti. I'm going to ask about Navajos. What is Tehuti going to do with Navajo information? He says he's a Kemetic teacher. How is he going to answer a question about Navajos? Bing bong, 2-hour class on Navajos and the Skinwalkers, and the brother was blown away. People were so blown away, the stranger came to the pod class, and this $200 is sitting in the pod class in the PayPal right now. He puts a challenge out. If there's anybody that can break down the consciousness, the way that I'm answering questions, and the Star of David on its Kemetic origin, if there's anybody that can do so, this $200 will be PayPal, because people were so amazed at the answers that they were giving $100, $200 for questions, and they still are. The brother Tehuti still is, and others still are, because of the answers are not just regular answers. The answers are things that are changing lives. So with that understood, this is the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome everybody to the last representative energies on earth that represent the NETERU, which you'll find out today. The ancient Tehutian teachings of the NETERU, the house of ATTON. That is us. We are a family. We are matrix breakers and structure organizers and discipline. That is what I'm bringing back here. The representations of the NETERU and the Navajo Americans and whatever is asked. Whatever it is asked. So if you can go anywhere and ask your Kemetic teacher about Kemet and simultaneously hit them with asking about the Navajo, asking about the Montauk Project, pregnancy cravings, the Ubiad, seeing spirits. In today's class, Stonehenge. There's no limit. Today's class, people asked about Stonehenge, Napta Playa. Here's one that hardly anybody have heard of, El Corral de los Indios. The truth, the PSYOPS. Christopher Columbus's men wiped out. And the question is Tehuti the only one on the planet answering in-depth questions on the Per Imheru, on the afterlife? This is what I personally want to know from the audience and from the teachers. And if there is another teacher out there that you ask them questions about the afterlife and out of body, and they're answering it with the Per Imheru, the pyramid text, and the ancient writings, the coffin texts as they call them, or any of the ancient Kemetic texts, answering the questions on out of body, afterlife, based on the text itself, put the name of the teacher, and that teacher will come to the Tehuti Pod class, and we will definitely blast him with questions like this. The Kur Abba and imbuing the Neith within you. I want somebody to bring the Kemetic teacher to open up the Kemetic text and tell us about the Kur Abba. Go ahead. We'll wait. Bring the Kemetic teacher, because if you're a Kemetic teacher, you should know about the Kur Abba. You should. It's in the Per Imheru multiple times. So bring the Kemetic teacher, and we will put him up on the screen and say, "Sir, can you tell us about the Kur Abba and how the ancient text talks about imbuing Neith within you? Can you tell us that, Kemetic teacher? Or all you can tell us about is the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, the Bible is wrong, the Bible is stolen, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, and the Bible is stolen, the Hebrews are wrong, and the Christians are wrong, and Horus is stolen, and Horus is stolen." Okay, now that we know all about it stolen, can you tell us about what's inside of the writings? The sister Sekhem asked about the Akiru. Can you answer about the Akiru? They're inside of the writings. Tell us about it. and use the writings to back up what you're saying. Tell us about the imbuement of Neith in the writings. So the question is Tehuti the only one on the planet, not in California, not in America, is Tehuti the only one on the planet Earth answering in-depth questions on the Per Em Haru on the afterlife? You should be able to ask about out-of-body practices, the afterlife, rituals and things, and get answers from the text of the people's words themselves if the person claims to be the Kemetic teacher. If you're a Christian pastor, pope, or preacher, your answers should come from the Bible. They do that. If you're a Muslim imam, your answers about Islam should come from the Quran and the Hadith. They do that. Why is it with the Kemetic teachers, Kemetic metaphysical, esoterical, Kemetic metaphysical, why is it with those, when their classes, and when you see them on a panel, all they're doing is arguing with Hebrews, and there's no teaching about the afterlife, because in reality they don't believe in that. They're actually all atheists. So today, what you're going to witness in today's class is an answer coming from three totally different cultures: Stonehenge culture, Napta Playa culture, El Corte de los Indios culture, three different cultures. And you're going to see a class, the Abba imbuing the Neith within you, that has no Bible mention, no Quran mention, no Christian mention, no other religion mention, strictly answering the question from the texts and the voices of the ancestors themselves. And that is what you don't get elsewhere. Anytime you ask a Kemetic teacher or something a question, you see what it is that the Bible took this from that, and see the Bible took this in the Quran. The Bible, you see, the Heru was that Jesus became. No. I don't want to hear about anything in the Bible today, sir. I don't want to hear that the Egyptians are black today. I accept it. They're black. We got it. The Egyptians are black. We believe you. I don't want to hear anything about that today. I don't want to hear anything about. And Moses, you see the staff of the cat just stole from Kemet. No, I don't want to hear anything stolen. Don't bring up. I don't want you to lean on any other religion today. Can you, sir, open up the coffin text and just teach me from the coffin text? Can that religion of Ma'at stand alone without you mentioning anything about anybody else? You see, with the Moors and Noble Drali, you see, really this came from the 5-pointed star, came from Kemet. And the Kemet, see, I don't want to hear about the Moors, sir. Can you do a class strictly 2 hours straight, 3 hours straight, and only bring up, like as if we're in Kemet, only bring up, source all the answers from the coffin text, pyramid text, and Kemetic writings, because we're only going to ask you about Kemet today, sir. We're only going to ask you about Ma'at today. No, you can't do that, and they never do that. Pull up the YouTube channel of that, where people are in a classroom, like how Christians are in a class with the Bible, and they say, hey, what does it say in 1 Peter here? Over here in John, 2 Timothy, it says this, but then there's a little discrepancy with Revelations. Where is there a YouTube class where you see a setting, or any class, where there's a bunch of people with Purim Haru in this hand, coffin text over here, pyramid text over here, your so-called Kemetic favorite teacher in the front, and the people are saying, in chapter such and such, it mentions the Akiru. Can you tell us about who are the Akiru, sir? What is the Akiru? Who's the Kura Abba in chapter over here? Over here in the coffin text, it tells you to be what I'm going to say, because I'm going to save that. But over in the coffin text, it says such and such. Could you elaborate on how we apply that to our life? Because it seems like the ancient people had a lot of writings based on this. Did they read that while they were alive? Or was it written and just thrown at them while they were dead? Did they read those coffin texts? Did they read them while they were a living being? And what did they do for 40 years with the actual papyrus of the Purim Haru? What did they do with it? They just had it, holding it, and then when I die, just put it on top of me. Just put it on top of me. I'm going to use it when I die. Was there anything for the living teachings that's spiritual or connecting with the other side? Don't tell me about the Bible today. And that is the difference of the Tehuti Pod class, because of the Tehuti Pod class, the House of ATTON, we represent the NETERU and anything that you ask of me. But the bottom line frequency of what my life is based on are things that are in the writings, which you will find out today. So with all that understood, everybody, welcome to the Tehuti podcast. It is going to be a beautiful adventure today. I'm going to put a link in the room. My name is Tehuti Stonehenge. Neith, I think she crawled down my back. She must be somewhere on the screen walking around. She's somewhere here. This is Aset the Lamenter. This is the Cobra. Oh, you fell. This is Aset the Lamenter. This is the Cobra of the House of Atten. My name is Tehuti Stonehenge. I'm going to put the link in the room that the students and anybody can jump on the panel who is a supporter. Anyone who is a supporter. If you jump on the panel and we don't recognize you or you don't support, you can't get on the panel. If you're a supporter, you can freely come on the panel because you support this. Just like if this was a Dorito show and they said, if you bought Doritos, you can come on the panel. Everybody can get on the panel. If you've ever ate at Burger King, Wendy's, or McDonald's and supported them, you can get on the panel. The whole entire audience will be able to get on the panel because we love Wendy's and McDonald's and the Avengers and Captain America. We've supported all of that for the children and everything we bought. Supporters get to jump on the panel, get to talk about their experiences. We are a family here. So I'm going to put the link in the room, and then when Nook comes on the screen, I have an announcement for him to ask. He's going to ask a request, and when he asks the request, I'm going to answer his request. So shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to the new people. I always give new people a shout out to Bigger Dre. Not the smaller Dre, the Bigger Dre. I always give a shout out to the new people I see in the room, regardless of your religion. You can be a Christian, Muslim, atheist, Jew, wherever you may be. If you're new in the room, I give you a shout out, put you on the screen because I am non-biased towards anybody. Much peace and love to everybody. And the brother says, Dr. Malachi Z. York, the master teacher, can. Wonderful. Watch this Tehuti pod class and enjoy. Suck up the information and enjoy. And as you're watching the Tehuti pod class and you see these type of questions asked by Malachi Z. York, and he can answer these questions, absolutely wonderful. If you've ever given the origin of ADHD, if he's ever given the origin of diet plans, the origin of gingivitis, and how to create your own toothpaste, the origin of feng shui. If Dr. Malachi Z. York has done that, wonderful. Come to the panel and definitely let us know so we can definitely show everybody those. If he's ever broken down hyperhidrosis, if he's ever actually broken down information on the science of eyesight and heals people's eyesight, if he ever broke down the science of heart stroke, if Dr. Malachi Z. York ever talk about the Navajo skinwalkers, absolutely, I commend him if he's done that. And if we can see that and show that, definitely bring the representatives of Dr. Malachi Z. York, and we will ask them all of that to represent. Shout out to all those who are answering questions on what's being asked today. So if Dr. Malachi Z. York has answered these type of questions, wonderful. If he's ever answered on El Cora de los Indios and the CARRIBS and imbuing the Neith within you, definitely come on the panel and talk to us about that because we are all about the wisdom. So if there's other people doing this and answering these questions, bring them. So my students will definitely. Chris Harris came to the panel and made $72 to $75. It was $75. He just came on to announce that I was going to be on his show. And he made $75. That's how our students are. If you come on and you're beautifully representing and breaking down these answers, I'll tell my students, support that man. Bring that Nawabian, bring that Hebrew, bring that man. We're going to ask them about the Abba. We're going to ask them about the Akur in the Perm Haru. We're going to ask them about Seta in the Perm Haru. Bring that man. We're going to open up the coffin text and ask those questions. So peace and love to all those who are representing. If it's Dr. Malachi Z. York can answer these questions, if it's Noble Drawley, if it's Dr. Clark, if it's Dr. Ben, whoever it may be, I give peace and love to all of those. We would just like to see it. These questions that are asked here, we would just like to see it. We just like to see the full breakdown of pregnancy cravings, the full history and breakdown of pregnancy cravings answered by Dr. Malachi Z. York. And beautiful, and we will love to see it. So Tua and Muni Uk to all of those who are representing, bringing this truth that the Tehuti Pod class is bringing. Come to the class, come to the panel, and definitely my students will send you these questions. Look, Pinnock is waiting. He is definitely waiting, and so is Maharu. So shout out to everybody. Peace and love to all the groups out there that are bringing information, bringing the answers to questions like this 2-hour answers on these type of questions. And we love all of you. Wonderful. So I think I put the link in the room. Jump in the room, team, and I'm going to put, I'll set the lamenter down, and then we're going to get into today's beautiful class of these beautiful questions that are answered. And we talk in person here. I usually don't address people in the chat, but if I see a new person, much love to the people in the chat. Support the Tehuti Pod class like we've supported Doritos and marijuana and chocolate bars. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, ARAWAK SV. Anyone can freely come to the panel and definitely let us know the answers to these questions. And I will literally give you 20 minutes of the Tehuti Pod class. And Minty Hotep will ask you questions, and Malachi ask Malachi representative questions about cat's eye color changes, and they'll be able to answer. Until then, welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Jump in the room, and I'm going to step away. So shout out to all the new people in the room. Shout out to the old people. Shout out to Dr. Malachi Ziyor, Noble Jali, Elijah Muhammad, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. Shout out to Phil Valentine, Ashar Kwesi, Muta Ashby, and anybody that has taken any of us to any heightened level outside of Christianity. Peace and love to all those people, and I give much love to all of those people. And I'm actually one of those people to the brother. Did I put the link in the room? Because they'll be jumping in. To the brother Bigger Dre, peace and love to you. I'm actually one of those people that stood in front of bullets for Malachi Ziyor while they were shooting. I jumped in front of shooting bullets to hope that one of them catch me instead of him. So that's the type of life I lived with Dr. Malachi Ziyor. So shout out to him and all of those. I was one of those that really shouldn't be here. Twice, putting on clothes to look like him, to run in front of stray bullets, to catch one so that he can get away. That's the dedication I had to my teachers at the time. Shout out to you, Patah. How you doing, good brother?
Hotep, Great Saba. I am NEFER. Acker. Great Saba Tua for asking. How are you?
I am doing wonderful. Today's class is going to be beautiful, and the second answer is not going to have an overdrive.
Okay, it's going to be. What's that mean?
It's not going to be an overdrive. It's going to be all comedic music playing in the background and straight just smoothness from beginning to the end. And at the end of the class, people are going to question themselves. So there's not going to be any hype music played for the second question. There's not going to be any of that. It's going to be one smooth trip through the Purim Haru. It's one year kind of, you're going to love it.
Okay. So yeah, sounds like a scribal session. Hello.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be great. So you're going to love it. We're all doing great. And peace out to Angela Gates. Definitely jump in the pod class. Oh, the Jehuti's here. Jehuti's typing. All Tehuti's answers pierce the depth of your mind while expanding your consciousness, filling the spirit with abundance unmatched. Look it. Shout out to you. And shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody bringing this truth. I actually said something to my NETERU a couple of nights ago. One second, let me grab a. Grab this while she's on me. It's a little challenging, but I said to them that in the 3 years of just the pod class, not including my teachings from prior to, but in the 3 years of the pod class, these questions have never been answered, either period or thoroughly, since post-slavery or even since any record of history. And I'm very proud that these type of questions are asked here, even on just the Kemetic level. Imagine years and years and decades of Kemet, And there's no thorough breakdown on the ostrich feather. Who is it? You've been around from before you met me. Who is the teacher that everybody says the feather is the ostrich feather? Why is it the ostrich feather? Is there a teacher? Is there some book out there on that? Break down the set animal. What is the set animal? Just those things. Are there classes out there? Because I need the link. You seen them out there up at top? The Ma'at Feather class by the favorite Kemetic debaters?
No, I never saw that. Another big one was Ampu and the jackal.
Oh,
everyone always says, "Oh, he's a jackal because it digs for bones."
Imagine all the years since Dr. Ben, the late 60s, 70s until now. And where's the Kemetic teacher breaking down why Ampu is that dog? All of them say he's a jackal. Every one of them. I say, nope, not a jackal. Here's 2 hours for you. Here's 2 hours for you. Not a jackal. You've been lied to. So these are the things that we see every day in the so-called Kemet teachings. The Ma'at feather, the jackal, all these different things that are just in our faces. The Ankh. Where's the class on the Ankh from the writings? Not from what. See, the Ankh is the in their chest mixed with the ovaries and the eggs coming up, spitting at Erykah Badu's forehead. Not that. Where's the Ankh class where people are opening up the text and saying, here's the Ankh right here written about. Here's the symbol, and here's where it matches here. Here's where this is mentioned with the Ankh. Where's that? Where's that? Why is Tehuti the ibis bird? You think that these are you see, that's the most popular thing. Tehuti's an ibis bird, right? Is there a Kemetic teacher of a class on the ibis bird? Why is it that bird? So these are basic things that have never been done classes on, and if so, jump on the panel, let us know, and we will feature that teacher where he did a class on the ibis bird. Where's that? And don't give me the class after 4 years ago, please. I want the class prior to 4 years ago. So why is our set in Neptet associated with the washerman? And where's the hidden hand in the Kemetic writings? So I'm looking for them because I may want to take a break and relax in Jamaica for a week and just look at the sun. And I'll have that other teacher come. You can join the House of Attend, and I will give you the panel and let the people blast questions. If not, sit and enjoy what you've never seen before in Earth's history. If you've seen it before in Earth's history, wonderful. Commend to them. So shout out to everybody. Where are the people on the panel? Because I wanted to jump off for a moment, and when I come back, we're going to get back to this beautiful class session today. Is Hefe here? I'm going to deal with Hefe's question first. Hefe, are you here in the room, brother? Jump on the panel because this is a question. Why is Stonehenge, Napta Playa, and El Corro de los Indios, why are they shaped like that? What do they have in common? What is the truth about them? And he mentioned one in Miami. We're going to cover more than what he even mentioned about. And if Hefe's in the class, jump on the panel and definitely let the people know why you asked this beautiful question. And I think VRI is VRI watching. VRI, you're going to be next. You have the question. This was going to be a one-on-one with VRI. I decided to take it to the public. The KEKO is the KEKO, the NEB-XERABU, and the NEBT-SAU mentioned in several times throughout the Book of the Dead, and they're not mentioned inside of Kemetic classes. What relevance are they? And then I'm going to. Well, I'm not going to get into. I'll wait till the answer. But if VRI is in the room, jump on the panel. I'm going to step away with Offset for a moment and come back and answer these beautiful questions. So shout out to all the new people, all the old people, all the beautiful people, all those who love the knowledge, all those who love the wisdom, all those who are doing something, building, opening minds. Shout out to Buck, the president. He's all the way from the Killer Priest show. I haven't seen him in a while, but when he came back supporting. Boom. Buck the President says, salute to you, Saba. Much appreciation with the strong arm, the Ebe. Can I do two hands? And the two hands closed. Shout out to you, Buck the President. Buck the President, shout out to you. So I'm going to jump off the panel for just a short moment. Peace and love to all those who are watching. And Nook per Nook, I can't see all your comments, but you can come to the panel. And when you come to the panel, I'm going to have a conversation with you for a few seconds. That will change something with you. Saba is beyond a teacher. He is the Saba, the star, the door to the other side. Shout out to everybody and all the testimonies. So, Patar, you there, good brother? Because I'm going to jump off now. I don't see anybody jumping on the panel. So I'm going to step off for just a moment.
HOTEP, yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. I'm going to step off. Those who are watching, support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, and also have another announcement. Another announcement about that. So Cash App has caught on to the Tehuti pod class, Patar, and now Cash App is charging me now for pod class support. So Cash App is doing a double charge on me now, another charge, and then hitting me with taxes. I don't even know what a tax is. My first time. Luckily, none of that is in my name, but we're still going to cover it. But I just want the class to know that the Cash App wants a piece of all of your reciprocity that's being given to me. So if all those who are great supporters up the reciprocity a little bit, because of each thing that you send in not the PayPal, but the Cash App, each thing that you send there, Cash App says they want 1, 2, and taxes. Oh man, is this what it likes being pimped or something? I've never had this before. You know about this, Patar? Cash App taxes and charges?
No, not in California. That's a whole nother level. But yeah, but yes, for sure.
When you say not in California, do you mean they're are they charging you up there in where you are?
No, there's different percentages versus the states. Different states in California is the highest. Like it's 40%. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, so they're going to be taking chunks out of the Tehuti pod class. So everybody take that in mind. Support. Nook Panook is angry because, and if you want, support more to the PayPal then. But Cash App is definitely going to take chunks of everybody's support to the Tehuti pod class House of a 10. So I'm going to step off. Nook Panook has responded. Hotep, I'm on the road. Will be coming soon. Good. Is Hefe in the class? Patar?
I don't think I've seen him in the chat.
I saw him earlier, but Hefe, if you're listening, jump on. Okay, my screen isn't showing. It doesn't show things on time. Oh, good. Hefe, this is your question here coming up. Jump on the panel, and I'll definitely address you, and you can tell the class what motivated it, and interact with the people, and then we're gonna get into this question that's gonna leave several of Christopher Columbus's men missing. So let's get into it. I'm gonna step off now. So peace and love, everybody. Support the Tehuti pod class. I'm only gonna be gone for what's that? Okay. I'm only gonna be gone for a few moments. When I come back, we're going to get right into it, okay? So peace and love. Patar, tell them about what you always tell them about. Tell them about the support, the testimonies, the Tehuti pod class, what's going on, why people should come here. And I want everybody also, I want to say this on the panel, when people come on the panel, like the Jed and the Tef and everybody comes on a little later. Reach out to the people that you know in person. Reach out to the people and the truth. This is what I did when I was a youth. and I was able to have gatherings in my home as a young man in school from people I would reach on recess. I would reach people on the recess break and bring them to my home to teach them the truth. And I wish we had a Tehuti class back then. We'd have anything like this. Reach out to the people, talk to the people, because right now it is just me getting all of the people here in the house of attending the Tehuti class. I want everybody, go talk to your people. I know this is the internet world where everything is digital and introverted. However, this internet thing, I was not raised up on that. I went out and reached the people, and by my teachings and people hearing me, they came because I was talking to my friends, family. When I came on Killer Priest, I talked to a bunch of all of you individually and to Killer Priest right there live, interacting with them, shaking his hand, doing magic right there. Everybody was just peeking into the Killer Priest living room, watching the interaction, and from there came everybody, most of everybody. Do the same. I know you're not Tehuti, you're not able to teach to the capacity, but you don't have to be. I'm teaching you in these classes to reach people on basic levels. Just hit them with a couple of jewels, enough to make them say, wow, where can I get the rest of this? What's your movement about? The Jehovah's Witnesses are doing it. Nation of Islam is doing it. Nawabians are doing it. Everybody is reaching out to people and talking to people about the truth. And people are in their classes saying, I was brought in by Steve Hotep. I was brought in by Nawabi and such. I was brought in by Ma Islam. I was brought in by Mary Islamic Shafiq. I was brought in by Jehovah's Witness such and such. Over at her house one day, and she introduced me to the Lord. Can we please introduce people in real life that you know, your friends, family, people that you meet out at the party, out at wherever you're going to, the meeting, the groups, whatever you're doing in your social life, can you please talk to the people about this truth so that there can be people in the audience that say, I was brought in by Hefe, I was brought in by Scribe, Nook Panuk brought me in, I was brought in by Minty Hotep. I was over at a house, she started breaking the Bible down to me, busted me open, Saket busted my world open, and that's why I'm here, because I want to know the rest of it. Let's bring the people in our personal lives to the truth. Peace and love, everybody. Love you, Patah. Love you, Hefe. Love you, everybody in the room. I'll be back, and when I come back, we'll get to the answer. But talk to these people and let them know. And Hefe, you can talk about your question. Peace and love, Scribe. Guide them through. Hotep, I'll be back.
What's going on, Patah?
Hotep, peace and love. Uncle Jasaneb, peace and love, great brother. How you doing?
Hotep, I'm doing well. I'm feeling blessed that I got the honor that my question was selected. So I'm excited to see how Saba's going to be breaking it down here shortly.
Yes, and I know he asked. I'm not sure if Saba, if you want to wait to come back on screen for him to speak about this question, or would you like for him to go ahead and speak on it? If you can hear me, great Saba. But yes, to our great brother for asking a question like this. Peace and love, Amun and Amunet. Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep Ma'at, Uncle Jasaneb, Brother Sen.
Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep.
So yes, everyone who is here with us, please hit that like button that's at the top, right underneath the video, and that assists with the algorithms and the comments, even after the podcast is done, coming back to the classes and commenting. And we have social media as well, so you can also assist by sharing the videos in that way too. It's a beautiful thing. And let me go ahead and I'm gonna pin the link to the top of the chat to support the great Saba, Cash App and PayPal. And yes, to everyone who continuously supports. It's a beautiful thing to observe. Those of us who support Ma'at and support health, healing, expansion, growth, all the beautiful tones of expansion, and just observing the reality around, and where people place their focus. where people spend their energy. So, you know, much praises to those who see what's happening and is doing their part in supporting. And so, yes, let me, and I'll pass the mic to Amun and Amunet and let you all get a couple words in. So yeah, Hotep, how is Nebu, how is everything?
Hotep, Neb. Everything is great. Everything is perfect. Thank you all for asking. Looking forward to today's class. Peace to you, Hefe. I'm looking forward to your question being answered. Looking forward to VRI's question being answered. I had to look up the Spanish was there, that thing in the Dominican Republic. I had to look that up. I had no idea what that was. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing SABA go in depth on these topics. I have no idea what the ABA is. Looking forward to that. Always love when SABA goes over the NETERU and things within the Perm Haru. For me personally, it's always the most life-changing classes. And happy everyone here is healthy. Happy everyone here is alive. Hotep Ankuja Seneb, Hotep Miri to our wonderful great SABA Tuti. And make sure everybody to support. SABA is the only person here on this planet doing this, answering these questions, changing lives, building families, guiding people into immortality, into eternity, into Ma'at. And for that reason, it deserves so much support, infinite amount of support in a multitude of ways. So yes, 12 for asking, Pata. I will pass it on to Amunet, Hotep, Mary, Uncle Justineb.
Hotep Mary, Uncle Justineb, to offer your wonderful words, Amun, and peace and love to everyone who is here and listening. Peace and love to all on the panel. I appreciate everyone who is supporting the great SABA Tehuti for all the life that he is bringing forth to us consistently. SABA Tehuti is a great example. He is a perfect leader, a great netter, and I am very thankful to be under his guidance every single day. And if you are new here, I've said this many, many times that SABA Tehuti has completely changed Amun and I's life and saved our lives in many, many ways. And there's so many things that we have around our house because of SABA Tehuti. There's so many practices that have been implemented in our own life that has completely changed our life, made our mindset more in order and structured. He has structured our family within Ma'at, has done so much for us, and has helped me organize my own mind and make sure my mind is pure Ma'at, and has purified and continues to purify my Ib as well. And I'm so thankful for these classes, and I hope everyone here is enjoying what is happening and, of course, supporting in all ways. And Hotep and Mary to everyone. I hope we all enjoy the class and enjoy this beautiful family event that happens every single Saturday. Peace and love to you all.
Peace and love. So yeah, Hefe, if you want to just speak a little bit on your question, that'd be great. Great, brother. Hotep.
No doubt. Hotep to everybody on the panel. Hotep to Amun and Amunet, as well as Pata and the great SABA Tehuti. So basically, the question was inspired because, you know, growing up, spent a lot of time in the Dominican Republic, in the exact center of the island where my family is from, is a place that there's a structure that was built by the Taino Indians, who are the original people of the land, which is where I trace my ancestry to. And the structure looks kind of like a Stonehenge. It's kind of like an old school Stonehenge. There's a circular structure there, and it looks much like Napta Playa, much like Stonehenge and other stone structures across the earth. So basically my question is, why are all these structures all over the earth that are very similar, that these you know, civilizations had no contact with across these vast distances across from each other, and what were they using it for, or what's the connection there? So I thought it was interesting because I read a book or I saw a lecture, I think, by Robert Bauval, who's a Kemetic, you know, lecturer. He talks a lot about Egypt and the pyramids and whatnot, and he spoke about Napta Playa. So all these structures are, I don't know if they're a calendar or what it is that's going on, but I figured that, you know, the great Saba Tehuti could, you know, enlighten us on these topics. So I'm hoping that everybody enjoys it, and you know, I'm excited to see what he's going to say about it.
Okay, wonderful. That's phenomenal. Great, brother. Tua for asking that question. That's a wonderful question. And I look forward to this as well. So Tua for supporting, be an example of that. Coming up to the panel, you know, and putting a voice and an image to the question asker. So Tua, great brother for that. And let's welcome Hush Nation to the panel. The great Fix, Hotep Henu. Great brother.
Hotep Henu. Big up the family. I don't know. Big Ma'at. Big strength. Sekem. Dua Saba Tehuti. I don't know. Is big love, big blessings. I checking this NEFER session self. So Tua Hefe for sending in a question, because when I see the thumbnail, so what I do is I went to check it out quick. I went to check out, see what going on. And then I check and like, but I don't even know about this. I thought it was the rock stone thing. What some man them had set up to do something with the Bible, because that's what the picture had looked like. And then I check and like, so then when I type it in to get a brief understanding on what the people or what the Matrix saying about it, I realize I checking like, okay, this one, this a new one, and I checking like, boy, I know Saba going on this, so yeah, this one is definitely a new one for me, because I know nothing about this at all. So Tua Hefe for sending in that one self, you know. Yeah, big up Pooh, big up the family, big up everybody on deck. And yeah, Hefe, I really interested in this one. I want to see what you on, to see what Saba going break down what you on. Yeah, this one big. So Tua, big love, big Ma'at. You don't know, Hotep Marie Ma'at, Uncle Jaseneb.
Appreciate that. Yeah, man. Yeah, the interesting thing about it is it seems like whenever this type of structure is brought up, right, the first thing that comes to people's mind is Stonehenge. And I don't really know nothing about Stonehenge specifically, but to me it seems like it's like a matrix psyop, in the sense that since it's a European structure, that's looked at as like the top, you know? Whereas there are other structures across the earth, like I said before, that, you know, ancient people don't really, you know, they don't really just look at it as the same. They look at it as like where they were just naked in a bush. They couldn't have done this, or it was just nothing. So I know for a fact that they must have had some sort of astronomical knowledge or something that was going on for them to put this there in the exact center of the island, like I said, with no sort of technology or GPS or anything. So yeah, it's definitely interesting. So I figured it's very obscure. Not a lot of people know about it, but we're gonna see what the great Saba breaks down for us.
The Stonehenges what I was talking about, I just didn't know the name of it. Yeah, so is that exactly self? So, but this one is a new one to me. When I check it out, I see something line up with Sapti's Sirius being Orion's belt, you know. So it really interesting, you know what I mean? Because I don't got a little knowledge on that. So with that add on to this, it can be real big. Cause I may think that every time I think I know about something, because Saba don't teach on it already, he just hit a Tehuti overdrive on me from the beginning. You know, so I got my seatbelt strapped in, boots laced up, ready to rock out on this one. Do a tour again, my brother.
Yes, HOTEP. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing that we have what we have in today's time to be able to gather and collect. You know, there's always pros and cons to every situation, and where there's a benefit in one place, there can be a one that's not in another. You know, and that's the power of a tool, right? Such as the internet. Like it allows us to connect from large distances, but it also does something subconsciously to prevent people from going out in real life, you know, becoming comfortable with this. And so, you know, this is why we started the Pathways to Awakening, to be able to bring together ourselves in a physical place, right? All be together in an actual physical space, you know, and begin building from there. And we, you know, the House of ATTON is going to continue to build. It will do as the NETERU pleases, and it is up to all of us individually to make sure that we are up for that, you know. So it's a powerful thing, and you know, I always give dua to those who take the chances to step outside of comfort zones and learning how to become comfortable, you know, with doing that, so it doesn't prevent you from expanding, because that growth is an uncomfortable thing, and a lot of times you have to look at parts of yourself or things that happen around you, and I've come to learn and understand how much of internal chaos is taking place within so many people, and these teachings, what the great ancestors brought forth through the Medu Neter, and the scribes and the priests and the Nesus and the people themselves, for living it out and being able to, you know, read writings where you'll see there's conflict happening internally, you know, and what was happening there, you know, what was taking place, and what was the cause of, you know, of that, and just being able to observe that and move with that, you know, it puts a different type of responsibility on oneself, and I'm just very thankful for SABA Tehuti for coming forward when he did. And you know, as for me, anyone can go back to the very first pod class and see, you know, see me there supporting, because coming into it and seeing it, I was already in the mindset of supporting that which supports me. I already was in the mindset of business and investing, and knowing that if I want to get a return out of something, I got to put something in it, you know, just on a business level. So I always was one to support everyone through my journey coming up, and so once learning about Ma'at and the source of reciprocity and what that created, I began to understand more why I naturally inclined to that. Because when you're connected just to nature around you, and the unseen spaces around you, and you're not into what everyone else is into in the matrix and all these different distractions, and you recognize that you're different from the people around you, and being able to see that and recognize that, and come into a word like the Medu Neter and the NETERU, Ma'at, and learn how all of our problems are already answered. They're already answered, and we have access to them. And all of the internal conflict that takes place in the mind on creating a perception that can just be one that you created, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be based in any fact, and that's a standard of today, right? That doesn't exist in the Medu Neter, doesn't exist in Ma'at. How to counsel, how to deal with conflict. If two brothers are having a conflict, how do you communicate? All these powerful teachings to guide through what we know as Isfet. That's what Ma'at is in place for. And in today's time, and just even from 10 years ago, 20 years ago, there's this internet has done a lot to the subconscious of people, and communication, like even just communicating, right? And what we do here and how we greet each other, how we speak to each other, how it's always a greeting, right? There's always going to be a greeting when speaking, and you'll see where that doesn't even take place today. There's no none of that. And again, that's in the writings as well, and it's all there, even with the small percentage of the totality of what existed. Even though that's all we have, it's enough to change everything. And it always is an individual journey, each person to look inside self and peka mku, that removing those things, and becoming shu, and with each individual journey, it will has no choice but to collect. It has no choice but to gather. It has no choice but to attract. That's just how this works. And when the work is being done, it's seen and it's recognized and it's heard. And because Ma'at is based within the tonality, right, that we come to learn as Heka, and how important it is to speak exact, speak met or meter, which also means to guide. You'll see the Seba'it Meteret, the teachings or the guidance on how to be straight, how to be exact, get to exactly where you're going. That sharpness doesn't exist today. So we can, when you really start to look at the writings, it does something energetically by just looking at the Medu, but studying it. Definitely the Perm Haru. You see where it all starts, and just the intent that went into what's next. No one was living their life, and this is in the Seba'it as well, is to not assume for tomorrow. You don't know what tomorrow brings, but what are you doing today? Stand on today, and with that, put you in a position to stay in the present, while looking to the future, build into the future. And in the teachings of Mary Kara, it speaks about not being overconfident with it, not overcompensating. You plan for it, but don't assume that thing is going to happen. Each person has to put in the work every single day to create it. Don't overcompensate or be overconfident in something that you haven't enacted yet. And so that's what Ma'at is all about. It's all about action and moving forward while still standing still. And I put that in one of my tones and connected it to a windmill, how a windmill just stands still in the ground and spins around. And I treated myself like that. So while standing still, I'm still moving around, right? Because it's all internal and it's creating an energy. And And I see how much work that has to be done internally before we can really begin to build. And so, you know, I'm always one that gets excited for challenge. Some people see challenge and run. And I know, you know, those of us who take the teaching seriously and understand and just look at the papyrus. You just look at a papyrus, you see that it's serious. You know, what are we preparing for? You know, so if it's supposed to be easy right here, right now, how is their preparation being done? Right? There has to be challenge. There has to be things put in place for you to overcome for the next thing. And the ancestors knew that, and they understood that. And that's why I love Ma'at, because it's each individual has the ability to uchamedu, to judge your own words and create a balance within yourself. Someone else's median can be higher than another person's, and it's important for each individual to find their own space that continuously pushes them, because too much we see comfortability becoming it's easy, right? It's easy just to be comfortable, chill, you know, do what we do. You know, I'll start tomorrow, you know, I'll start next week. And you know, the ancestors taught about not being idle, you know, especially if you're connected to the rek, the knowledge as a reket, the name for the Kemetians, to do not be idle, keep moving. So it was always work being done, you know. And so, you know, with the great Saba bringing forward the writings, which inspired me to also do the same, and dig and find, you know, here's the Medu-Neter is the longest lasting culture, language, and that's what I look at in any case study. Whenever I'm studying any particular thing, I look at the great of what that thing produced and what produced it. And this always gets missed because people just use the word Kemet. People don't know the word Kemet is the word for the writings as well, which ties you directly into the teachings of Ma'at from the scribes in the schools. But no one ever speaks about Ma'at, right? It's Kemet. And that's what Saba Tehuti taught us. And you know, with what the House of ATTON is doing at the foundational level, we will continue to keep doing that work. And coming forward is conscious light, Pekka Mku, you know, and it will do what it's supposed to do. And with each individual person to do the same, you know, some powerful things will come about. So Tua and Henu, Akuja Seneb, to the great Saba Tehuti and his A'u, and all that helps to keep him strong and able to keep coming every week consistently for the years that he has, just in here in the pod class and on Killer Priest, because, you know, he cares. You know, he wants to see advancement, evolution. He wants to see Ma'at exist. And I do as well. I know Amun and Amunet does. I know Hush Nation does. Hefe does. And the powerful thing that must always be remembered is tomorrow is a new day. Tomorrow is a new day, and you got to do it again. So where you're at today doesn't mean that's where you're going to be at tomorrow. That's why someone can be here today, and next pod class, you may not see that person, but they're okay, you know, and it's a daily thing. So we must not forget that, and stay focused and continue to dig within self and find those spaces that are stopping you or slowing you down from going to that next level. And it's always something there that you just have to examine and learn why we act the way that we act, and why we do what we do, and, you know, ask those hard questions to self. And by doing so, a washing over the eye will happen. And, you know, with the great guidance of Saba Tehuti, and being able to, you know, have access to his writings in the House of ATTON and the Sunday classes, and bringing forward all the literature for everyone to, you know, be able to easily intake it. You know, there's a plan in place, and each day, you know, we have to put in the right steps to stick to whatever this thing is. Here's the layout. This is what I know I need to do. Here's the steps. Let me do it step by step. And eventually, when you get to the end of that list, you'll be exactly where you want to be. And we skip steps. We skip steps, and because of that, once challenge comes up within the own internal ebe, to where you're questioning self inside yourself, there comes chaos, because you don't know what that looks like. You don't know, or sometimes it may just get pushed to the back where you ignore it. And I'll deal with that later. I got too much right now. Here's a bill right here, and here's this over here, and, you know, here's my the children over here, and I ain't got a good relationship with this person. And there's so much that comes into the matrix to keep people distracted and stressed, that it can become extremely challenging to put yourself in a position to allow yourself to only take in that which benefits you. And a lot of that comes with removing is pekka. And you may love the thing that you got a pekka, but you got a pekka because it's holding on to you. And with that, you know, comes power, comes sekem, Anku Jasenet. So yes, Hotep, great VRI, peace, great brother. Welcome to the panel. How are you doing?
Hotep Marie, I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I am Akur. Yeah, give us some words, great brother.
Peace and love, everyone. Just happy to be here. Very excited to have this question answered on the podcast. Yeah, just wanted to come and show my adorations. Had to take a quick power nap during the intro, and then I woke up just in time, it seems. So I'm very excited.
Yes, to you, and for your question too, and for your study to ask a question like that. So very, very, very NEFER, great brother. To and yes, so yeah, I'll pass the mic. I just felt that in my ebe to bring forward, and yeah, with that, you know, may that inspire someone. And yeah, the House of ATTON is always growing. We're always wanting to bring creativity out of you, and you know, it's going to take work, you know. So yeah, I'll pass the mic. Anyone can pick it up. Hotep.
I had a quick question, brother.
Yes, Hotep.
On your House of ATTON website, you offer the membership. Are you guys still doing the classes and everything, like on a weekly basis? I know that you have the Sunday classes, but you used to have like one where you would break down the literature and things of that nature when it comes to Ma'at.
Yes, there is the fundamental Ma'at fundamental classes, and we have let me see, I have 38 of those done, and yeah, where I go and I teach in the Sebai. But as of this moment, right here, there's some things that I'm putting together. So there's a slight pause on the classes weekly, so I can put together more classes and go outside of just the Sebai and start to bring in some of the teachings of the Amduwat, the teachings of the caverns, the Book of Earth, the Book of Gates. And you know, if you ever look at the sessions, you know, I have the translations, the Medu-Neter that I transcribe, the transliteration. And so you can go and do your own research into the words, and it takes a lot of time. So I'm putting those things together for the Karu within the next upcoming months, next couple months or so. We'll be back into it with far more to study. So Tua for asking that.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes, and what the great Jefe is referring to is here on the website, houseofatton.org. You can go to House of Atton membership and you can join us here. And this is how you become within the House of Atton, where the great SABA Tehuti and with his guidance and leadership, we become NETERU. that's the purpose, right? So yeah, this is where you do this at, and there's three different levels in tier here to represent Kemet, right? So yeah, and Tua for everyone who leaves reviews. This definitely helps. So thank you, Tua, very much to everyone who comes here and leaves reviews. That really helps. And here in the shop, there's many things. So anything that anyone has supported with, come leave a review for it. And we definitely will appreciate it. Just here at the bottom, just write your review on whatever you'd like to, leave. And yes, so there's some major updates in the works. And again, all this stuff takes time because again, work is always being done. And with the creative mind, there's never a space of non-creativity. And with that, especially when it comes to the quality that the standard of Ma'at, the standard of the NETERU, is something different. So, all of these things take massive amounts of time and energy and Mary to put all these things together. So yeah, I give everyone dua for coming within the House of Atton, and for those who come to who have come to the Ma'at fundamental classes, because all of this is all support for each other and assisting each other's growth. Because as we're all here as students of the SABA Tehuti, we're also assisting each other, through our own growing process. So it's a beautiful thing. So tua to everyone who come to these classes and supports the pod class, supports the House of Atton live classes as well, and the listening eye. I don't know where this brother went, so we got to update that. Tefrem Kim Ma'at, in these great videos that he is putting together. Let me see if I can show just one of them. Let's see, a ghost story. And Astarte and the Insatiable Sea, the blinding of truth by falsehood. I love this teaching. I did a teaching on this in my fundamental. So yeah, and so here's a great brother putting together, just turning the stories into animations, so we can listen to the story while looking at imagery, right? And turning these into animated motion films. So dua to Tefrem Kim Ma'at for that, and the Jed Sajem Ma'ah for the primordial visions that he is putting together. And so you see here, right? You see a primordial vision. When you go to Tef, you see Too Many Button Productions. When you come to Pata'ani, you see Medu Nature Media, and it's just a continuation of the creation process. It's never stop creating. Always keep building. Always keep creating, even when you're continuously doing it for one particular purpose. So Hotep to Djed for continuing his creative process and finding it, right? No one knew what they were going to be doing when we all came to the panel for the first time. We didn't know we was going to be doing any of this, right? But we know we want Ma'at. We know we want to heal. We know we want to be strong in mind and heart, and whatever comes with that is what it's going to be. So Hotep and Henu to those great brothers as well, and of course Saba Tehuti's Cash App and PayPal is up here, and all the pod classes in order are here. And I always show this because this is a good way. Most people don't know, but if you want to search a particular thing, you can just hit Control F on your keyboard. If you got a Mac, you can do Command F and type in, type in a word, and you can scroll through this. And this is a very beneficial tip to use whenever you're doing any type of research. If you're on a random page and you're just looking for a specific thing, you just type in that word and it'll bring you right to it. So here it is. So yes, and of course our social media is here in our Discord community, where we just had our meeting last Wednesday, which was phenomenal. So out to those of you who came to the Discord community meeting that happened on Wednesday, April 30th. That was a great build. And we have Aminette on the panel, who is our social media manager and is responsible for the scheduling of our posts and for the creation of the cutting them down into short form. And so dua to you, Amunet, for your consistency and your discipline to be able to continuously do that. So Hotep to you. Everyone follow us on Instagram, TikTok, all those platforms, and reshare them, repost them. It's very easy and very simple, and I always, get creative with it, turning it. there's a lot to speak on when it comes to that, and why we should be diving into these things and learning how to utilize these platforms and these tools, because they're there and you can there's a lot. So we'll just continue to keep leading by example, and sometimes you have to just see something for you to know that it exists. And yeah, so houseofatton.org, keep supporting the great SABA, and keep coming to our Sunday classes as well, and keep supporting, and we'll continue to keep doing our part, putting together these physical gatherings for us to come together, keep teaching, keep breaking the matrix, and keep setting the example as the great Ptah Hotep teaches. Lead with your Ari, your action, your I, the thing that you use to create, which is your mind. It starts there. Lead with that, with your action. So yeah, Hotep Henu to for asking that question, leading me to the website.
Of course, Tua, for showing it off. Appreciate it.
All right. Yes, Hotep. I'll pass the mic again if anyone wants to just pick it up and build. Amunet, let me hear you build. You got something to say. Let's hear something. Peace.
Peace, Hotep and Mary, to everyone here. I'll build on being consistent. I really love building on that because it's so very important. And in order to grow, you have to be consistent. You have to continue showing up, and for yourself first, because Saba taught me that you are the most important being in the universe. Yourself, taking care of yourself first is very important, and being here is one of the things that I do personally to take care of myself and my mental health, and my own personal growth. Sabatuti is helping me so much in so many ways. So tuwa so much to you, great Sabatuti, and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your NEFER break.
Saba, you're on mute. Oh, Saba, you're on mute.
I said, oh, thank you Tua so much. And you can keep going. I'm on mute still?
No, I think there's a delay now because you're skipping around.
Wait,
So usually when that happens, there's a delay when you're skipping around. So you're probably hearing me 7 seconds after I say it.
So right now, am I moving or is it skipping?
You're skipping.
Okay, I'm gonna come out and come back in.
Okay. Okay, so yes, again, everyone, please hit the like button and use that support link that's pinned to the top. Ask your questions. There's always questions. That's a beautiful thing, you know. With one question answered comes multiplicity of more. And what the great Sabatuti teaches is how to answer them. So let's bring him, see if it's Slam get his cameras. But yes, yeah, Tua Amunet for building on that. That's and for sharing that that very powerful gem that Saba gave you. So Tua.
Ninuk.
Okay, so yes, we'll just give Saba Tehuti a moment to come back to the screen. But yes, yeah, I'm looking forward to this pod class, just as every pod class, especially, you know, getting into the Medu Neter and the Perm Haru for sure. Just like you, Amu, you know, it's there's definitely a very there's no nothing that exists to be able to learn how to read the Perm Haru other than how Saba Tehuti teaches it, because no one teaches the language like how he teaches it either. You know, so it's a powerful thing to be able to receive that. It's very nefer. And yes, VRI, I know VRI is up there by the British Museum. I don't know, we might have to like figure something out and send that brother on a mission, because who else is by some museums? Who's up in New York? Like that's where you at? We're gonna have to send you to the Met. We're gonna have to I'm gonna put some. Okay, all right, we're gonna have to put that together, because we need some first-hand images.
Yeah, I trying to make it to the Met. I don't have no Canon on me, but I could definitely get footage of the Met.
Okay, yeah, we'll set that up, and yeah, I'll be in communication with everyone, especially those who have reached out to me. There's been a lot taking place within the last month, so yeah, it's a beautiful thing. But and those of you who want to come to the pathways, and you know, Saba Tehuti put out that, you know, he wants to do, you know, a studio session, you know, and we're going to begin to work and organize on that too. So I look forward to that.
I was going to say, it's funny you say that. I'm going to the museum on the 14th with Lit London, if you remember him.
Oh. Yeah, of course. Okay, well, two out for that. Yeah, we're gonna have to build. Hotep Saba.
Hotep, how am I moving now?
Yes, you're better now.
As soon as he said that, I think the camera just went away.
Okay.
Oh, there
Yeah,
we go.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, everybody, we're. Uh-oh. There's a delay, but that's okay. We're about to start the class, and once the class starts, it doesn't matter if there's a delay. But okay, everybody, we are about to start this beautiful question and answer asked by the great Hefe. We're going to jump into this question about what the similarities are. Why do these things look the same? And we're going to get into much more than what was asked. And I'm going to put a little bit of emphasis on the one in the Dominican Republic, because that one is the least spoken about. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of why that's actually set up like that, who it was set up for, and what they were actually imbuing. And we're going to get into all of it. We're going to get into all of it, and we're going to get into the PSYOPs. There's PSYOPs going on with that, with the lost Indios. There's PSYOPs going on with that. There's one going on with another one, and we're going to build up and break down about all of them. So, what's the most popular stone circle? Let me do this. Let me do this before I even take you off the screen. Let me do this. Do this. Oh, cool. This is interesting. Enter. Okay, here we go. Put this on the screen. I'm going to ask the class a question before I even get into anything. And let me see if I can. Here we go. Wonderful. No, I think I can get a better one. I'm going to get a better one. Let me get a better one than that. One that looks even more. Where's a good one? I need a nice good one. There we go. This one right here. Here we go. Yeah, this is, oh, why is it blurry? Oh no, clear. All right, here we go. Beautiful, clear. This is nice. Look like that. Okay, I'm going to put something on the screen, and everybody just type in the room. I'm going to see if this is the most popular one. I think out of the three, this is the most popular one. I'm going to put something on the screen. Okay, I'm going to put something. I'm going to put this on the screen. Without even titling this, let's see if everybody I think that this one is the easiest recognizable one. Okay, what are we looking at here? We'll start with Scribe. We'll go down, and everybody in the chat type and tell me what you see here. So Scribe, what's this?
That is Stonehenge.
Okay, good. Okay, I thought there's definitely a lag, but okay. All right, good. Amonette, do you all recognize this one? Is it recognizable to you? I don't know if you've seen this before. Have you seen this, Amonette? What is it?
Yes, I've seen it before.
Everybody type in the room. 32 people watching.
And I have the same answer, Stonehenge.
Okay, good. I think okay, good. So this is I think this is gonna win the vote of the most popular one, because if I put up the lost the Corral del Dio, I don't think anybody's gonna name that one. But here we go. Hush Nation, across your studies, have you come across this before?
No, Saba. Tua dua sekem Saba. I kind of confused because when I see the thumbnail, I had watched a video about it, and now I see the 3 stones that was in the video. But I would say Stonehenge, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but I was thinking maybe a Jesus thing or something. I don't know.
Okay, no problem. The Jesus thing. We're gonna figure this out. All right. So thank you, Hush Nation. So Hefe asked about 3 of them. Of the 3 you asked about, Hefe, you recognize this as one of the 3 that you asked about?
Yes, of course. It is Stonehenge. Yep.
Okay, good. So everybody's pretty much familiar. We got okay, good. So everybody recognize this one because I don't want to put if I put the Los Dios, nobody knows what that is. So I think this is the most popular one. I think even if I put up Napta Playa, a lot of people wouldn't recognize that. But okay, we got VRI. This is a couple blocks from you, I think, right? VRI? This is down the street from you?
Yeah. It might be close. I have to Google it.
Okay, what is this? You could actually go to this place. What is this recognizable to you?
Yes. Well, I think instantly it looks like Stonehenge, but yeah, I'm not too sure. But yeah, it looks like Stonehenge.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay, good. So everybody's in agreement. So everybody recognize this one. So because there is so much information to focus on this one, when I get into the answer, I'm going to actually drop some more information on the other one that's known than this, than is less known than this one. So I'm going to take this off the screen. Okay, everybody ready? So we're going to get into this, everybody. As you're watching the answer, as you're seeing what you like, support, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, or you could wait till the end and give your support then. We're about to get into this answer. I'm going to put the timer on. Welcome to the 2T Pod class. Let me go and put this timer on. Tua TT Moon. Boom. Boom. And here we go. Oh boy. Okay, timer's on. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody. So peace and love. Patah, you can jump back in the chat. Peace and love to you. Peace and love, Amun, Amunet. You can jump back in the chat. VRI, peace and love to you. Thank you for sending in the question. You can jump back in the chat. And Hefe, peace and love to you. We're about to answer your question right now. And Hutch Nation, peace and love to you. You're going to learn to see if this is a Jesus thing. Okay, ready, everybody? Get your pens, your pads out. Let me raise this up a little bit. Okay, everybody get your pens, your pads out, however you retain information. Get your mind ready. We're about to walk through the first questions. This is about 3 questions asked in this. And as you can see, the topics that we're gonna go over first is gonna be Stonehenge, Napta Playa, El Corral de los Indios, the truth, the PSYOPS about them, and how does this tie into Christopher Columbus's men disappearing. Let's get into it, everybody. Ready? Get your pen, your pads out, and press 9 if you can hear me in the chat. Press 9 if you can hear me in the chat. And if you can see that screen, wonderful. We're gonna get on the screen right here. Boom. Boom, let's get into it. Boom, boom. If you can see the screen, get ready, get your minds ready. Get ready, get your minds ready. If as I'm teaching, if it's chopped, if my words are chopped up, type it in the chat and let me know. Let's get into it, everybody. For those who are new, get ready. For those who think that these type of answers can be answered or have been answered anywhere else, let us know when the answer is done. Appreciate while the answer is being given. if you have seen this type of answer before on these questions, Stonehenge, Napta Playa, and El Corral de los Indios, and the PSYOPs pertaining to them, let us know if this is something talked about or answered by your particular teacher. If not, just support, which you have never seen before, and just acknowledge you have not seen this before. Shout out to VRI, shout out to Robert Williams. There's the 9s right there. Nook Panook pressing the 9. Hush Nation pressing the 9. Angela Gates presses the 9. VRI pressing the 9. Amonette pressing 9. Robert Williams pressing 9. Hey, Tiffy's here. Tiffy pressing the 9. Hush 9 again. Let's get into it, everybody. That's all I need to see. Let's go. Ready, everybody? We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of Atten. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, what are the original languages of spirituality? Is it different from the original languages, period? Who are the NETERU? What about my physical health? Health purity? What about mental detoxification? Out-of-body experiences? Are those from ancient sources, or are those just new age teachings? What about government PSYOPs? Are there any government PSYOPs tracking? Big Brother, as they call it. Is there anybody watching? Is there any other systems going on that are controlling minds? Are some of the things that you see on the news, or some of them plays? You will find out here at the Tehuti Pod class. What about telepathy? Does that exist? Quantum entangled consciousness. Now, fortunately that you have left Christianity, you've left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, thinking that you have escaped out of the matrix, which you have. So now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little do you know that you stepped into another matrix, unfortunately in the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise and has infiltrated in the form of all types of consciousness, woke movements, black consciousness, atheists who have disguised themselves as quote-unquote Kemetic teachers, Kemetic science teachers, esoteric teachers, metaphysical teachers, in the agenda of the matrix for you to just focus on what's called knowledge, but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients with indigenous references. Most, if not all, their lectures, showings, panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings, or the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but they just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification. They do not actually believe in any of the actual written cultures, thus they can only teach from memes or do what's called counter-teaching. Counter-teaching is to just go against someone else's teachings. They only do debates, debunk, I expose you video, I challenge you video to other spiritual beliefs. Their subject matter is limited to good subjects, but it's limited to the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, the Bible is stolen, the Hebrews are wrong. Over and over and over again in a circle. They say the Egyptians are black, they should be proud of them. They say they're proud of them, but they're only proud of what they look like, because when it comes to following the actual teachings, they won't follow their teachings. They won't follow anything. They're just proud that their lips look the same and their skin looks the same. All their topics are based on, let me tell you what's wrong with such and such a group. Everything is a challenge, such as the pyramids are older than the ones in Egypt, but not teaching me what the pyramids in America. The pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt, but not teaching what is the science behind the pyramids in America. What did they teach? How can you apply them to your life? And what are they about? It's just only challenge. Topics like, we are American Indian, not African. Don't tell me what you're not. Show me the practices, show me the disciplines as taught by the American Indians or the natives, and show me that you do them on a daily discipline basis with your family, not just arguing about who you are, but actually living a lifestyle. They do what's called counter teaching. That's when your popular teaching cannot do, that's when your counter teaching, that's when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have confidence that any quote-unquote African or Ma'at or Kemetic culture can stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need contention. They need the shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined and stand on anything. You will note that most of their statements start off with negative foundational speech, such as what most people don't know. Let me tell you why you're wrong, which you fail to recognize, which you need to recognize. Everything are fighting terms, fighting everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to after they broke you down, tell you what's wrong with being a Christian, tell you what's wrong with being a Muslim, destroy your religion, but they never tell you what were we doing before colonization. Did we have any disciplined way of life? They don't tell you about that because they themselves don't believe or live anything. What do they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice when the computer shuts down, when the debate fight is over? Those so-called conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything, but they just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide the fact that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these type of questions, and then you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries, because their hidden agenda is what's called individualism, which is really to disunite under the disguise of knowledge, but no structure, no unity system, as the ancients did. Thus, they have no movement, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all the ancient ancestors lived. They have no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever their actions are or how they feel for that day. They have no accountability, no obligation or accountability to anyone telling them where they are wrong, where they have slipped up in their cultural way. Thus, they are about what's called loneism. They're the lone wolf, the lone ranger, the lone individual. They are in a state of what's called solipsism. Everything that exists is only created from their head. They have no unity with anybody, meaning that no matter what they do, they're always right. They can never be checked, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Ispet evil, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no ancient original culture's language, because we always moved as a spiritual, unified group or movement, not individuals hiding behind computer screens teaching I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go to those roots and cultures that they teach on in consciousness, every single one of those ancient roots and cultures have a unified force, structure, and accountability to a specific way of life and discipline. Thus, disunity is the new age conscious communities teachers' new goal, to mirror your consciousness with the European Egyptologists who were just outsiders collecting information and knowledge. But just as the European Egyptologists, Budge, Peachtree, Miriam Lithium, none of them claim to follow any specific way of life. And now the conscious teachers are echoes of Budge, Faulkner, and all the Europeans who just study the knowledge but don't actually live by anything. They are not unified like the unified followers of Ma'at that actually created Kemet. See, Kemet is one of our creations. The people were the Shemstu Hor and the followers of Ma'at. And the followers of Ma'at create Kemet as one of our many inventions, in which they study with structure, discipline, and a ranking system. Thus, their videos, lectures are mainly on complaining about what is wrong, those type of videos. Here are wise words that the House of Aten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink. And thus the people will have testimonies of how you clean them up, how you gave them a better way. If not, you are just a complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of Aten, the Tehuti class, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type of answer with subconscious matrices broken within you. Is here at the Tehuti class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? Let's see. What is the challenge that Tehuti has to open the door to today? Sent in by Kiko Jones, who was Hefe, $43.95. So the original question was the 256 Odu. The question changed. I asked him to change the question for the reasons that I gave him. So he said, instead of the question, I'd like to ask, what is the connection and significance of the stone structures across the planet? These sites are similar. So there's stone structures across the planet that are similar in structure, yet they are very far from each other. Some examples: Napta Playa, that's in Egypt. El Corral de los Indios, that's in the Dominican Republic. Something interesting he says about this one is that it is in the exact center of the island. And it just so happens that the brother Jefe is from that island, Dominican Republic. So he knows well about this. He mentions Bighorn Medicine Wheel, that's all the way in Wyoming. Miami Circle, that's all the way in Florida. And then Stonehenge is all the way in the UK. What is the significance of the stone circle structures across the planet? They're similar in structure, yet they're far away from each other. You want to know what purpose do they serve and why do they look similar? Everybody ready? Here we go. Let's move over. A very good question sent by Jefe, and right off the bat, when we look at these sites, you'll actually see immediately what they have in common just by their visuals. So let's take a look at the sites and see what they have in common. I asked everybody about this one, and everybody already gave the answer. Everybody said Stonehenge. So Stonehenge is one of the questions that he asked about. So you see stones in a circle. And of course, the oldest one located in the Nile Valley, which was called the NETERU. The NETERU is this one right here. This one is being called today Napta Playa, the Napta Playa stone circle. These are large stones, megaliths, not as large as the ones in Stonehenge, but they're larger than the stones you find in your backyard. So these are large stones, and they're in a circle too, which leads us to one that is not too popular among the American audience. That is known by Corral de los Indies, or Indios. So here's this one. Now this one is interesting because by looking at this, you don't even see stone circles yet, but you do see a circle. And we're going to get to the stones very shortly as we zoom in. Let me check something real quick. Okay, good. Everybody can hear me good? All right, ready? All right. I'll set you ready. We are ready. Let's go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. And we're back. So this is Corral de los Indies, or Corral de los Indios. And we see a circle, but we don't see any stones yet. As soon as we begin the class, we can see that even though these structures appear far away from each other by thousands of miles, they are all circular in structure, of which the circular structure we shall find out. Of why are they a circular structure, we shall find out as the class continues. And the other one was the big medicine wheel in Wyoming. We're going to find out about all of them. And then we're going to see the PSYOPS that is applied. So here we go. Let us begin with the least popular of the three circular structures mentioned. And the least popular of the three circular structures mentioned is this one right here. This is Corral de los Indios. Now this circle is very interesting because there's actually two. So this circle structure is interesting. Move over here. Okay, good. Because it encircles another circle. So in this one is actually a circle within a circle. It's called today Corral de los Indios. Is located in the province of what the Spanish called San Juan de la, and then in Muguana, which is a city, municipality in the western region of the Dominican Republic. So that's where it's located. Okay. And here's a map if you want to see. So here's the Dominican Republic. We see San Juan de la Maguana. And then inside of this area is a circle, large one. And then inside of that one, we're going to see a smaller one. So we see this is thousands of miles away from Stonehenge. and Miami, and of course thousands of miles away from Kemet. Okay, so here we go. And note what the present name of this site is called. Who remembers the name, everybody? What it's called? What's the name of the site? Here's the site right here. So the interesting thing I want you to note is what the present name of what this is called. Who remembers the name and what this is called? Yep, it is called, yes, Corral de los Indios. And here's where the racist PSYOPs begins. So we're going to begin off with the PSYOPs of Corral de los Indios before we even get into what it is. So let me ask the class a question. When you commonly hear the word corral, what does it refer to? You may even have been there with your family. So let me come back to the room. When you all hear the word corral, what comes to mind, everybody? Corral. You may have even been there with your family. Anything familiar with that word corral? Have you ever been to a place called anything corral? Go ahead and type it in the room. I'll give you a couple moments. Anybody hear anything? Been somewhere that had the word corral in it. Not coral, corral. When you hear the word corral, what do you think of? Or have you ever been to anything? Here we go, boom. So, RPM, Golden Corral. Has anybody ever heard of this before? Golden Corral. The Golden Corral. Yes, corral, how you see it, and then corral, how it's spelled when the rendered in the Spanish. So Golden Corral. Anybody ever heard of it before? Fashion Nation never heard of Golden Corral? Has anybody ever been to Golden Corral? There is 42 people watching. Of the 42 people watching, is any of the 42 people familiar with a place called Golden Corral? I'll give you a couple moments. What type of place is Golden Corral? $42 people watching. Okay, here we go. We got I thought about the Golden Corral restaurant. That's right. It's spelled a little different how the Spanish render it, but it's the same word. It's corral. Not coral like the coral reef, not the ocean, but corral. So what do you think of? Oh, you can eat buffet. Here we go, buffet. So when you hear of Golden Corral, what do you think of when you hear of that? That's right, buffet. Most people should know and heard about this. Golden Corral, a buffet. Wonderful. We can continue. Okay, 43 people watching, and only my students answering. Okay, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Boom. Ready? And here we are. So Golden Corral is a restaurant, a buffet. Is that correct? Excellent, everybody. Ding, 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 ding. Everybody got it right. You all are familiar with it? Here it is. Boom. Now the rest of the 38 people. Have any of the other 38 people, have you ever seen this? So see, the Golden Corral. It does have 2 R's in it. But this is the place right here. Golden Corral, that's right, buffet and grill. So when you think of Golden Corral, that's the only time you have the word familiar with your day-to-day life is a buffet and grill place. Yeah, this place here with the circle is called the Corral de los Indios. When you hear of the word corral, you think of a restaurant, particularly a specific one called the Golden Corral Buffet and Grill. So yes, when you think of corral, it's an eating place, but why? Why is the word corral associated with an eating place? Why is it even called the Golden Corral? Anybody know? So why is the term corral associated with a restaurant? Why is the term corral associated with a restaurant or an eating place. Let's take a look and see why. Because when you look up corral, there it is, C-O-R-R-A-L, pen or enclosure for horses or cattle. Okay? So pen or enclosure for horses or cattle. I think Robert Williams put horses. So Spanish word corral, coro, ring, uncertain origin. Perhaps ultimately African. We go to the, but corral is for horses and cattle. And here's where the PSYOPS begins. Because it is originally pertaining to animals. Boom. Animal gathering. Because it originally referred to the gathering of animals that you would eat, thus developing the name of one of the most popular restaurants, thus became a racist term for the area that the natives would gather, because the colonizers would consider them Indios of CARRIBS, animals, by calling it corral and CARRIBS, which is one of the reasons why these areas were called the Caribbean, and CARRIBS was another word for a buffalo, another word for savages or animals. So thus, this is called by the Spanish the corral, the lost Indios. And now that becomes a popular term when obviously the already hit Jefe her first hit, right, Jefe? Here's the one who asked the question. We're only into the first beginning of the class, and he's already like, oh, wow, this is what happens at the Tutti Pod class. I'm going to reveal the PSYOPs. So they're calling it the corral, the gathering of animals. Obviously, the Taino and the natives that are there would not call this place the gathering of animals. One, because Tainos never spoke Spanish unless it was forced upon them. And number two, they didn't see themselves as animals. Christopher Columbus and his men did. That's why each man was allowed to rape 5 Tainos. That was what was permitted. They were seen as non-humans. So that's when they see the place in the circle, they say, here's the circle of the animals. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. We're already breaking PSYOPses before we even get into the purpose of it. Are you ready, everybody? That's what happens here at the pod class. Here we go. My teacher breaks down the Lost Corral Indios. Send the link. Here it is. Boom. So thus, boom, animal gathering, because it originally referred to the gathering of animals that you would eat, thus developing the name of one of the most popular restaurants, thus became a racist term for the area that natives would gather, because the colonizer would consider them the Indios of CARRIBS, animals, by calling them corral of Indios and CARRIBS. And thus you get the word Caribbean. That's in where? The West Indios. I'm from the West Indies, man. I'm West Indian. Where you from? I'm from Jamaica, man. Jamaica and Trinidad. We West Indian, man. What part of Jamaica is in India? I don't know, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean, man. You don't be getting too literal with me, man. Here we go. The correct name for these locations was Batey. Batey was the actual name. It was a circular plaza where the ARIETO were performed. Those are the practices. The ARIETO and the Batey. So they didn't call it the gathering of the animals. It was the Batey, a big circular plaza, circular for a purposeful reason. And they performed the ARIETO. They perform where many of these accompanying ritual sites are across America. So there was many of them. So a lot of people may think corral, the Los Indos, as you go across throughout what the European calls the Indies, or what they call the Americas, you'll find out that there were several of these circular type enclosures. This is Ponce Batey. So here's Ponce Batey. This one is in Venezuela. You see? So the one they're calling the Corral Indios, that one is in Dominican Republic. We go to Venezuela, and here's another one. This is the Ponce Batey ceremonial area of the Arawak of northern Venezuela. We see something interesting. We see a circle of stones and note the stone in the center. Ready? Here is the Caguana, the TAINO ceremonial site. Notice the encirclement, and over here, notice the circle in the center. See the encirclement? Notice the stone in the center. There's a stone in the center for a reason. Okay, here we go. When looking at the specific plaza, Batey, you will notice another circle within a circle of the plaza. A circle within a circle. So when you're looking at it from aerial view, you see this huge circle of trees. When you zoom in, you see another circle of stones. And again, what do we have here? The stone in the center. See that right here? Stone in the center. This one in Dominican Republic. That one in Cayunga. This one in Venezuela. The stone in the center with stone circles around it. What's the stone in the center for? You're about to find out here in the Tehuti pod class. So there it is, everybody. Boom. The circle within a circle. So what have we learned here so far? It was definitely not called the corral. It was definitely not a gathering of animals. They were called BATEY. What was performed there, the ARIETO, which was a particular ritual, practices that were performed there. And we're going to show you why and how the rituals pertain to the concept of a circle within a circle, within a circular stone that's within a circle, and what the relevance of that was, and how it imbued with the nature that was outside of the circle, which was the greater circle that encircled the natives. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Welcome to the pod class. My teacher taught this as well. I just can't find it. Here we go. Boom. Boom. Let's go down. So now as we go down, what do we see here? Zooming in closely, you will see an encirclement with an elongated stone in the center. This stone is about 1.5 meters. So this one you'll notice is in the center of the circle, within a circle, but the stone is purposely not made a circle. It's actually elongated. And it's 1.5 meters. What's the purpose? Now you have to turn the stone. If you turn the stone, you will see the shape is to emulate a body. So you turn the stone upright. By looking at this, the layman or the mundane will look at it and say, there's just a stone in there. There's a stone. What you have to do is you have to stand the stone up. When you stand the stone up, it shows its shape. We're going to show it laying down. Laying down like this, it's hard to notice that there's actually a humanoid face carved inside the stone. It's hard to see it like that, so we're going to stand it up. So here you go. You may not be able to make out, so I'm going to place it in an upright position. Now that it's placed in an upright position, there it is. Do you see it now? That's a person. You see the face right there? That's a humanoid image you're looking at. That's why it's elongated. Because it was focused on a particular person of importance. This center area was dedicated for the seating of the Akakuona. So Akakuona, she was the head, Kikikazigo, as they call it, which were the head chiefs. So the Kikikazigo, they were all called that. These were the head chiefs. This particular one was a female. This was Aka Kawana, and she was of the head chiefs. She would sit in the center on top of the stone. She was the humanoid on top of the person that the stone represents. But before her would sit her husband. That's Kikiku Kawanabu. He was the huge defender of the Taino against the colonizers who fought off Christopher Columbus's men. Columbus left his men at a fort that they developed when he got there. It was called La Navidad. And when he came back to the area, in what they call Hispaniola, he found La Navidad was completely destroyed, along with 39 of its men killed. Henu to Kawanabu. Henu, good brother Kawanabu. 39 Christopher Columbus's men killed, the area destroyed. And here's the image of Kikaku Kawanabu, the head chief that led the destruction of Christopher Columbus's 39 men when they tried to set up and started abusing the Tainos. This one here, Kikaku Kawanabu, stood up for his people with his wife, Anakwana. And so, and he stood up and defended and killed those, got rid of those men. When Christopher Columbus came back, places destroyed, 39 men gone. Henu Kawanabu. Henu Kawanabu, and again, an extra Henu from Tehuti to you, Kawanabu. Should have kept it up. So what was the other purpose of the site that connected to the natural ecosystem? So we understand now why there's a stone in the center. If you notice, Anakuna is sitting on something. Do you see her sitting down? That's how she would sit in the center, and that's why the center stone was there. The center stone was there for the Kikaku, which are the head chiefs at that time, was the one that got rid of Christopher Columbus's men and his powerful, wise wife, Anakuanu, and they would sit in the stone in the center. They were the center of attraction. They were the focal point. That's why the stone is there. So there was another purpose of the site that connected the natural ecosystem with the dedication to Kawanabu and Akuna. Because we know, as the ancestors and as the native indigenous people, they do not just dedicate something to an individual without having the individual connected with the rest of the ecosystem, because that is not how you can perform the ritual, by blending the two, giving worship to the man and woman while what they symbolize in the ecosystem surrounds you. So look, here's another view. That's why the stone is elongated. Oh man, that's why the stone is elongated, because it's a humanoid, because the humanoid was the one that sat in the center. They were the center of focus, and then the other circles were around it. And now here's how it was connected to the ecosystem. Ready? Here we go. So the natives that the site originally had, the natives said that the site originally had 2 rows of black stones that would form 2 concentric circles around the center. What happened? An irrigation district manager for hydraulic works and the Canal Juan, in the Canal Juan de Herrera, destroyed what was left of the construction. And of course, when the American colonizers came in 1918, they invaded the country. More destruction to the site occurred and altered the position of the center stone. There were 2 roads that would meet and be a solar seasonal calendar, which would track the seasonal rotations for harvesting crops and mainly cassava farming, which of course became the center of the ritual and Thanksgiving imbuement practices. So yes, it was a site for Kikikaona and his wife to sit in as the center and the great defender of the Tainos and the chief at the time, while at the same time there was other roads that were connected to it that formed concentric circles that were destroyed. But originally, the additional pieces that were a part of it were used to track solar seasonal movements. So yes, it was a calendar which would track the rotations for their harvesting crops, mainly the cassava, where they would do the ARIETO ritual and give thanksgiving to nature while simultaneously performing what would be called imbuement practices, which would be imbuing the nature around you, giving thanks to the nature around you, telling the story of nature through the story of people, reenacting the movements of nature with the movements of people, while watching the movements of nature coincide with the roads, the concentric roads in the stone, while simultaneously giving praise to Kiku Kawanabu and Ana Kawanu. Okay. Everybody follow so far? Ready? Wonderful. Okay, here we go. Ready? Here we go. Boom, 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 and boom. Let's get back to it. Okay, here we go. And just as every circle has a center point, especially if it's a timekeeper or a seasonal tracker of harvesting cycles, and the center of something is the focal importance point. Guess where this is located on the island? As calculated in the National Institute of Statistics and Census by engineer Senesio A. Ramirez. Oh, did the timer go on? Let me get back to it. Perfect. Okay, good. So where is this sitting? It is in the center of gravity of the island of Wanda. So what do we have here? What is the focus theme? A circle within a circle, and the whole island. The area itself is the center because the island encircles it, centering on the concept of the circle and centrism as the focal point. And thus, where would they sit? Where would Kawanabu and his wife, Anakawana, where would they sit? Yes, they would sit in the center of the seasonal ritual Batey, as they were the imbuement of the central importance of nature, and as nature and the cycle encircle the tribe and their biological imperative to imbue the functions of nature through the guide, center chief. He's the center of the tribe, the guide, as a human, just as we did in Kemet, which is what confused the layman as to whether if the NETERU were beings or nature. The same concept echoes through all the indigenous cultures. Thus, Anakuana means golden flower. There are golden colored flowers, while simultaneously Anakuana is a being, a physical being, echoing out that energy. They were the center, and the stone was the center of the Batey, and the inner Batey was the center of the outer Batey, and the entire area was the center of the island. And here's Kawanabu, Nanakuana, sitting in the center, and there's a center which is in the circle, and the circle is in the center of the plaza, and the area is in the center of the island. And even today, echoed in your society, what do they call an important area of gathering, everybody? Let me come to the class and do class participation. What is an important area of gathering? Everybody, let me come off this. What do they call an important area of gathering today? I'll actually give you a hint. What do they call an important area of gathering? I'm going to give you a hint and you fill in the blanks. Ready? Here we go. Fill in the blanks. Fill in the blanks here. The Lincoln blank of performing arts. What's that word there, everybody? The Lincoln what of performing arts? What's that word? So what do they call even today? It echoes, it even echoes in your society today. What do they call an important area of gathering? Fill in the blank. The Lincoln blank of performing arts. The Lincoln what of performing arts? I know there's a little delay on my side. The Lincoln what of performing arts, everybody? So an area of area of importance today is called what? Let me come back to the screen. That's right, boom. A center. That's right, Ibet center. That's right, center. Angela Gates center, 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 center. The Lincoln Center of Performing Arts. Why isn't it just called the Lincoln Building of Performing Arts? Why is it called center? The center of what? The same importance of the concept of the outer BATEY Plaza being a circle, and the stone and the circle of stones is in its center. Inside of its center is another stone, and the whole area is the center of the island. It's a focal point called the center that was developed by agriculturalists. Why? Because the center indicates something that moves around it, which is you on the planet in the center, and the cycle of nature forming a circle around you. So every few months will be winter, every few months again will be fall, every few months will be summer, every few months will be spring. Every year, Sirius will have the vernal heliacal equinox rising. Every year, this star will align with the planet. Every year, that will bring a flood or bring a harvesting season. So the farmers develop systems based on centers and circles. So thus the whole area is an echo of the calendar of everything circling around the TAINO, and you being the thing of importance, and thus they put the chief in the center of that with his wife in the center of that, echoing that he's the center and all the TAINO echo around him. That's why the pharaohs were in the place of Heru and Ra. Why? What does Heru mean? Heru is the day, the sun. And what's Ra? Again, the sun. And all the planets rotate around the sun. Therefore, the Par-ee in Kemet, the pharaoh, would be called the sun. And the literal praises given to the pharaoh literally would say, as long as the pharaoh lives, the sun rises and sets each morning. Because each man was an imbuement of the sun. That's where you get the word sun from, S-U-N. It's a meta word, and it means a wise man. Who's the center point? He's the sun. He's the star. She's the star. And that's why they call your actors today that. Because as soon as Mel Gibson and Eddie Murphy walks into a mall, everybody's circling him. Everybody's circling them. Let Oprah step in. She's a star. That's the sun in the circle. The Lincoln Center. That's the center, the circle, the star, the focal point of information or arts. So important areas are considered centers. So thus the TAINO take the area and put it in the center of the island, while the stone is in the center of the circle, which is within another circle, focusing on Kanabu, the center of the tribe, the chief, the one who helped remove 39 of Columbus's men. Henu, to you for that. That's when we used to fight the Matrix. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. You're right. You're right, everybody. The Lincoln Center for Performing Arts. This echoes in today's culture. It came from the ancient farmers. That's what we have today, the Lincoln Center of Performing Arts. And what else? The Los Angeles Convention, what? Center. Why is it called the center? It's not in the middle of anything. Is the Los Angeles Convention Center, is that in the middle of Los Angeles? Is that in the center of the street? What's in the center of? It's not in the center of anything. It's the concept of the word center being the sun. And I'm going to say this and I'm going to step away for a minute. And of course, where did the most world-known crisis take place? The most popular set of financial trade buildings. What's it called, everybody? What was that place called? I'm gonna step away for just a moment. I'll be right back. Let me put that on the screen. What's that area called, everybody? Let me put that on the screen here. Hold on. And I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. What's that? Okay, I'm back, everybody. Let's get back into it. Let's go. Ready? That's right. Who all answered? That's right. World Trade Center. World Trade Center. World Trade Center. Blick it. World Trade Center. See? The center. The center. From the farmers. It's only important because they come from the ancient indigenous culture of the focus of farming and that which encircles the environment. And you being in the center of that, looking up at the stars as there appears to be circling the Earth. It's actually the Earth circling the main star, but the other stars every year, they create a cycle. And the one in the center is the focal point. That's the chief. That's the speaker. It echoes in today's culture as Lincoln Center of Arts the Los Angeles center, even though these are not the center of any center of something physical, but it's the center of focus. That's where you get the education from. It even links into urban culture. When there's going to be a main person rhyming or rapping, what do they say? Let's build, man. Let's form a cipher. Why is it a cipher? You see, it's a circle. And the one that stands in the middle, that's the one rapping or speaking, that's the speaker. It's been going on for thousands of years. Now you're in a setting where the circular structures start to echo within the different cultures, even though they're thousands of miles away. Ready, everybody? Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Ready? That's right, Visionary. But Tehuti, you're making it all up. That's right. Stranger gave peace and the peace in the Tehuti had. All right, wonderful. Here we go. Everybody ready? Let's get right back into it. Boom, 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 boom. And of course, where did most of the where did the most, why is it jumping like that? Okay. And of course, where did the most known world known crisis take place? The most popular set of financial trade buildings, also called the center. Something that is important is called a center, even though it is not physically in the center. World Trade Center. Okay. Everybody, let's go. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Here we go. Scroll. Here we go. And another less known circle that was mentioned in the class. So this is the next less known circle in the class, is the one that the red arrow is pointing to. Bighorn medicine wheel. Anybody heard of that? What is this now? Bighorn medicine wheel. Let's see if it matches the theme. So there's Bighorn medicine wheel. This is what they call Bighorn medicine wheel. Its real name, Changleska Wakan, which means sacred circle. It's literally called the circle. The concept of the English word medicine that's applied to it deals with the spiritual and physical health that one attains by participating in the ritual and the cycle of what it represents connected to the cosmos. There is not just one medicine wheel. There's not just one Changleska Wakan. Throughout Canada, Montana, Wyoming, to Dakota, there are 150. You got that, Hefe? You see that? 150. So if we actually take this wheel, this circle, this just in those areas all over to Canada, there's 150 of them. Because it was common for the native people to set up these circles that were ritual points, centers of focus, while telling stories, while also calculating the stars above. 150 of them we can add to that list of the four that you mentioned. Another 150. So here we go. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. So that's the medicine wheel, the Changleska Wakan, as we see. So Napta Playa, El Corral de Los Indios, Bighorn, then Stonehenge, and then Miami. There's about 5 of them. We can go ahead and add another 150 to those 5 because that's how common these stone-type circles were in the ancient cultures. They did not have to communicate to each other to share the idea. The idea was natural to form a circle to represent a cipher or a cycle of something. And again, following the indigenous circle structure theme across the world, what is the Changleska Wakan track? What does it track? Let's see what it tracks. Here's one right here. Notice the stones, notice the shape, notice the lines. What does it track? Boom. Summer solstice, line going through the middle. There's the Aldebaran star constellation. Summer solstice sunset going down the middle. From that point, Summer solstice sunrise. Here's the Sirius star constellation in Regal alignment. The same thing as the Bateys and the same thing in Kemet. They're tracking similar stars because they are all farmers and agriculturists tracking it for the tribe so they can keep the tribe alive. Boom, again, the winter summer solstice all the way to the Sirius star constellation, matching the theme of incorporating a cosmic calendar, a seasonal calendar, which covers the biological imperative of the tribe, while imbuing the ritual to represent its importance, of course, in a circle to represent the cycle of nature, life, and the best way to observe the skies. They do it today, except for this thing is how you observe the sky today, as opposed to how the sky was aligned. Still a circle. Still a circle today. What is it called? The observatory. The observatory. When you go into this observatory, what is it? Observatory is always in a circle. You notice that? It's in a dome or a circle with another circle on top, and you're viewing the sky. Circles are always associated with the sky. Rotation, because you have to watch it in that angle, or it has to align with what's happening on the ground, which is always going to go in a circle, a revolution. A Kepera, ready? Boom, 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 and boom. And now that I've covered those two that are the least popular, let's go to the most popular. I already asked everybody what this was before the class began. What is the most popular megalithic stone circle on the planet? What's the most popular one on the planet, everybody? Of course, you've already typed it in because I didn't even have to put the name of it for everybody to know what it was called. Boom. Stonehenge is the most popular stone circle structure of megaliths on this planet Earth. Stonehenge. And there's a reason for that. Here we go, everybody ready? Yes. And what do we see when examining Stonehenge? What do we see when examining Stonehenge? Boom. We put a line through the center. And what do we see? It aligns with the winter solstice through the pylon viewing point. So through the pylon viewing point, here we are again with what they're calling Stonehenge aligning with the solstice again. So we started off with what they racistly called the Corral, the Los Indos, which we know are Bateys. What is it? The summer and winter solstices, the harvesting point, and the cycle of nature of the farming agricultural seasonal calendar. We went to the Wyoming one. Boom, summer solstice, winter solstice, Sirius alignment, and the tracking of seasonal calendar for the development and the tracking of harvesting because it was the farmer that controlled the tribe. The farmer was the literal source of money before there was money. And just as you call things that are important a circle to represent that farming theme, you call the person, what do you call the person that makes the money of the house? What's he called? What's he or she called? The person that makes the most money in the house. What are they called? What are they called? What's the person called that brings the money in? They say, are you the blank? Type it in the room, everybody. 49 people watching. Don't be shy. What is the person called that brings the money in? There we go. The breadwinner. Why is he called a breadwinner? Huh? Do you go to work to win something? You put in your hourly wage and you get paid. When you get your paycheck, you don't come home like you won the lottery. Hey, wife, look what I won today. The $500 that I got last week, the one that I got the week before and the $500 that I got for the past 3 years that I worked at this job, we won, baby! We won! Huh? This is how the Tehuti class breaks the matrix for you. We use these terms, and you don't know why. It comes from the ancient cultural spiritual systems. Why? Because to win something is a risk. It's a risk where you could have a loss. How can you have a loss? If the wheat is not planted correctly, if the season changes a little bit on you, and some of the wheat spoils, you don't come back with the same harvest. You ever heard the term, you reap what you sow? You sow it, but then when it's time to reap it, if the seasons are not exact and how you timed it, you lose a lot of your spoils. You lose a lot of your harvest. Sometimes it would rain too much and it would drown the seeds. Thus, you can only reap some of it. So every time an ancient man was to come back home to his family with what the crops yielded, it would be the same as winning the lottery, because you don't know what you're going to come back to. You don't know what you're going to get. Thus, enhances the thankfulness to nature and the ancestors and the NETERU even more. Why? Because you feel you've won this thing. When you feel you've won something, you're way happier than when you get your paycheck. When you get your paycheck, it's another day. You're supposed to get it. I got my paycheck today. Okay, we got this bill, this bill, this bill. Your paycheck could be big too, but it's normal. It's normal. When you scratch off that lottery ticket, you scratch off that one, you know, even the one where you win $100, you come, yo, look at this. I got $100, man. You get excited. You're excited, but it's less than what you got. Your paycheck was. Your paycheck every 2 weeks, let's say, was $800. This is normal. $800. So we got this bill, this bill, this bill. Next week, $800. You win $50 in the with a scratcher. Hey, yo, $50, man. We got the three. You go to the casino and you win $150. You when it goes 777, $150. You're running around. Yo, look at it. Give me that. You're all excited because your dopamine is more excited for a win than an earning. An earning becomes normal to you. You get paid the same thing every week, but you get excited when you get a raise, because that's not normal. The thing that's abnormal, you got paid you got paid $850, you got paid $1,000 on your paycheck. Honey, I got paid today. Normal. Walk down the street and see $100 bill on the ground. Yo, I'm getting to me. I got a yo, check this out. I'm walking the street, man. C note. I found a C note. 1/8 of your paycheck, and you're excited. Because the one that comes home with the best amount of wheat is the one that nature declared the winner. That's the winner. You're the winner. You won, because it's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed each harvest is going to be great for you. Like your job, $10 an hour, mathematically, you get paid this at the end of the week. Show up 8 hours a day, you get paid this. That's not how nature works. Nature says, you plant these seeds, okay, messed up a little bit, watch what happens. So here we go. So that's the breadwinner. It makes no sense in this society today to call yourself a breadwinner when you've brought home no bread and you've won nothing. It only makes sense to a farmer. These are the terms we use that come from our ancient terms. Here we go, but let's get back into it. Welcome to the podcast. So boom, the breadwinner. He won. He's the winner. He got a reward. Now you're happier. So here we go. Oh, we're going back here. Boom. Whoop. I'm going to go white for a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. Okay. Boom. So that's the breadwinner. That's why you call yourself the breadwinner. I make all the bread. I make all the bread. I make all the bread. You didn't make one slice of bread. you brought home paper money. Try to eat it. So here it is. When you look at it, if you're standing right in front of it, they call it the trillathon, and you get to look through this hole right here, right there. And when you look through the hole, which some actually calculated what it would have rendered, it would have rendered a perfect view of the declination of the sun's appearance in the solstice of December 10th, 2500 BC, on the claimed dates of Stonehenge. So you could do a reverse calendar on your computer and see that you can watch the declination and watch the solstices that would align with this area perfect around the time when they say the Stonehenge was built. Okay? And now that you know, and now that you know that these circular type structures were built as seasonal and cosmic calendars and timekeepers for agriculturalists and agriculturers, farmers, and then imbued with rituals that interconnected with people, which represented aspects of nature, and that they were circles because they were created to match the Earth's cycle at different perspective viewing points. Are you ready to get into the oldest one, the most advanced stone cosmic calendar, which I have taught before, marks the time and the new discoveries that were found? It marks the time of the Zeb Tepi. And are you ready to get into the fact that none of you alive today has ever seen Stonehenge? None of you alive today has ever seen Stonehenge. And what you see today that has some mathematically marvels about it is a part of the PSYOPS. But for that, what time is it to get into, everybody? What do we have to get into? You have never seen Stonehenge. You've never seen it before. And the mathematical marvels of it is a part of a greater PSYOPS. And of course, to get into that, everybody, what are we got to get into? Go ahead and type it in the room. What is it time to get into? You ready? Because the next class for the answer for VRI is not going to have this section. This section that everybody knows, it's time to get into. Tehuti Overdrive, are you ready? Here we go. Let's get into it. Let's change the fonts. Here we go. So what is the oldest invention on this planet? So what is the oldest invention on this planet of the circular stone megalith seasonal tracking cosmic star tracking calendar? Who invented it and brought this consciousness to the planet? Of course, the followers of Ma'at and the indigenous along the Nile. This history will truly show us how far back the adherence of the resurrection of a star correlation to the calendar dates to. The answer to this is the fear that will bring to the realization of the conscious Kemetic teachers today. This will bring fear to them. The realization of how old the culture goes back to which will predate every pharaoh you know, and every day that you've been taught about the ancient Kemet, which is why your conservative so-called conscious Kemetic teacher will not teach this. What started off all these calendars. Who was the creator? What consciousness brought this to the planet? There is a location along the Nile that we had that was recently discovered in 1974 by a group of scientists headed by Fred Windroff, an anthropologist professor from Southern Methodist University in Texas, and was recently published in The Archaeologist, December 16th, 2021. What was that discovery? Archaeologist, December 16th, 2021. Napta Playa. Let me see if this expands more. Oh, perfect. Here we go. Here we go. Napta Playa. Napta Playa, the archaeologist civilizations of the world. Napta Playa is the world's oldest astronomical site found in Africa. December 16th, 2000 is the world's oldest astronomical site found in Africa. December 16th, 2021. Ancient societies all around the world erected massive stone circles. So there's Hefe's answer. Like celestial clocks, aligning them with the sun, the stars, to mark solstices, which I've just shown you all specifically. These early calendars foretold the coming of seasons, helping civilizations track when to plant and harvest crops. They were also connected with religion and served as special ceremonial sites. Located in Africa, Napta Playa was once a large internally drained basin in the Nubian desert, located approximately 800 kilometers south of modern-day Cairo and about 100 kilometers west of Abu Simbel. Today, the region is characterized by numerous archaeological sites. Napta Playa archaeological sites, one of the earliest of the Egyptian Neolithic period, dated to circa 7,500 BC. That's about 10,000 years ago. 7,500 BC. Let me show you the oldest stone circle calendar, the gateway points to the summer solstice, sunrise, before sunrise. If you stand at the meridian side line, looking south, you see in the sky 3 stars of the Orion's belt, which was called SAAU, and the NETERU, and represented a star. So here's a Napta Playa. And when you stand at the meridian side line, looking south, you see in the sky 3 stars of the Orion belt, which was called SAAU. In the NETERU, it represented a star. So here's that. So there's the alignment for the 3 stars, 7,500 BC, as they dated. In the lines to the 3 stars, viewing it, coming over the vernal heliacal equinox rising. Just as the great Akuz. Here we go. Now we get into the pyramid text that all the Kemetic teachers are afraid to read. Here we go. We find in the pyramid text. Anybody remember what the original name of the pyramid text is that I revealed a few months ago? We never called the pyramid text. Anybody remember the original name? You type it in the room. As we find in the quote-unquote pyramid text, utterance 2:18, what does it state? In your name of he in Orion, your time is in heaven, your time is on earth. Osiris, turn your face so that you see this Unas. But when does this calendar align? When does this calendar align and match the Orion and SAAU? How long has this calendar been charting the observation of the microcosm immortality represented by Orion constellation and its resurrection of the Sirius star that matches the Orion to the minimum tilt of the time of? When does it match the minimum tilt? And when is the actual alignment? Because it doesn't align today. When is this one aligned? When they reverse engineer it to the minimum tilt? So this does not align today. It aligns for a certain specific time. Guess when? 6,400 BC to 4,900 BC. 6,400 BC. They're aligning the stars. Boom. Now, if you look at the other 3 stones of this calendar, they match at what's called Orion's maximum tilt. They align Orion's maximum tilt as it passes the vernal equinox rising over the horizon. What time is that? When does it match the tilt? It's not matching today. You have to reverse engineer it to see when it matches. So the 3 stones of this calendar, they match Orion's maximum tilt. And when is that? What date is that? How long ago is this? Was it before Karakufu, before Narmer? Let's see. Uh-oh. When does it align? Not 7,000 years ago, not 6,400 years ago, not 4,900 years ago. When is the alignment? 16,600 BC. That's when it aligns. 16,600 BC. It takes you to the time of the Zep-Tepi, as the ancient people of Kemet spoke of. That's the time of the Neter. Boom. Marking a time of alignment, which takes us, boom, marking the time of alignment, takes one back to the time of the NETERU called the Zep-Tepi. And now to its supposed only rival. I'm gonna stop right there because the Napta Playa does more than that. It actually tells you how far the star constellations are away, but I'm gonna say that for another class. Here we go. I just want to establish that this is the oldest one that aligns the solar system, aligns the Sirius star constellation, aligns Orion and minimum and maximum tilt. But its alignment goes back to 16,600 BC. Now, there's only one stone megalith monument that's supposed to rival this. They call this one the oldest one, and that's the Stonehenge PSYOPS. That's right, everybody. The Stonehenge PSYOPS. What's the Stonehenge PSYOPS? What is the Stonehenge PSYOPS? It's supposed to be Napta Playa's only rival. As a matter of fact, it was put out as the oldest until the discovery of Napta Playa. So no archaeologists, researchers, anthropologists, and those who study this field all know that Napta Playa is older than Stonehenge. This was even featured in astronomy June 20th, 2020. And here we are in astrology, June 20th, 2020. Napta Playa, the world's first astronomical site, was built in Africa and is older than Stonehenge. This 7,000-year-old, it's actually 7,000 BC, 7,000-year-old solar circle tracked what? The summer solstice and the arrival of the annual monsoon season. It's also the oldest known astronomical site on Earth. Published June 20th, 2020. Updated May 18th, 2023. What does it say? The most famous of these sites is Stonehenge, a monument in England that's thought to be around 5,000 years old. Though still old at that age, Stonehenge may have been one of the youngest such stone structures to be built in Europe. The chronology and extreme similarities between these widespread European sites lead some researchers to think the regional tradition of constructing megaliths first emerged along the coast of France, that was then passed across the region, eventually reaching Great Britain. But even these primitive sites are at least centuries younger than the world's oldest known stone circle, Napta Playa, located in Africa. Napta Playa stands some 700 miles south of the Great Pyramid of Giza. It was built more than 7,000 years ago, making Napta Playa the oldest stone circle in the world, possibly Earth's oldest astronomical observatory. So all the archaeologists know that Napta Playa is older than Stonehenge. The world knows this by now, especially the archaeologists. And even though this is declared the oldest astronomical site on Earth, much older than Stonehenge, through racism within European supremacy of wanting to always have a title that marks the original ownership, look at what they label Napta Playa. So understand, we've established this is going to lead and continue into the Stonehenge PSYOPS. So Napta Playa, all archaeologists know now, that Napta Playa is older than Stonehenge. That's a known fact in science, archaeology. It is known now. There's not anything that people are discovering right now. You know about it. And everybody, here we go. So what do they call? What do they still to this day? What do they call Napta Playa? It's older than Stonehenge. They call it something. They call it something with the word Stonehenge in it. Are you ready to see it out? Watch this. Get a good look. So, even though this is declared the oldest astronomical site on Earth, much older than Stonehenge, through racism within European supremacy of always wanting to always have a title that marks the original ownership, look at what they label Napta Playa. Here we go. Go to historical. Napta Playa, the stone calendar of Napta Playa, the Stonehenge of Egypt. Huh? Napta Playa is the Stonehenge of Egypt. Let's go to the next article. Napta Playa, Egypt's Stonehenge. Napta Playa is Egypt's Stonehenge. Just like they call, you know what they call Thutmose? You know what they call Thutmose in the articles? Egypt's Napoleon. Thutmose is Egypt's Napoleon. Napta Playa is Egypt's Stonehenge. If you can hear me. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. So Napta Playa is Egypt's Stonehenge, right? Here is the racist PSYOPs. So boom. How can the mother, Napta Playa, be Egypt's Stonehenge, and Stonehenge is younger? Unless you will never hear or find British heritage sites. You will never hear or find British heritage sites calling Stonehenge British's Napta Playa. Never. Never pull up the British heritage site where Stonehenge is called British's Napta Playa. How can Napta Playa be Egypt's Stonehenge when Napta Playa is older? But you will never find Stonehenge being called British's Napta Playa. Never. And when doing a basic search under the British Empire and them imagining their ancient past, Look closely at what the debates were about and guess exactly where they started their ancient past. Guess which monument they lean upon to justify their British start, an ancient claim and mark in history. Now remember, everybody, they've already established that Napta Playa is older than Stonehenge. They've established that. And on top of that, they said Stonehenge may be of the youngest. You saw that in the article? Stonehenge, the archaeology article? Stonehenge may be of the youngest ones. Now there's a debate that takes place amongst the heritage groups and the historians and the people of Britain as to claiming their claim to fame in history. They want to find their ancestry, and this is what they go back to. Right, everybody? Here we go. Boom. 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 Ready? So when doing a basic search under the British Empire and them imagining their ancient past, look closely at what the debates were about and guess exactly where they started their ancient past in their debate. Guess which monument they lean upon to justify their British start and ancient claim and mark in history. Here we go. Poets and other writers, by imagining ancient past and mythologicizing the distant roots of the growing British Empire. Debates about, this is red line, British ancestry and national identity saw a growing conviction that the British were an ancient people and that the newly named United Kingdom might find greater harmony through searching for a common past. For the English, this past was to be found in the West. Where do they start from? Starting around Stonehenge and stretching into the ancient Celtic regions. They're debating about their ancestry. They say, us British people, we have to have an ancient ancestry. We didn't start with the United Kingdoms. So where do they start their ancestry? They're debating about their ancestors, and they want to start at Stonehenge. But wait, Stonehenge is of the youngest of the circles. Why do they want to start there? The other ones are in England too. Why are you starting at the youngest? If you're claiming to go back into your past and you want to have a beginning point, you don't start at the youngest. Wouldn't you go back to the oldest stone circle created in England and Britain? Stonehenge is of the younger. So why are they going to Stonehenge? Ready, everybody? Boom, boom, boom. To claim ancestry. Let me know if you hear the PSYOPs already. Here we go. So they're looking for British ancestry. Are you ready for me to decipher the matrix? Here we go. Boom. Yes, Stonehenge. Note they say ancestry, which was done strictly through racism. Let me break the matrix, because if you want to claim ancestry, you don't claim a structure, you claim an ancestor. When did stone structures become an ancestry? Can somebody tell me that? When did stone structures become an ancestry? So when you go to find your ancestry, and you go to ancestors.com, or what's that one, DNA and me, D23 and me. Press the 9 if you can hear me. I'm not even sure. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Let me see. I think something may be locked. Anybody hear me and see me right now? Press the 9. My screen is locked on Robert Williams. 46 people watching. Can anyone hear me? Okay, there we go. So when you go to, RPM, you bet Hush Nation, when you want to look at your ancestry, when you go to 23andMe or Ancestry.com, when you go to look at your ancestry, what are you looking for? Are you looking for buildings? My ancestry is a building down in Watts, California. Well, my ancestry is this mound in Mexico. My ancestry, when I'm looking at 23andMe to find out my ancestry, My answer is he's going back to the Empire State Building. Since when you're looking for an ancestry, go to a stone structure. An ancestry is supposed to go to an ancestor. Am I making it up? My ancestry is McDonald down the street. Here we go. Boom, boom. Watch this. So they're trying to prove their ancestry, and in the debate of looking for their ancestry and their ancestry, they go to Stonehenge, which is the youngest of the structures. Huh? I have to break the matrix. Here we go. So boom, yes, Stonehenge note. They say ancestry, which was done strictly through racism. Let me break the matrix, because if you want to claim an ancestry, you don't claim a structure, you claim an ancestor. When did stone structures become an ancestry? So you will see that they claim Stonehenge, but not any specific ancestor. But what is the oldest ancestor in Britain? And why are the British people not claiming him? The typo. And why aren't the British people claiming him as vehemently as a structure if they're looking for their ancestry? And what does he look like? Why are the British people not proud of this? Let me reintroduce you to Britain's oldest human ancestor, which would have been what the people look like around the claim time of the Stonehenge and before, because Stonehenge is the youngest. So we're going to go Stonehenge and even before, which would take us to the oldest British circular structures. So why is it that British people do not claim this actual ancestor with pride, or they're having an argument over British ancestry and they're going to a structure over going to the ancestor? Well, let me take you to Science Alert under the section Humans, February 8th, 2018. Ready, everybody? Let's see why they're claiming Stonehenge in their as their ancestry over the actual ancestor. What does your ancestor look like? DNA analysis reveals Britain's oldest known modern man had dark skin. Oh. Hold on. Is that Prince Harry? Who's this? Here we go. Modern humans migrated to Britain around 45,000 years ago. They don't want to claim that. And it had been assumed that paler skin had evolved shortly after. But a human man that lived in Britain 10,000 years ago during the Mesolithic had dark to black skin. DNA analysis reveals showing that reduced skin pigmentation arrived in the British Isles much later than we thought. There is your ancestor, but you want to claim Stonehenge, huh? You're having a debate over your ancestry, but you're not going to the ancestor. What happened? Huh? Here's your ancestor. They're proud of Stonehenge, but they're not proud of this brother. Why not, man? There you go. There's the heir to Britain. Boom. There is the ancestor. There is the British ancestor. The ancestor is in Stonehenge. There are what the people would have looked like before and during the Stonehenge times, and the circles that were before Stonehenge. Claim him in your ancestry, British people. Claim, be proud of this British man. And how do we know that they're not claiming him is a racist psyops? How do we know that by them not claiming him is a racist psyops? Because of his outstanding features, obviously his dark brown skin. Let me show you what attribute they do claim when Britain does mention and claim him. Are you ready, everybody? Well, he is featured in the Natural History Museum. Guess what aspect of him they claim? So they actually claim him in the Natural History Museum, and obviously what looks different about him than Prince Harry and Prince Charles, something looks different about him. What is that? He's darker than me. So the Natural History Museum and the British claim him. That's the outstanding feature. If you were to throw him amongst the British family, throw him amongst Queen Elizabeth family, just throw him in the room and watch him get lynched. So what stands out about him is his dark skin. So when the museum claims him, look what they claim. Are you ready, everybody? Look what they claim. Let me break the matrix for you. Here we go. Welcome to the 2T podcast. Here we go. Here we go. What stands out about him that looks a little bit different than Prince Charles and Queen Elizabeth? What's a little bit different than King James? Shakespeare. A little different than Shakespeare. Something stands out about him. Hamlet. What stands out about him? So they claim him in the Museum of Natural History. The outstanding feature would obviously be his dark brown skin. Let me show you what attribute they do claim when Britain does mention him. Are you ready? When he is featured in the Natural History Museum, guess what aspect of him they do claim? Are you ready, everybody? Let's see what they claim. What's the British people proud of? What's he labeled as? We know Stonehenge. We know that Napta Playa is African Stonehenge. What do they claim this guy? Hey, look, they cut off part of his face. What's happening, man? This is the close-up of the model of Cheddar Man. Here's a close-up. Why is 3/4 of his face cut off? Where's the top of his head and where's the bottom of his lips? Why is that cut off? What are they centering on? Huh? Cheddar Man, Mesolithic British blue-eyed boy. Huh? That's what stands out about him? That he has blue eyes? Is that an outstanding trait amongst the British? Yo, man, I went to Britain and I saw a man with blue eyes. You'll never believe this. Listen, man. Yo, let me tell you something. I went to Britain. I was walking around. Boom! This guy was looking at me. He had blue eyes, man. Oh. Yo, this must be some kind of... Yo, yeah, check your ancestry, brother. What are you doing with blue eyes here in Britain? People in Britain don't have blue eyes, man. British is blue-eyed boy. They cut off his head from here to here, cut him off from the lips. And he's British is blue-eyed boy. How come none of the other British are called that? Huh? Can you show me, please? Can you pull up the history? Show me Prince Charles of the past. Show me Queen Elizabeth. Show me all the things that happened in New England. Show me all the great people of ancient Britain, of old Britain, all the original founders. And which one of them are called the blue-eyed boy? Why is he called the blue-eyed boy when blue eyes is common in Britain? Yo, I went to Africa. Yo, you won't believe this, man. I saw a black man. He had an afro. No. What? Africa's Afro Man. Let's put out an article. The ancient man of Africa. He's the Afro Man. He's our Afro boy. We've never seen an Afro in Africa. Let's look at this outstanding feature of this African man. He has an Afro. British is blue-eyed boy. What happened to British is dark-skinned boy? They claim the blue eyes. Let's go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Let's close it up. Here we go. A little extra for you. This wasn't even a part of your question, but this is because the Stonehenge is a part of the SAAU. There we go, everybody. British is blue-eyed boy. Nigeria's man with the big wide nose. Huh? Nigeria's man with the wide nose. Nigeria's wide nose man. Huh? Here we go. Boom. Ready? They cut off his head. We get a close up. Why close up of what? The eyes. British's blue-eyed boy. Wow. That's what he was? Just ignore that dark skin, right? And when did they claim the rest of his DNA? Let me show you how deep the PSYOPS gets. Ready? They're going to claim the rest of his DNA. So they claim his DNA, but they only claim the blue eyes. Let me show you where they make the rest of the claim of his DNA. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Methylistic skeleton known as Cheddar Man. Uh-oh. We found a match. Methylistic skeleton known as Cheddar Man shares the same DNA with English teacher history. There's the match. We found the match. What's the match? Do they both have blue eyes? That's the match. That's when they claim his DNA. The National Museum claims him as the blue-eyed boy. When they want to claim his DNA, they want to match his DNA with this person here. He has no DNA that matches any dark-skinned people in Britain. No way, buddy. Nope, he matches this guy. That's what he looks like. He has blue eyes. Okay, back to Stonehenge. British's claim in history, their ancestor is a stone. British's claim in history to be a part of the Great High Mathematics Megalith Circle building. And why have I said you have never seen Stonehenge before? Because this is the PSYOPS. I'm going to keep this on the screen for you to look at. When I first began the class, I asked everybody, what is this? And everybody said Stonehenge. This is the PSYOPS. And I'm going to step away for just a minute. As you'll notice in the beginning of the class, I never put a title for this. But they call it Stonehenge. That's what they named it. And that's what's in our subconscious. And when you look at this is Stonehenge. It's mathematical preciseness. There's so many books, so many videos talking about Stonehenge mathematical preciseness. It measures the diameter of the planet Earth. It measures the stars. It's mathematical genius because of the way that it's specifically mathematically set in structure and developed. I'm going to leave this on the screen for a moment, and I'm going to be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back, everybody. Can you all hear me? Press 9. I am back. Let me see if anybody can hear me. I am back. The mic check, making sure the audios and visuals are good. So we're going to continue with this, everybody. Ready? Press 9 if you can hear me. That's right, Vision. I just want to claim this blue eyes. Okay, good. We got Heart Nation with a 9. We got the Vision Ray with the 9. Amunet with a 9. Tiffy with a 9. Angel the Destroyer of the Gates with a 9. Look with a 9. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get right back into it. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, yo. So boom. Ready? Here we go. Boom. Okay, back to Stonehenge. British's claim in history to be a part of the great high mathematics that the other cultures were a part of. The megalith, circle, buildings, and why have I said that you've never seen Stonehenge before? Because this is the PSYOPs. So when they want to claim their fame to history, want to claim their ancestry, even though first of all, they're claiming a stone structure, which is not an ancestry, and then they go to Stonehenge instead of going to the other stone circles before it. When you're supposed to go to the origin of it, you don't go to the one that comes after it. You want to claim distant past origins. This is the PSYOP. When you see this, automatically in your mind, this is called Stonehenge. Nobody even asked who named it that, but this is what they call Stonehenge. So the Stonehenge that you see, why have I said you've never seen Stonehenge before? Because this is the PSYOPs. Here is one of all the pictures from the United Kingdom. This typo here. Artist from the United Kingdom, John Constable. This is how Stonehenge looks. This goes back to the 1700s. This is how Stonehenge was originally drawn. Here's Stonehenge. Is that support coming in? Here's Stonehenge. John Constable, around 1757. Here it is. This one's 1835. We go back to 1700. There is, right there. So boom. What are we looking at here? That seems much different than this mathematically beautiful, pristine tourist attraction that supposedly contains stones precisely mathematically in place, which has high sciences revealed with perfect precision. So this is what was originally drawn, and these don't look like they have any type of perfect mathematical precision. So when you look at the thing today and you say the way these stones are set have this magnificent mathematical precision, you're not looking at this. Why does this look different than the image of Stonehenge today? Which is this. These look much different. This right here down here at the bottom looks much different than this over here. This looks very exact. This looks pretty precise. This looks pretty symmetrical, pretty nice. Because Stonehenge originally was not seen as anything attractive or amazing to the British people originally, as we find here in the philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and beautiful. Oh, this one's 1757. So this one here is the philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas in the sublime and beautiful from London, 1757, on Aesthetics by Edmund Burke, on Stonehenge. So, 1835. How did the British people see Stonehenge in 1835? How did they see it? They saw it as this. There's no writing about it. There's no bragging about it. There's no claim to fame about it. This is what they saw. And it was drawn like that. We go back before 1835, going back to 1757. And now we're going to deal with Edmund Burke, who deals with the aesthetics. If you know what aesthetics means, or if you don't know what aesthetics means the physical beauty of something based on its symmetry. How beautiful something is based on its precisement and symmetry. So this is somebody who specializes in aesthetics. We go back to 1757. Aesthetics by Edmund Burke, and he's going to speak on the aesthetics of Stonehenge as the British people saw it in 1757. How did the British see the Stonehenge in 1757? Here's the old book, Philosophical Inquiry into the Origin of the Ideas of the Sublime and Beautiful, London, printed for R. and J. Dodsley, Pall Mall, and originally by a section on Edmund Burke. What does he say in the book? Here we go. What does he say? When any work seems to have acquired immense force and labor to effect it, the idea is grand. Stonehenge, neither for disposition nor ornament, has anything admirable, but those huge, rude masses of stone set on end and piled up on each other turn the mind on the immense force necessary for such work. Nay, the rudeness of the work increases this cause of grandeur, as it excludes the idea of art by contravence, which is the opposite of something. For dexterity produces another sort of effect, which is different enough from this. Boom. Stonehenge is described as crude or rude with no structure, no structure, and nothing to do with anything associated with art. It excludes the idea of artwork and symmetry and beauty is excluded from what the British people are looking at. So boom, Stonehenge is described as crude or rude with no structure. So Stonehenge is described as crude or rude with no structure. Obviously, not a good tourist attraction. Not a good tourist attraction. When we look at tourist attraction, what's one of the highest? With an independent? Is Stonehenge worth and £5.51 million, doing the math on the famous stone circle. But what about the admission fees? Stonehenge presently attracts around 900,000 visitors a year at an average price of $5 per head. So boom, what does Stonehenge today pull in financially? Just the admission fees alone make Stonehenge $4,500,000 a year. With just paying a mere $5 admission fee, it generates $4,500,000 a year. When you look at this image here, this crude, rude, unadmirable mass of stones piled on top of each other, as they say, quote for quote, as stated by Edmund Burke in the 1700s, is not generating 4.5 million a year. Thus, what you see as the most popular megalith calendar site that would put Britain on the same playing field with the mathematical genius along with other great mathematical wonders of the world had to be built to generate UNESCO and Britain that amassed wealth. So who built the ancient Stonehenge that we see today? Who built it? Because this that we see here, that everybody is coming to, it looks beautifully mathematically aligned and designed, is bringing in 4.5 million a year. Yet Edmund Burke and the original drawers of it say this is nothing but a crude mass of it. What they saw was nothing but a crude mass of stone, no artwork, no aesthetics whatsoever. It was just crude and rude. And that's what they saw. But yeah, what we see is this. So who built this beautiful structure? Because this doesn't look like the one beside it. Who built it? Uh-oh. A moment, hold on. Who built it? Let's find out. This is what was drawn. Crude and rude. It says nothing but pile stones on top of each other. This beauty is what we see today. Who built it? Who built this? The people of 5,000 years ago built this? Or is this what the people saw? There's no writing about it. No bragging about this until recently. Who built it? These men did. These men built what you see today. You see the Catholic Pope there for this pagan site, this pagan Druid Celtic site. There's the Catholic Pope. These are who built what you see today. You see the pre-mixed cement truck? They explain this under the PSYOPS of what they call restoration, which actually took 124 years to complete. But how can you restore something that there are no original depictions of? Not one Roman who invaded the British area ever mentioned or described the amazing Stonehenge when the Romans invaded it. And you do not have a blueprint of, you know what? Let me stop there. I've already answered Hefe's questions. Boom. HOTEP, I am done. That's for another class. HOTEP, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appear, for those who appreciate it, boom, HOTEP, I am done. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th or Thanksgiving, and or if you have learned anything from this that has impacted or advanced your recent current understanding of this specific subject matter, send your tip of appreciation. It can be called speechless, Ma'at Megalith, Stonehenge, PSYOPS, or any creative title that you can come up with to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. HOTEP, I am done, and I hope you appreciated this. Hefe, and those who saw this. HOTEP, I am done. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Henu, Kanabu. Peace to you. Boo to Stonehenge in the pre-mixed cement trucks. Boom. HOTEP, I'm done. There it is. I'm going to check the room to see how people enjoyed it. I'm going to put the link in the room, and then we're going to go straight to the support system, the reciprocity, to see who really, truly appreciated and enjoyed this. Boom. We got Rob Lowe says Tawawat. I think that's the way to say thank you. Tiffy puts butterflies. Amonette puts Tua with a star. Fire Tehuti. Robert Williams puts, what in the world just happened? That's why when I was done putting this together, I was looking for a title of it, and I was stumped. That's why the first decision of a title for this was called Speechless. I was speechless when I looked at this. I said, "Wait, is this what? When did I answer Hefe's question? I already. Oh, Catholic popes. Remake. Oh, an album. Christopher Columbus men dying. World Trade Center. My teacher does this as well." With the link in the room. So for everybody who appreciated it, there's the link in the room. Jump in, and we're going to go to the support system to see who appreciated this class. The bet says tour forever, never class. What in the world just happened? I knew you were going to say that, Robert. I know who was going to say that. When I was done, I said that. I looked at the answer and I said, what in the world did I just do? What's up, Amun and Amunet? How you doing? Now you know what Stonehenge is?
What's up, great Saba, for this beautiful class, for all that you went over in this class, for going back to what the people say themselves, for adding in Stonehenge part. I recently was listening to a priest podcraft, and you were on it, and you mentioned how Stonehenge was fake and built. So you went over that today. I find it interesting how you say things like 5 years ago and you just now get the answer. So that's beautiful. 12 for the entire class, going over the Cheddar Man part. Everything was put together beautifully and very detailed as well.
I see Amanette over there giggling. How you doing, Amanette? You like this?
Yes, very, very much. I echo all that Amun said, and bless so very much for all that you do for us and for answering this question. I really admire the way that you answer questions, the way that you flow and just entangle everything together is so talented. So to us, so very much for all that you do here.
Nini, glad you appreciate it. Let me go down to Hush Nation, who said he thought it was a Jesus thing. What do you think now, Hush?
All right, Saba, you went into some serious Caribbean knowledge there that blew me out my seat, you know? So from the Caribbean knowledge to the CARRIBS and the Indios, the Corral, that was real NEFER. And then you make it global. That was real NEFER, Saba. Tour for that so much. Yeah, but I appreciate that a whole lot. And I was thinking about the because when you had start, I know you just have the little introduction piece. So I was like, okay, let me get something to eat quick. So then while I doing that now, and then I just hear in the class, I was like, then I had to run back to the notebook. Then I started to hear the whole Caribbean knowledge with the Hispaniola, with the Dominican Republic. I like, yo, with the whole revolution and Christopher Columbus, that was really NEFER, Saba. Tua, Sekem, Tua so much. I have to go over this class again. I have to go over my notes. Big my heart, Saba. I appreciate you so much.
Nini, glad you appreciate it. And I'm glad that the way that the pod class is taught, that this pod class these classes need to be done in front of stadiums with like 1,000 people, because people can hear the class and look how it hit. Look how different things in the class hit people that apparently look like they have nothing to do with each other. One person gets hit with Stonehenge and blown away, and somebody who may be from an area close to the islands and all that and familiar with the Dominican Republic and deal with that hits them with the Tainos, and somebody else may be looking at and say, oh my goodness, wait a minute, the blue-eyed boy. There's so many, it can hit so many people in different ways, and to the NETERU frequency that I praise every morning for. I said I wanted to do shorter answers, and I'm not being allowed to. I am not actually being allowed to because for some reason I can't. I cut off parts of this class. Part of this class you may not hear for another 5 years. I have Japanese clocks in here. There's Japanese clocks in the class. There's the Japanese are cut out. I cut out the cuckoo bird clock out of the class. I have a whole nother section with cuckoo bird clocks and man. My teacher does this too. Okay.
This need to be taught in a center, SABA.
Oh man, where's Hefe? You asked the question. Elvis didn't put him to sleep. But here we're gonna get into the support system because we're gonna show everybody in the Tehuti pod class. Here is where it shows that people actually appreciated what it is that I'm doing and what it is that's happening here is in the support system. I don't seem to have I have the sound man, Amun and Amunet, sound man and sound woman. So here we go. We're gonna go straight to the support and read the support systems. I'm gonna reload it to make sure that the new fresh ones come up to catch everybody. Then I'm gonna go back. Yep, see that? Another set. So I'm gonna go back downwards. I only see a few. Wow. Wait, what? Let me clear this up. Then. Maybe the PayPals aren't showing up. Well, here we go. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, there's coming in sections. And the first one we have is the Nuwabian brother, Big Dre. His first time in here. Here's an example, and look at this. Here's an example of different parts of the class hitting people in completely different ways. There's this brother here, this good brother, new brother came in, and he made a statement about Malachi Z. York. He came in and made a statement that Malachi Z. York answers all these questions too, or something to that effect. And I was like, and I had to correct that. I was there. I was there for the bullets. I'm there. So no, Malachi Z. York is not covering. Is not covering this. But I also gave respect and showed that I have nothing negative to say about that movement, and that I was not just some type of follower reading books at home. I was the one running out to catch the bullets. While they were shooting at Malachi, I was the one dressed up as him, amongst others, to run in a circle. We had to run in a circle 8 like this so that the bullets would come and hit one of us while he got away. That's the involvement I got into. So that hit him in a particular type of way where I don't see it yet, but I don't even see support for the actual answer, but he gave support for this. What hit him? That's why I say these art classes are so beautiful, because you never know what's going to hit somebody. And here's what hit him. He has one of the highest supports as a new person, $45 for acknowledgement and support of Dr. York. I don't even remember what exactly I said. Whatever I said hit him in a way. It was over Stonehenge. It was over the Kawanabu. It was over the Napta Playa. It was over the 16,600 years. Over the everything that I broke down, and that hit him. And I love what this energy brings. You never know what's going to touch somebody. So shout out, and this is a brand new person who I've never seen in the podcast before. So shout out to Big Dre. It says for your acknowledgement and support of Dr. York. Give him some big monster noise, please. But I think there's a person in Wabi that's ever supported me. Give him some big, give him some big noise, please. The first in Wabi to ever support the Tehuti podcast. Give him some big noise, please.
And yes, SAAU really works.
Tehuti says, if you learn something new during this phenomenal podcast, hit the like button, show your appreciation and reciprocity for what you've gained thus far. Thank you, Vision Ray. It's a shame we actually have to tell people that, and Dunkin' Donuts and McDonald's doesn't. Shout out to Ronald McDonald's never been anybody's house in support. They make millions a day. All right, shout out to God First, Bigger Dre. Shout out to you. I had to read that one because that one hit me in a particular way. That shout out to you. And I will say this to Bigger Dre's listening, or any Nuwaubian is listening. Listen, Nuwaubians out there, I just said to myself yesterday, I'm going to have a meeting with the brothers, and I'm going to send houseofatton people to find the Nuwaubian groups where they are. And I'm going to have a talk with them. I'm going to have a talk. Whatever city you're in, find the Nuwaubians there. And I'm going to build with them. I want every Nuwaubian to know out there, I have no harsh feelings towards anybody in the movement. Nothing negative or harsh to say about Malachi's New York. Never slandered the organization once. Only have said the positive experiences that I have, because I can only comment on my only experience. I can't comment on anybody else's. Everything in life is a stepping stone, and that was a huge stepping stone for me as a little boy, for me as a young man. That was a huge stepping stone of support system, because I thought that nobody was going to stand up as a group and actually challenge all the religious groups out there. So therefore, Henu and praise to all of them, and Malachi and everybody that has done positive for me in my life. And that's why if I ever approach any Nuwaubian or anybody on the topic, it is strictly about the teachings and the doctrine. Nothing about anybody's personal life. I don't know. I didn't see anything. But I will only deal with the teachings and the doctrine, because I believe that the average Nuwaubian, the average Nation of Islam brother, the average Seventh-day Adventist, the average Hebrew Israelite, and the average Moor, their genuine wants is to break the matrix. And I'm going to help you all do that. That's what you all want. The innocence of what you really want is that. So therefore, how could I deny that? I would rather build with them and sort out where the discrepancies are with original teachings. And I'm here to help with that. So you'll never hear me slander anybody that did great. I'm not going to slander Elijah Muhammad, but I'm going to get into the teachings and dissect and rip it apart. But Elijah Muhammad was a great man. I'm going to tear the teachings to shreds while holding him up by his neck, saying he's a great man, because I love him. And I'm going to shred his doctrine. And Muta Ashby and everybody, all them people, all you all great men standing up in this matrix where you could get killed standing up against this system, and praising Henu to you. And I love you all. And I'm going to tear your doctrine to shreds while sipping tea with you, because I love you. That's how much I love you. I'll rip your Nuwaubian 5%, Dr. Muta, Dr. whoever you are, doctrine to shreds. Me and you will sit down, and I'm going to walk you through the Purim Haru like you're supposed to get. So shout out to all of them. All right, everybody, we're going to see. How you doing, Dejed?
What's up, Saba? Can you hear me?
I hear you great.
Saba. Hey, you know what, Saba? I want to know your reaction when you first find out these things. Like when you go into that mode and that realm of where you go, I would like to know your reaction when you first found these things.
That's a great question. And there's different years of when those things happen. Yesterday, I told one of my NETERUs. The Romans built what?
I said the Romans built the, the stone structures.
The British men. The British men.
Yeah, the
Romans
British
had no
men.
comment on it. The British men. When I answered the last question, I told my NETERU, one of my NETERUs, when I was finished, she said, "How do you feel?" I said, "I feel like I'm gonna cry because the overwhelmingness that I feel knowing this, I have to get out all of that when I'm putting it together. So that when I come here, I'm dancing and rapping like Kid and Play. But when I'm putting it together, it is an immense, crushing. There's no way to explain how I feel when I put it together. But it's a crushing feeling, very similar to as if you're going to cry. That's the only way I can explain it. It's a sick, strange feeling. That's why I laugh so much, because I do everything else in private. When you can put together answers like this, and you got to walk the streets, and knowing that the mass of people don't even know this. I went to the store a couple of days ago with one of my NETERUs. They drove me because I don't drive. They drove me to the store. I didn't get out of the car. I was nervous. I was nervous. I heard some type of music I never heard in my life, some type of weird, I don't know what they call it. All I saw was women, and I just sat in the car like this and waited to go back home. But that same feeling is what I feel when I put the answer together, because I know that everybody around me they're not experiencing this. That's when the answer comes, everybody's blown away, because I'm not meshed with anything here when I'm putting the answer together. I'm not connected to anything that has to do with anybody. And when it's done, then I'm come back to this, and then I look at the answer and I was like, well, I gotta cut this in. This is crazy. So it's hard to explain it, but I do my best. Let's get into the rest of the support. That's why I laugh when people say, "And my teacher does this." I'm like, no. Shout out to Malachi and everybody, but no, he doesn't, because he gave me the book to proofread. So he was done with the book. He gave them to me. All right, let's go. Here we go. Boom. Let's get to the next support here. Shout out to Here we go. Tiffy. All right, shout out to Tiffy. Tiffy's next coming up. Imagine that, Dejed. Can you hear me, Dejed?
Yeah, I can hear you, Saba.
Imagine the pressure of every Friday. I give you the pod class to proofread before I teach it. You got to find the mistake. That was my job when I was in Malachi. I had to find the mistakes. You know what it feels like to walk up? Here's the mistakes, sir. He's like, you know Hebrew. Find the mistakes. All right, here we go. Boom.
But was it the same process that you're doing now? Were you at that stage?
Was I where I'm at now then?
Yes.
No.
To find an answer?
I was limited then. I'm free now. I'm Tehuti now. Back then, I was just HOTEP, and I had to earn the raw. I had to prove something to get the raw in my name. And after I was free, I became Tehuti. Because I started off as Tehuti first. My first name was the word, which was Tehuti. That was the first NEFER I came across. That was 1992. Now let's go, everybody. Let's go. Here we go. All right, next one up. I don't know anything about this internet world. The internet world. Here we go. I'm trying to feel. I'm not created on the internet. I wasn't created on the internet. right. Shout out to Tiffy 1111. And Amunet, could you read that for Tiffy, please?
Yes, I can. 1111 for divine guidance and alignment.
All right. That's a tip. I'm going to take that as a tip. Give her a hand clap for that. All right, Tiffy, thank you for that support. Tiffy strong. Here we go. Boom. Let's get to the next one here. The next one here is Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe. There we go. Anybody that supports the Tehuti pod class, any support over $20 gets some noise. Anything larger than that gets a lot of big noise. And if you put it to tip for the class, which means you specifically appreciated the class I just taught, you get some noise for that too, because I appreciate everybody on their level and what you appreciate me for. So Owen Hythe here with his regular, he never tips under 20. So I'm gonna show him. Where is he? Oh, it's not showing. Well, Tiffy responded to me, I think. This is a lag thing. Oh, okay, you're welcome. Well, thank you. Already, that's the Nino. All right, shout out to Owen. It popped up again. Computer's alive. Okay. Shout out to Owen Hythe 2172. Could you read that for me, Hush Nation?
I got you, Saba. Tua Saba. 2172 from Owen Hythe for Master of Spiritual Liberation, HOTEP.
HOTEP. Give him some big noise, Amun and Amunet.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, here we go. Boom. Hey, where is it? Oh, okay. Thank you, Owen Hythe. And I did read it, right? Yeah. I think you did read it, yes. It's a little lag, but okay. All right, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let me get some of this off the screen because this is not Anaconda. Oh, okay, we got Robert E. Williams, Yvette. Oh, babe. Oh, Ampu. There's Ampu. Ampu. Where are you, Ampu? How you doing, good brother? This was a little snake right now. Contact me. What's happening? Shout out to Ampu for his great support. Here he is right here. Continuous supporter ever since the beginnings. And now he's a continuous supporter and a MetaNetter class purchaser. So I'm going to read this one, then read his next one. Give him some noise on the next one since they are back. Here we go. So shout out to Anpuma, who says the same thing, created this code TFTK. You put a boulder, looks like a stone for the Stonehenge. Okay, good. So this is a tip for the Stonehenge class. The stone, not just the Stonehenge class, but all the stone monuments class. The class I just did. I'll read this one. Stone class for the stone class. Mind blowing. TFTK. $17. Give them a clap, please, Amun and Amunet. All right, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And let's go, everybody. Where's the support for this class? Let me refresh the pages. Something missing. Where's Lisa? Lisa and Sasha, where are you guys? Where are you guys? You all are well. Now we got Ampu again. And this is for all those who don't know, if you're seeing this, this is for the MEDU classes. We call them MEDU Magic classes. I did private classes for all those new people listening. I had it under the name MEDU NETER classes, but in actuality, while I was teaching the classes about the MEDU NETER, the language, but I was also teaching from what it actually is, and then it went into magical rituals and practices, and these MEDU NETER classes, I think ATTON is putting it in the room, are not available for live, but you can purchase them, send into that email, and you can do what this brother's doing right here. He ordered 2 of them, and he ordered MEDU NETER class 31 and 32, TFTK, thanks for the knowledge, and give him a hand clap for that, please. And the way we work at the Tehuti Pod class is, if you send in for a MEDU NETER class throughout the week, you may get it the next day or a couple of days later. If it's close to the pod class, you'll get it in the pod class. If you actually ordered the MEDU NETER classes while the pod class is going on, and I read it, you actually get the classes. Within a minute's time or even sooner. So I just read that one, class 31 and 32. He already has the class already. That's how fast we are at the Tehuti Pod class. If you order the class during the Tehuti Pod class, if you order in the week, you may get it a couple hours later, the next day, whenever there's time. But in the class, you're going to get it immediately. So if you're listening, Ampu Ma'at, the class 31 and 32, you have it already. That's how fast we're faster than Amazon. Okay, ready, everybody? I'm going to read a couple more, and then I'm going to take a break, come back, maybe read the rest, and then get into the next question. So here we go. Let me go back. We got, okay, let's see. That's down here. Robert Williams. Who's this? Okay, Big Ed Leisure. I see Big Ed Leisure. Thank you, Big Ed Leisure. Amun and Amunet. There we go. Maharu, I see you. Amun and Amunet. Whoops. Hold on, a little. Oh, here it is. Since they're the ones that send the support, they can read that. Go ahead, Amun and Amunet.
$20 for Tua Saba for teaching on Ma'at megalithics. HOTEP Mary.
Boom. Give yourself some noise, please. Thank you.
You Saba.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. Okay. We have coming in, the big donators, big supporters. To all of you. You have Yvette coming in with the Ma'at. Okay. Okay. And I see Angela Gates type something in. Very honorable. Shout out to Yvette. This one is monster. Here we go. Big donation coming in, support coming in from Yvette, and the symbol of Ma'at, the feather. Give Yvette some big noise, monster noise. A couple of Transformers, please.
I came to overcome before I'm gone by showing and proving and letting ours be born.
Isn't that your song, Nanny? That's the rocking with the rhythm in them. Isn't that when you? Oh no, Fish on the Plate is another song. Okay, that's a I think that's a Fish on the Plate. Yeah. Shout out to Amun and Amonette for making the noise, and shout out to Yvette for sending the large support donation. Appreciate you. I'm gonna read one or two more, and then I'm gonna get in, and I'm gonna take a break and come back. Who's this? Okay, I see Johan Billadou. Oh, I see a. Oh, shout out to oh, I gotta. Oh, how am I gonna do this? This brother wants to be anonymous, so shout out to Anonymous. Shout out to the Anonymous. You sent my belated birthday. Thank you. Thank you, good brother. Earth Day. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. He is anonymous, so shout out to you. Thank you so much. And shout out to Robert E. Williams. There we go. Robert E. Williams, and I'm going to take a break. I see King Lamua has one in here from before the podcast started, but here we go. No, I didn't even put what he said there. It's too much to delete. I made this shout out to Robert E. Williams. Nephilim says, I show and prove in that knowledge you're born. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Hush Nation, could you read that for us, please?
No problem, Saba. Robert E. Williams sent 3372 for Saba Tehuti has won the day. Tour with 3 palms, 3 prayer hands.
Give some big noise to Robert E. Williams, and thank you, Hush Nation, for reading that.
Nini up, Saba.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Shout out to Minty. Just saw your message a little while ago. Okay. And Nook Panook. Shout out to Nook Poo. I'm gonna take a break and come back after this. and then read some more of the supports. Actually, I'll read Nukpru. Amu, could you read this for me, please?
Yes, I can, SABA. $11.11, 11.11 for HOTEP SABA for removing the hinges off of Stonehenge with a frozen person emoji and a DUI.
Give him some noise, please. And I want to read this one to let everybody know. The support tip is not that big, but I want to focus on, as I said I was just going to read that one, but it's not the amount that I want everybody to focus on, but I want to focus on what the words are coming from King Lamua. I just want to show new people that are watching the podcast what the answers here are actually doing for people. So this is King Lamua. He's a consistent supporter, usually orders a mentor class almost every week. This time he wants to just send a message, and the message is, and I'm going to read that for King Lamua. Alcohol class, haven't had none since. Life-changing. So thank you, King Lamua. I just wanted you to Nini Hook, and I want everybody to see that when I do a class, we'll say, what's pragmatic or something, what's practicable, whatever people say. My classes are changing lives. What have you built, Tehuti? I'm building a people. And it's the people that build everything that you want to know what's built. This mall was built over there. This store was built over there. The people's minds had to be built to be enthusiastic and motivated to build the mall. Imagine everybody was down and out. Would there ever be a mall built? Would there ever be any city built if everybody's head was down? You have to build the people first, and then the people build the mall. So building people, to me, is the highest of accomplishments. Because there'd be no Kemet if there wasn't any people. So here we go. So to you, to you for letting everybody know that your life changed. And Patas Sent, I would definitely read his, and then take a break. Because he probably is gone for the night. Let me just let everybody see the brother that was on the panel for the new people. That's Patas. He does a lot for the House of the 10. And one of the things he does for the podcast every single week, he supports it. So even though you may not see him back on the panel for the rest of the night, but I want everybody to see, especially the new people, that this is how we do things at the House of the 10. He's not back on the panel, but boom, there's his support. So go ahead and read that first, Amonet. It's in your favorite language.
36.99 for Uncle Justin Neb or Saba. Dua Makeru. Shoo, shoo, shoo.
Shoo, shoo, shoo. All right. Thank you, Eminem, for reading that. And give him some big noise, and I'm going to take a break after this.
You're welcome.
You are watching a master at work.
Wonderful. Thank you, sound man and woman. Sound, you can't say sound. No, that's a Jamaican thing. Thank you for the sounds. They have a Jamaican term for the sound man. Thank you for that. Thank you for your DJing. Thank you for that. And King Lamua says, thank y'all. I think it's called, what do we call it? Sound selector.
Selector, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sound selector. That's what we used to yell. Sound selector. Okay. Yeah, sound selector. There was another Jamaican term. I can use sound selector. All right. Officially, Amun and Amunet and all the sound people are called the sound selectors. There we are. The other one was too matrixy. Sound selector. All right. So, shout out to everybody. Support the Tehuti podcast. I'm going to take a break, step off, and when I come back, everybody, we are going to get into the next question. Where's VRI? VRI, where are you, good brother? The next question sent in as an example of what's in the middle, which is Tehuti the only one on the planet answering in-depth questions on the per Haru on the afterlife? I find that when I say that, I don't find all the other people jumping up. My teacher does that too. I don't find anybody speaking when I say that. So is Tehuti the only one on the planet answering in-depth questions on the per Haru on the afterlife, which leads into what the next class is going to be, the Abba. And I'm going to ask everybody on the panel if they know what the Abba is, the Neb Abba, and imbuing the Neith within you. Oh my. That's gonna happen when I come back. So let me just ask everybody on the panel. Amun and Amunet, are you familiar with the Neb Abba? And do you know about the other teachers talking about imbuing the Neith within you? Strictly coming from the text.
No.
Okay. The Jed has read every Muta Ashby book written. I know he's come across the Abba. He had to have. So the Jed, give us a little short sample of the Abba and tell us what you know about the imbuing of Neith strictly according to the writings of Kemet.
So I'm like every sneak learner, I'm gonna say, oh yeah, there's plenty of people. My teacher tells me this all the time. Let me send the link. And then there's crickets. No link, no nothing. Nothing's being shown. I don't know any of that, Saba, so dua to you.
Nini Clash Nation. He just found out for the first time that the Stonehenge and those stones is not a Jesus thing. So we're gonna find out if he knows about the Abba, the Neb Abba, the Neb Saya, and imbuing the Neith frequency according to the indigenous writings. Clash Nation, what do you have on that?
I have big spiders that just pop up on my door. You know, I know you have big spiders on your hat that's called Neith. And everything I know about the Neb come from the house of ATTON, you know. So the per Akaba, I forget how to say it, but I have no knowledge on it like that yet. But I heard the sound, I heard it about it through the per ATTON. I heard you speak about it before, but no, I don't know what it is.
Okay, all the listeners out there, 36 people listening. I'm going to put it on the screen before I go, and when I come back, I'm going to put this on the screen. I'm going to give everybody, all the people listening out there, I'm going to give them the opportunity to get a good look at this. This is an example of just one of the type of questions that's sent in by people that actually study Ma'at and Kemet. I'll put this up on the screen. And then now I want the people, let me put this up on the screen first. Now I want the people to jump up and tell me about their teacher. This is when I want them to jump up right here. When you put the Per Haru on the screen, the writings of the indigenous people, and we're looking on the screen, Osar Ani Makaru Emert, Osiris Ani triumphant of Me'ert, are the forearms of Osar, Ani Makaru, it doesn't mean triumphant, but Makaru of NEBT-SAU is the backbone of Osiris. Ani, triumphant of Tut, is the chest of Osiris. Makaru, not triumphant, but Makaru of the NEBU-XERABU is the flesh of Osiris. Osar. Ani Makaru of mighty terror, body in the back. Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and people came bringing Kemet from the 1970s or so. I would like to know if this type of question, he's asking about this section right here. The NEB-XERABU, and up here, the NEB-SAU. If you've ever seen this addressed by any Kemetic teacher, because these terms, NEB-SAU and NEB-XERABU, is all over the Purim Haru. It's avoided by your teacher, but this is all over. This is echoed throughout the Purim Haru. The NEB-SAU is echoed throughout the Kemetic literature, and the NEBU-XERABU is echoed throughout the Purim Haru. I want to know if this is touched by any of the teachers. Go ahead and put the link in the room. Put the link in the room, and I would like to know if not, sit back. This class is gonna have no Tehuti overdrive. There's no Tehuti overdrive in this Dejed, not one. It's gonna be one smooth class with the smooth music, and at the end of the class, everybody's gonna question themselves within. Everybody, everybody support the Tehuti pod class. Support what's about to come up. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We are the House of the 10, the last representative frequency of the ancient Tehuti teachings of the NETERU, the last on the planet that teaches that the NETERU has teachings. We're the only on the planet that's teaching that and actually coming from the actual teaching. Support the Tehuti pod class, especially if you've never seen anything like this before. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. The questions coming up that I'm gonna answer when I come back is the KERABA imbuing the Neith within you, and at the bottom, support the Tehuti pod class only. I want to stress only if this has benefited you in any way. If not, feel free, please, to type in the room. This does not benefit me in any way. I will not support. But if this has benefited you in any way, support what it is that I do and what it is that you see happening here. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Appreciate me while I am here. I'll be back.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Peace and love, everybody. Thank you. I'll be right back.
Fire. Just to be in that state of mind and that frequency, to be able to have that interaction with a cobra, that is that's fire. And you see Saba does it with so many so many different serpents. It's fascinating. It feels cool because I got my serpents, right? I got my serpents from Saba, and our Sa Xavier, And he's cool. He's holding him now. Like he's good. He's excited. Like he's like all in. Like, oh, can we take the other one out? Like, can we? He's all, hey, he's super excited about it, which is super NEFER, right? I'm still trying to get the girls on board, right? Still trying to get Gabriella on board. I was like, come on, like you held ATTON, like you held ATTON at the pathways. You know what I mean? So these are nothing compared to ATTON. So, you know, she's coming around little by little, right? And but it's a beautiful thing. It's very, you know, calming, right? And I love every bit of it. So shout out to SABA for just you know, slowly putting me on, you know, parts of his frequency, right? And to me, that's a beautiful thing. Like it's a very NEFER thing, and I'm definitely grateful for what Saba's doing. I mean, more and more, I'm starting to understand when he says, like, you know, appreciate me or enjoy me while I'm still here. Because who would have known about the Stonehenge thing like that? How do you even look up those images? How do you even find that? And I know he's on I can only imagine that process, right? You'd be surprised how my mind has tried to imagine from the bits and pieces that, you know, he always gives us a little bit of his process, just a little bit. He give us a little bit, and then you try to imagine the rest of it, right? And to me, I'm like, man, like that's something that I'm just like, man, this is he's a living proof that that HEKAU is really real. It's real. And what our Paut has left for us is real, because nobody we know is doing it. Nobody hasn't still dropped the link to show, like, hey, like, boom, you know, this is happening all over the place. And if there is people like SABA, they don't have the courage to do what SABA doing right now. And that's love. Like, that's love. If there are other SABAs out there that's like SABA, I don't know what journey that is, but that's love for SABA to come out and do what he's been doing consistently all this time. He can just pack up and go. He's very comfortable with what he has, with his Neterts, his serpents, and, you know, doing what he's doing. He can stick to that. If he really wanted to, he can do that. But it's massive love to give these type of things, give these type of answers, and be able to show up every Saturday and present someone's question, and don't even tell nobody no. He's not laughing at anybody, he's not clowning them, any of those things. Like, when you're presenting a question to SABA, it's received with energy like this of what we just witnessed right now, and what most of us have witnessed all this time, right? But I'm just, for the new people, hey, how does that affect you? To me, that's NEFER, man. That's NEFER. That's pure That's pure love. I don't know what Saba do on a day-to-day basis. I don't know how busy he is, but to be as busy as he say he is, and then still bring answers like these, with no substitution, nobody to tag in and be like, hey, take over for me today. Hey, what do you say to that? And it's what blows me away every time. It's the reason why I show up. It's the reason why I do my part, my presentations. You know, we ain't quitting on that. You know, we with the House of ATTON consistently doing what we supposed to do. Like, that's the reason. And I feel like my effort is nowhere near close to Saba's. But hey, what you gonna do on a Saturday if he roll out? What's your Saturday look like? Do you just like go back into the Matrix? Like you just go back doing you just go back? Like there's no way you can forget any of these things. Even if you try, even if you try to just go backwards, this will always be within your consciousness. Always. We done been a part of too much. So there's no way to just like turn backwards and be like, whoa, let me get back into my old teachings that I was in. Whatever teaching that is, right? Wherever you come from. And to me, that's just man, what we gonna do? And yeah, man, Saba is just he's unapologetic, and he's direct, but so much love at the same time. And I feel like that's a NEFER thing, man. That's a NEFER thing. It's NEFER. And I feel like no matter how much, whatever I do from what I have been doing and what I do from here on out, I just feel like it'll never amount to how much Saba has contributed. You know what I mean? To us on a consistent basis like this. And that's, to me, that's the part that's real you know, it grounds me. That's the part that really makes me reflect on, hey, how much am I really doing? So, to you, great Saba. I definitely appreciate you, and all the gems, the jewels you drop, all those things, like that's. Yeah. Dua. Hush Nation, what's good, great brother?
Dua, my brother. Dua. Big Dua. Dua Saba. Tehuti HOTEP. Saba is the NETERU. The NETERU exists. The Heka really works. The Egyptians are black. Nathan's hot dog. Hey, For me, my experience is weird because I was in a lot of ISFET, you see? So for SABA to come out to California and take me out to ISFET in the Caribbean, that alone mean everything to me, you know? So if it's 1% that overs the HEKO really works, it would be me, you know what I mean? Because from the Podcraft days, shout out to Killer Priest and 80 Ross, from the Podcraft days, the HEKO was just bossing, you know, and now the House of ATTON is like the Killer Priest Podcraft on steroids, you know, so now we're getting more empowerment on a whole nother level that has shown me that it's a good thing, you know, but I still gotta brace up for it because it's the real deal. I ain't know who doubting, you know what I mean? But you gotta know where you're on. So now the Pekka MQ going make it comfort as conscious light. So me being on that journey, seeing the consistency of the tour, the receivings is just mind-blowing, expected and unexpected because of that, you know, that glow what SABA had from since the Killer Priest podcast, from when I first see him. My glow come from grapeseed oil. SABA glow come from pet for real, you know? So to be connected with the House of ATTON is life-changing, you know? And to receive dua from the House of ATTON is next level empowerment, you know? So just to speak to the doubters, the HEKO really works, the NETERU exists, the House of ATTON is here. You know, like when you're looking for something all over the place, it right in front of your face. So now people can just watch SABA Tehuti and they can go over the head because he right in front of their face. But now if you put on that IBIS head and you do some digging, you're going to receive the tour, you're going to receive the Sukem, you're going to receive a lot, you know. And for me, being lost in the sauce to being here is the best roller coaster ride man could have experienced, because you know we like adrenaline, you know, but this come with meru bigger than benefits, you know. So it's just to soak it in and spread it. I was used to roll with a reciprocity mentality, but I didn't know about reciprocity, you know what I mean? So to come here and learn about it it just showed me how everything just so intertwined. You know, back to the Picard, the golden mean ratio, Fibonacci, whatever you want to call it, you know. SABA to just take something from wherever it is and then bring it in front of you, you know. If people don't know what HEKAU is magic, you know. So I just want to tell everybody that the NETERU exists. If you want to support the NETERU, support SABA Tehuti, support the House of ATTON. And I could say the NETERU exists 1,000 times, you know, because I know you have a lot of doubt. People can't believe reality. SABA is reality. Tehuti is reality. The NETERU is reality. And that's just the way it is. Whatever you think real ain't real. And SABA is real, you know. So reciprocity, yourself, treat yourself good, love yourself, build yourself before you kill yourself. Man ain't got time to waste. SABA Tehuti here. Get what you could get to build yourself, and reciprocity does build yourself. I bring reciprocity to the House of ATTON, and then I get back more reciprocity. So I speaking from experience. Yeah, it's easy for me to come on the panel and send support because these things just, SABA just 180, man, you check. So, to Adua, Sekem SABA Tehuti, Uniturs, the House of ATTON, everybody was supporting. SABA whole out. Appreciate all you was supporting. That's big, man. Amunet and the House of ATTON, that's big, man. I appreciate that so much. I could briefly answer piece of VRI question. Anipata does teach from the per M Heru. Amunet does teach from the per M Heru, the Jed Sajem. Does teach from the per M Heru, Atef from Kemaat. And Tua for you because man life receiving a lot of light, you know, Anki and Ma'at, and the light also reflecting. So I guess all the glow come from the grape seed oil, you know. But if you don't want to give reciprocity, you just got to do yourself work. You know, just build yourself, love yourself. And again, Anki and Ma'at from there. And for everybody who are supporting to us so much, because you're helping me a whole lot. If you don't know it, like the Jet say, SABA could do so much things. SABA could be doing HEKAU. He could be changing other people's life. He doing it here, you know. He could be training people. He don't have to be here. So everybody was supporting to us so much because it have a big effect on my life, and then I could share the light, and then I could build my out. So to for that so much. Yeah, but big Ma'at. Big love. HOTEP.
Well, for your beautiful words, your brother Hush Nation, for expressing your Ebe, your heart to us, everybody that's listening, well to you as well, to Jed, for your beautiful words, expressing your Ebe and heart, everybody who's listening. Enjoy those serpents. Definitely beautiful. And yes, Hekaru definitely works. It's vast, infinite, expansive, and works for everybody in a multitude of ways, unique, beautiful ways. But with the serpents, having the serpents from Solitude is definitely a great experience. Having them will definitely make you look inside at yourself to see the programming society has programmed you with. You could be there looking at the snake, and for some reason thoughts like comes up like, oh, I can't go by the head, it's gonna bite me. They do nothing. They don't bite. They don't do any of that stuff. Just slither around, enjoy their life. And it really makes you, like for me personally, and I've seen it in other people too in the past, really makes you see right in front of you how people and frequencies can put thoughts in your head that stop you from doing something that's completely harmless and actually benefit. Just having the serpent in front of you and then seeing someone be scared of it, and to see them repeat things that they were taught to not enjoy themselves is really sad. It's interesting. It's also a learning lesson at the same time. So having animals like that is definitely great. I think especially for people that are scared. But you have to be courageous as well and willing to accept that challenge. Be excited for the challenge, like Paul was saying earlier, and break the matrix. Take it as a way to analyze your own mind, because they really are. Most of them, at least, are really harmless unless they're venomous, and even when they're venomous, not gonna bite you. Just like people think that snakes, like, oh, I want to kill this person. they don't think that they're just living their life, want to eat, be comfortable. So yeah, so many different things that Saba brings forth to us from his personal life, what he makes known to us, all has to do with learning and advancing and echoing out into immortality. It's absolutely beautiful. And I'd like to point out the synchronicity behind Hush Nation. There's the Nia symbol. You have the intertwining right there, the intertangling right there. The beautiful synchronicity right there, because I was going to be teaching on Neith coming up. And I like what Hush Nation was saying about how the Hekaru works for him, about the place he was in versus where he is now. That's beautiful to hear. Definitely want more people to experience what he experienced. A lot of people out there in all sorts of different countries and places that definitely, quote unquote, live in the trenches. Have to go through all different types of things growing up. I hope for all those people to experience the Hekaru that we've all experienced here. Relate to what Sabo was saying earlier about how he went to the store, but he didn't even go in the store. He just sat in the car and looked around and stuff. I feel that way sometimes too when I see certain things, especially when more and more I learn, the more and more I look at somebody. When I see someone and they speak with an accent that makes no sense, and they use words and slang that I can't even comprehend because I don't want to try to decipher what they're saying. Makes me feel really uncomfortable. Makes me feel like almost sad. At the same time, though, while I'm feeling that, my mind is trying to escape those feelings by trying to figure out how can I give this person some information or some knowledge so that way they can benefit themselves, rethink the situation that they're in. Because when we learn what our ancestors, the civilization that they lived in, and the energy they imbued themselves in. And you see people that look like the descendants of that civilization of our ancestors. It's it's like worse than any horror movie they've ever come out with. Worse than Conjuring or anything like that. It's the real jump scare to see someone sagging their pants, walking a certain way, treating a female a certain way and themselves a certain way, and saying they come from this block and that block and all different types of stuff like that, when really where their ancestors would say they came from is a complete different place, a complete opposite. That to me is a true horror movie, and I use those feelings and those emotions to motivate myself to try to open up people, open up their mind, give them something else to live for, so that way they have the chance to walk through the door to enter into a pure state. So I like what you said, Hush Nation, the little bit that you dropped. I know definitely you have so much more to say, and what you said is important, because people that watch us in the future that relate to you, which is a lot of people, will definitely take that inspiration and apply it to themselves and be able to feel a connection to what's being taught here in SABA Tehuti through you. That's very beautiful. You said this class is absolutely beautiful, absolutely phenomenal. Everybody support. Everybody show SABA Tehuti love. I like how he went over the Cheddar Man part. I remember Amunet posted something that Saba had posted on Twitter one time. She had reposted on Instagram. Wow, the hate was absolutely real. There was so many quote unquote Caucasian or light people inside the comments. They were hating so much on the fact that the oldest found person, hominid, inside of the British Isles is a person with that much melanin. They were absolutely throwing so much hate. It was wild, and it reminded me how there's a lot of people out there who, because of the society norms and stuff like that, they say, oh, they're not racist, or they say, oh, you're fine because you look this way. Deep down, you tell them, well, you know, you look like me in the past. Well, they freak out and they show their real colors. And that was a great reminder for me. A lot of people don't know that the present day British people, they come from a whole different place. They used to call themselves, I don't know if they still do, but they called themselves Anglo-Saxons, which came from Saxony, which is a location in northern Germany, Denmark. And they came and invaded that region and killed a whole bunch of the people that were there. Not a lot of people know that. For them to disassociate with things that they don't like that correlate with the Cheddar Man makes sense, considering they went there, killed a whole bunch of people that looked like that, and then did what they did as they became an empire and colonized the world. I like that Saba brought that up. I like that Saba went into the native people of Hispania, Dominican Republic, and Haiti. That was beautiful. Not a lot of information out there about them. You have to really dig and search for that. Happy that Saba went into that. Very interesting the way that history has played out, where we are today. It's really beautiful that we're here today, considering all the stuff that happened in the past, from people like the colonizers, people like Christopher Columbus and stuff like that, and the conquistadors. They did so much damage, and they did so many horrible things. Miracle that we're here. It's beautiful, and at the same time, it's not surprising. Come out the doors forever. I'm happy that we are here. Happy that we are able to break free of systematic oppression, very detailed systematic oppression that has plagued our minds in our early stages of our lives and people in the past as well. Because like, if you really think about the things our ancestors went through, it's a miracle that we're here, real. Because they went through war for hundreds of years. There's cultures that don't exist anymore because of these. The fact that we're here is beautiful. I give thanks to the NETERU for that, for all other ancestors that have worked on this planet and in the next realm, in the hidden realm, in the Amenta realm, to help us continue to be here. I think about that all the time. A lot of people, they think about what the ancestors have done while they were here, but not a lot of people think about what the ancestors continue to do while they exist in the hidden realm. What they do for us right now and every day, what they do for us, the little things that we might not even notice because we're not aware enough. That is beautiful. That's why altars are so important to give things, to give back to what's given to you. It's absolutely phenomenal. And I don't know, I'm so grateful to be here and be here with all of you. The fact that SABA is able to open up our minds and open up other people's minds, teach us to open up people's minds, and that there's people that want this information and want to be able to be pure to themselves is an absolute beautiful thing. It's pure, it's immaculate, it is KEKO, it's eternal, and it's thankfully continuous. And now we have babies being born into the HOA, like I said, have more children be born in the future. And really think about it, like, who knows in the future how many kids Offset can have. She can have like 4 or 5 kids. Now you got like, you're just multiplying, and then Pata and Saket, they go have kids, and then Amunet and I will have kids. Hush Nation go find them a mate, everyone just have kids, and boom, next thing you know, 20, 30 years, you got like 50 people, 100 people, all in mod, all intertangled, intertwined. Give it 100 years, I can't even imagine how many people there will be. All we have to do is stay dedicated and committed. And what's beautiful too is that our children should, if we do everything correctly, be better than us. Think about the future. The future looks great, looks bright, looks absolutely beautiful. So I'm thankful for Sabatudi. Sabatudi will definitely, as time goes on, his shrine, his HOTEP will get bigger and bigger. One day we're gonna have to, like, someone's gonna have to write. We're gonna have to have Pata write a Medu Netter that the future generations need to make like some sort of Karnak type temple for Sabatudi, because he really is the one person who's gonna spread out for hundreds and thousands of people in the future. That can't be done again. That can't be recreated. I don't think it's ever been done. Even back in the time of our ancestors, I don't know any story or anything of one person having knowledge and then spreading it out throughout all different types of people. With our ancestors, the NETERU as a group spread knowledge. Other cultures, groups spread knowledge. Saba was just himself. Now he's created us. He's gonna create more people. We're gonna create more people. And it's it is the phenomena that Saba is the one here to spread Ma'at to all of us and future generations. That's why you, Sabatudi, will be praised for eternity by people on earth and in pet. Welcome back.
Tua, you came back to the end of something beautiful. Thank you for those last few sentences that I heard. Tua, for that. And I'm glad you appreciate me. And I heard something about a shrine being built, or NETERU, and I said having 4 children or something. But Tua to you visioning the future. We're jumping a couple decades into the future and seeing the beauty of what this produces. And I look forward to seeing that. And hopefully at that time we'll have Primordial in about maybe, I keep saying it right. About the Jed and about 40 other Dejeds, 50 other Dejeds that just want to live off of jewels. And I won't have to do podcast anymore. It'll just be 50 guys like the Jed saying, come over here, drop a jewel, drop a jewel, drop a jewel. And I can actually just relax over doing podcasts and watch the youth grow up and just kind of relax. So Tua for that. That's the whole goal here is this will be continued by the youths that never got to see the Matrix, never got to truly experience the Matrix. Those are the ones that are going to really shine for those youths, because the generation, like your generation, Amun, as they call it, and the one right before yours, the 20 to 17-year-olds, they're done. They're finished. They're not producing a Big Daddy Kane. They're not producing a Busta Rhymes. They're not producing a Karis one. Then there's no more Bob Marleys being born. There's not even Beanie Man. There's not even everything is finished. So the ones that the children they have are completely through. But yet, so they'll be so low a frequency, and our set will be so high that our set will be like a supreme, true netter. By the time a set grows up, Tekashi 6ix9ine will be considered the elite conscious man. Mark my words. By the time a set is 20, Tekashi 6ix9ine and Dirty Red, whoever those guys are, that's the Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad. So a little girl and boy raised up in consciousness without the Matrix will be an angel to them. So let's continue, everybody. Beautiful words. Let me go reset the Cash Apps, the PayPals, and press reset so I can get into the next set of questions coming in from VRI. That one was already 2 hours. We're gonna get into the next cycle here. I see Kiko Jones. To you, Kiko Jones. I see your great support. We're going to read that on the next go round. And let's get into the next question, everybody. In the Tehuti Pod class, is VRI in the chat? Is he on the board? Is he around? Did he go to sleep? Because this next question is for VRI. VRI, are you around? This one is for you. He is on business. What part of the day he's in as far as his responsibilities? So I'm going to continue on with this question here. Let me go on. Here it is. Abba. Everybody get your pen and your pads out. Get ready. We are about to get into this next question. Ben. This one is, let me see. One. This one is kind of big too. Okay. Expand. Oh, why does it look like this? This is strange. Okay. Odd. Okay, no problem. We're going to go through with it. No problem. It's a little bit, the quality is a little bit off in the beginning with the words, but that's fine. I know what the words are. So here we go, everybody. We're going to get to the next question. Get your pen, your pads out. I see the number is growing already. 37. When I came, it was like 29. We are about to get into this next question, which is based on the good brother VRI, who has an inquiry directly from the Purim Haru. I was not going to do this live. I was going to do this as one of the options was a one-on-one for VRI, but he is a person that doesn't necessarily. He reminds me similar of Amun. The type of questions, the type of interest when I'm teaching the class is greatly appreciated. But as far as specific questions in the pod class coming from like the Purim Haru, the pyramid text, that is more like Annie Scribe and say Saket. VRI, Amun, and others are more New World Order, government PSYOPS projects, symbolisms with the rock group. That's like VRI's domain right there. But VRI is not known for sending in questions based on a page of the Purim Haru. So I decided to address this question live for the class to see, because this is going to be reminiscent and remind everybody of a NETER. This is going to be like 2 NETER classes. If you all know how those were. There's not going to be any Tehuti overdrive. It's just straight from the teachings, straight with the symbolism, straight with what the words are, straight with some Kemetic history, and it's going to be a beautiful thing. And so get ready, everybody, and digest and get ready to enjoy. So I'm going to say peace and love to Amun and Amunet. See you in the chat. Peace and love to Dejed, the Jewel Man. See you in the chat. Peace and love to Hush Nation, who's ready for a treat. He doesn't even know anything about what this is about to be about, but he's gonna love it in the end somehow. Shout out to Hush Nation. Get ready, everybody. We're about to get right back into the next set of questions sent into the Tehuti pod class. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 if you can hear me. The questions that we're going to get into today, the next set of questions are going to be the explanation of the Kur Abba, which is going to lead to the imbuing the Neith energy within you. And this will show the answer to, is Tehuti the only one on the planet answering in-depth questions on the Per-Em Haru pertaining to the afterlife? We're about to see that right now. You're not going to see any reference to the Bible, no reference to the Quran, no reference to what they stole, this was taken, Heru was no reference to any of that. Here at the House of Atten, I am confident enough to hold the people's attention with a class that could be an hour plus long of engaged interaction, strictly coming from the teachings of the indigenous writings, the ancestors, and the common sense of how we understand it today. So get ready, everybody. If you all can hear me, let me see if there's 9s in the room. Any 9s in the room? We got Ampu's in the room with the 9. Yvette's in the room with the 9. Nook for Nook, you're gonna love it. Nook Poo. I don't know where you are right now, but you definitely have to be on the next panel. You're gonna love this. Nook Poo with the 9. Hush Nation with the 9. Amunet says peace and love. Saba 9. Daniel Sentmer with the 999. Daniel Sentmer says get ready to get your mind blown again and again. Oh, you said send the link. Oh, I wasn't there when you said that. So the next break, you're going to be on there on Nook Poo. VRI, you're here? You need to be on the panel talking to the people really quickly, but I'm glad you're here to actually hear the answer. And this brother right here is here. Let's get it. He's probably in the kitchen whipping up some food. Let's get the answer right now. Are you ready, everybody? Yeah, he's in the kitchen. It's close to 9 o'clock. This is the eating time. Okay, we got the timer set ready. Robert is still here. Get ready, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class, and here we go. Ready? Let's go. 1. Yeah, he's consistent. Yeah. Here it is. 1. Yeah. Vera says, I just awoke again, just in time. 5 a.m. over here. Oh my goodness. 5 a.m. You're good. I can't wake up at 5 a.m. You're great. Well, you woke up just in NETER time. because we're about to start your answers. I don't know what woke you up. I don't wake up at 5 a.m., but someone woke you up at 5 a.m. right at the time we're about to start. So here we go, everybody. Let's put the screen on. Boom, boom, boom. Put the timer on. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists. What is the original religion, original languages? What are the original religious languages? What are the original spiritual languages? Who are the NETERU? What about my physical health? What about mental health and detoxification of mental subconscious thoughts? What about out-of-body experiences? Are those from ancient sources, or are they just from New Age sources? What about government PSYOPs? Do those exist? Telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, etc., thinking that you have escaped the matrix, so now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little did you know you have stepped into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised and is infiltrated in the form of the New Age conscious or Black conscious community. Unfortunately, they've gotten into this community too. The atheists who have disguised themselves as, now they're disguised as the new Kemetic teachers, metaphysical teachers, the esoteric teachers, such and such, so forth and so on, in the agenda of the matrix to just focus on what's called knowledge, but no spiritual discipline of the ancients with any references. Most, if not all, their lectures, showings, panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but just wear the symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification. They do not live by any actual written culture. Thus, they can only teach from memes or do what is called counter-teaching. Counter-teaching is to just go against someone else, what someone else teaches. So counter-teaching is to just go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate, debunk, expose, challenge videos, challenge other spiritual beliefs. The subject matters are limited to the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Bible is stolen, the Hebrews are wrong over and over and over again. They're proud that the Egyptians are black, but they will not follow any other teaching, so they're proud of their physical appearance, but not proud of what their brain and discipline produces. Their conversations are all based on, I heard that, Nanny. The conversations are all based on, let me tell you what's wrong with such and such group. They'll start with the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt, but they will not have classes about the pyramids in America and how it pertains to lifting your spiritual self or how you can apply it to anything happening in your life. They're just talking about what's older. It's always a competition conversation. Their conversations are based on, we are American Indian, not African. Instead of having a class on what is the exact Native American you are and what is the ritual practices that you perform and the disciplines that match what the ancient Native Americans did before you were here arguing. They only do what's called counter-teaching. Counter-teaching is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have any confidence that any African or Ma'at or Kemetic culture can stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need contention. They need the shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything. You will note that most of their statements start with negative foundational speech, such as what most people don't know. Let me tell you why you're wrong. What you fail to recognize. Everything is fighting everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual disciplines in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice when the computer shuts down or when the debate fight is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide the fact that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to even ask any of these questions, and you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism, to disunite under the disguise of knowledge. But no structure, no structured unity system, as all the ancient ancestors did. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever their actions are for that day, with no accountability, obligation, or accountability to anyone telling them where they have done wrong in the culture or have slipped up. There's no elders because they have no system of elders or respect. No cultural way, thus they're loneism. They're about loneism, individualism, which is completely against what we were before colonization. They are in a state of solipsism, which is to believe that everything exists because of your brain. Everything comes out of you, meaning that no matter what they do, they are always right because they can never be checked by an elder or a culture, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet evil, which is why they use the word introvert, and the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language. So this is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no ancient culture, because we always moved as a mental unified group, not individuals hiding behind computer screens teaching I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of them was a unified force with structure and accountability to a specific way of life. Thus, this unity is the New Age conscious community's teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists, who are outsiders just collecting and studying information on Egypt, but not living anything, not to unify themselves as the followers of Ma'at did, the ones that created Kemet, in which they study with structure, discipline, and a ranking system. Thus, their videos, lectures are mainly complaining or telling you what's wrong videos, never what's right. Here are wise words that the House of Aten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your glass of water up beside it for the people to drink. And thus the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up and gave them a better way. If not, you are just a complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of Aten, the Tehuti Pod class, the only platform class that exists on the planet, the only platform class that exists on the planet, where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type of answer, customized, and on top of that, then taught live for you with each answer. Get subconscious matrices broken is here at the Tehuti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And we're getting into the question, which was sent in by VRI, who just woke up, who says, Tua Saba, Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. Tua for taking a look at the sources provided. Thank you for going to retrieve answers in a place that may have not been comfortable for your Ka. I'm appreciative for the explanations given. I would love to have the opportunity to discuss this subject, perhaps with what was sent towards the one-on-one. Perhaps what was sent to go towards a one-on-one if there's ever time. But if that's not possible, a question that has been on my mind quite a while since mesmerizing the section in the Per Emheru attributed to the NETERU to each body part is, what's the question? Who are the NETERU, NEBT-SAU, and NEBU-XERABU? I think they are attributed to forearms and chest, but I could be wrong in my reading of the section. Boom, there's the question. Wonderful. Another excellent question that this time coming from VRI. Let me shrink it down a little bit so we can all see this. Okay. Another excellent question, this time coming from VRI, and this question has literally only been asked in Earth's history and will be answered only here at the Tehuti class, unless one can show you or show me otherwise where this question has been asked and answered before. This is an exact prime example of the question and answer, of a question and answer that will be based on the words, images, and thoughts of the indigenous people without having to bring up the Bible or any other religion. This is an example of something that you will never see done on any of the other so-called Kemetic platforms that strictly loops and loops for years the same topics of the Egyptians being black, the Bible is stolen, the Christians, Hebrews are wrong, but can never do a full class strictly on the afterlife teachings coming from the Nile Valley without any contention or bringing up any other religion. Please put them to the test. Open up the Per M Haru, and I dare you to ask this question and listen to the crickets, which will transform into them telling you that this question is not important, which will transform into them telling you, again, that this question is not important, which will transform into the topic of the Egyptians being black or the Bible being tampered with, which they do not care about the actual teachings, thus they cannot answer this. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the House of the 10, where this will be answered because we care and represent the NETERU. Let us continue. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. Move this over, and here we go. Okay. VRI sent a source of reference, which I emphasize the parts of focus. So here's what VRI actually sent. He sent these pages from the Prem Haru, and I emphasized them by putting them in neon squares. And his question was about, I had taught a class on the NETERU being imbued in your body parts and each of the NETER frequency representing a body part, but I never actually taught why those specific body parts. He came across this section where it spoke about NEBT-SAU, which I have in the neon square, and NEBU-XERABU. These NETERU here, that one is the chest and one is the forearms. The forearms of Osiris Anitra Makaru, Lady of SAU, and is the chest of Osar Ani, triumphant NEBU-XERABU. Okay? So we'll get into this answer of what this is, what actually is happening here. Okay, ready, everybody? Let's continue. This is actually a picture from his book. Open up to the page. So this is actually coming from plates chapter, from plates 32, but chapter 42 of the Prem Haru, the oldest out-of-body immortality portable set of writings to ever exist on this planet Earth. This particular section is about the implementation of the NETER frequency and the storyline with each of your body parts. Here, I have the actual original Prem Haru in the Medu, where we can see the reference to the words that are being asked about. So here we are. So what you saw over here on this page, this is the translation and the transliteration. The beautiful thing about being a part of the House of the 10 or being a part of Ma'at is that you can actually show the original writing. This is not a version. This is the actual picture from the Prem Haru that Ani had 1250 BC. This is the actual one, not distorted, not tampered with. And underneath are some of the English words. You see the English words? So when you scroll down, what do we see down here? We see Lady of SAIS, and you go up here, and you see upper breasts, or they have forearms, and then you go here to the Lords of Kerabu, and then you see muscles, and sometimes they're translated as chest. So you see the body parts, and then you see the neter that are associated with them. Most people know about Nun, Ra, Het Heru, Weperet, Anpu, Serket, Aset, Neith, NEBT-SAU, NEBT-SAU, and NEBU-XERABU. I've actually never heard anybody talk about them. Emphasize by showing you it larger. Here is Lady of SAIS. It's really NEBT-SAU, and representing the forearm area, and then the chest muscle, the forearm area Sena, then the chest muscle Senbet over here, and these are the CARRIBS, as was asked in the question, and CARRIBS. Look closely, everybody. Notice that this says CARRIBS. It doesn't say CARRIBS. When we go over here, so there's your first jewel BRI of understanding that here it says CARRIBS. See that? CARRIBS. CARRIBS. Ooh. Over here, it says CARRIBS. So CARRIBS, CARRIBS, which I will elaborate on shortly. Why is it sometimes it shows as CARRIBS and then sometimes CARRIBS? Okay, further elaboration on the body parts. I would like, well, something could, oh, here it is. Now, before we get into, and here's the writings of them, CARRIBS and NEBT-SAU. So NEBT right there, NEBT-SAU. And that's the feminine sign, which is the Araret, what they call the cobra today. So that's NEBT-SAU. And over here is NEBT-XERABU or AHA, ABA or AHA. Now, before we get into further elaboration on the body parts, I would like everyone to take note of the symbol that is in the Medu word CARRIBS, which will give me the opportunity to reveal to you why CARRIBS and CARRIBS are interchangeable and relate to the same theme. So let me show you the symbol that is inside the word. Here we go. Let's go down. So we look inside the word. What do we see? This symbol right here. See that it looks like a cross inside of a circle? Right there. So what is that symbol there? Because interestingly, it's a neter, but the symbol here, at the end of it, there's a neter symbol, and then there's this determinative here. Why is that? That symbol or word right there is pronounced new. That's the word new. And it represents a livable town, crossroads of a community and a land that people live, just as we see in the word Kemet. So here's the word Kemet on the Ramesses Tekken. And there's a symbol right there. It looks like a cross inside of a circle. And there's Kemet. So interestingly enough, the CARRIBS, the question is being asked, who's the neter CARRIBS? But in the CARRIBS has a city image. Not just a neter image, but a city image. So here we go. So as soon as we start the word CARRIBS or CARRIBS, within the word we see that originally this was a landmass or a town that was labeled CARRIBS, but why also do we see it pronounced as CARRIBS? And how do either of those things associate with a neter in a particular imbuement and the empowerment of a particular body part? But first, let me show you the next word with the question, which is NEBT-SAIS are NEB-SAU. So here it is. Here is CARRIBS, and there you see the symbol for the livable town right there, right there. And it even says the CARRIBS is inside of another town, Inu, which they translate as Heliopolis. And here's CARRIBS and Inu, and you see them both with the town symbol there, the livable town. So before we get into why CARRIBS and CARRIBS are interchangeable and associate with a neter and a particular part of the body, we're going to go to NEBT-SAU, which was the next part of the question. And there we see NEBT-SAU, and what is it? They have Lady of SAIS, but who is that neter? What is it? And when we look at the rendition of SAU that becomes SAIS, what do we see? We see SAIS with the town sign again. Sa, that's SAAU, and there's the livable town sign again. So both CARRIBS and NEBT-CARRIBS and NEBT-SAU both have town symbols. That's interesting, but the question is asked, what neter are they? Are they a neter or are they a town? And here's where it begins to unfold. Interestingly, there's that symbol again. Yes, another place, another town. Now when we look, what do we see? We see an actual area called SAAU, or SAIS. That was the oldest medical center in Kemet. Excavated remnants of SAIS. There's a statue of Par-Ee, Psemtek, stood in the sanctuary of the temple of SAAU. And even though the SAAU, SAIS goes back to past 3000 BC, we see that there's still reverence to SAAU with Psemtek, who stands in the sanctuary of the temple in 550 BC. And who was SAIS? Who was SAAU area dedicated to? Who is Psemtek called the son of? Psemtek, the Par-Ee or the pharaoh, is called the son of somebody. Let's go ahead and see. So when we go in the sanctuary, we see this right here, which is himself holding a shrine or a met of Osiris, Osar. And what does it say there on the translation? It says Psemtek sa Meri Neith. And here's Psemtek's Shabti. So Psemtek, the son of Neith. That was his title in the sanctuary. He was called the son of Neith. So here is the Shabti, or the Shabti of Psemtek, son of Neith, overseer of the scribes of the royal meals. This is 27th, what they call 27th dynasty. Did a class on that. There's no such thing as a dynasty. 525 to 500 BC. So boom, and there's Neith. Boom. There is the NEBT-SAU, which is Neith, the great warrior hunter. So the lady of SAIS is Neith. That's SAAU. The area was dedicated to Neith, and Psemtek in that area called himself the son of Neith. So there's NEBT-SAU, Neith, the great warrior hunter, associated so strongly with being a warrior, even the other name for SAU, which was Sepmeh, the way that you spelled it were arrows and shields. So here is Neith, or NEBT-SAU, who is so known for being a warrior and hunter that the way that you even wrote the name of the city dedicated to her was with weapons. So here is SAAU, or SAAU, see it? And here's Sepmeh with arrows and a shield inside of the name of the city. You couldn't write the city without writing weaponry. That's how associated Neith was with weaponry and being a warrior. Neith was a great hunter, but what did Neith hunt? In the writing, what was Neith hunting? Did she hunt sheep, cattle, lions? Here are her symbols. They're hunting symbols, which is the bow, the arrow and the shield on one side. There's the arrow on the other side, and there's the bow beneath it. Those are words, are symbols you'd put inside of the word Neith. What was she a hunter of? She was called Neith, the goddess who warred against Isfet in the energetic double of this realm to protect the deceased. That is why the shield is in her name. She represented victory over the deceased, which was the protection over the fiends of the impotent revolt. So Neith was not a hunter out hunting cattle or out hunting lions. She was out hunting the Isfet fiends. She was protecting the beings in the afterlife, or protecting the beings on the other side, in the other dimension, with the shield and the arrows of protection. And that's why the ancient writings describe her as shooting the SABA fiends, the Isfet fiends, the sons of the impotent revolt. That's who she was a hunter of the negative succubi energy that's described in the term Haru. She sought out and hunted negative succubi or succubus consciousness in the out-of-body NETERU realm for the purification of souls in the afterlife. She was a protector of those purifying themselves in the next realm and hunting out the Isfet fiends, which were succubi that would live off of the energetic fields and energetic consciousness of the deceased and those in the other realm, which I did a whole class on the succubi, mentioning in the Kemetic writing, in the Ma'at writing. So that's what she was the hunter of negative energy to protect those who are trying to purify themselves. So that is SAAU. I want you to remember that. And now let's get back to the next word, in which was after Kurd, which looks like Abba or Aba'u, which the U makes something more than one of. Now, interestingly, the other pronunciation of this word is aha. So here we see where VRI sends the question, and when he sends the question, he types in, which I have in the neon half box, NEBU-XERABU, and there it is right there in the Perm Haru. NEBU-XERABU, NEBU-XERABU, with a clear B sound. But then when you look over here, the same word is now, shrink it down, is NEBU-XERAHA. Why is that? Well, you never know why that is if your teachers are just teaching you every day that the Egyptians are black and the Bible is wrong for 52 hours a day over and over again. You will never understand why is it that the Ker-Abu is also the Ker-Aha. This is going to lead into some great men of the past that are a part of the creation of the understanding of this name. Let me walk you through Aha to show you that this was the name of an actual Par-Ii that they say is a pharaoh. This was the name of a pharaoh, a Par-Ii, that was one of the heirs of the famous unifiers of the land, whose name was Narmer. So Aha is actually the name of a physical man who was the heir of this great warrior. He was Narmer, the great warrior defender and unifier of Smawitawi in 3173 BC. So thus far, Neith is known as a warrior against Isfet. Narmer is known as a warrior. And what about his son? So we have two warriors. And what about the son, whose actually his name was Aha? His name was Hor-Aha. Hor-Aha, and this is 3050 BC. And this is one of the things that is left of him, is his Sarek. So here's his name. You notice he has Hor in his name. Now we're down in the Museum of Berlin. Hor-Aha's name in the alabaster ointment vessel. This is in the Museum of Berlin. Heru the fighter. So here we have Heru Hor-Aha. They have his Heru the fighter. So we have another warrior now in the story and the theme with the same word that is in the Ker Abba, but sometimes Ker Aha. And we look at the word Aha. One is Heru, and one is the word Aha. Heru is Horus, or Heru. And then the Aha is a fighter, again, a warrior. So boom, another name associated with a warrior from Ma'at. In actuality, the first name associated with Heru, birthing the continuation of the Par-I'is having what's called a Heru warrior name. So the Par-I'is, or the pharaohs, have 5 names. This is one of the oldest traces of that. He was named Heru Hor-Aha, and the pharaohs after that, one of their names was called the Heru name, the name representing their position of a Shesh Heru, or a follower, walker along the lines of what Heru did. So this pharaoh having the Heru warrior names, guess who? That's how the pharaohs have the Heru warrior names. He was one of the first to continue it after the Zep Tepi. And guess who they have as Aha's mother's name? And the wife of Narmer. So guess who they have logged in history as Aha the warrior? What's his mother's name? And Narmer's wife's name, which would be Aha's mother. Guess what they have logged as the name of Aha's mother? Here's the alabaster fragment. The name what? The name of the queen, Neith. Neith Hotep in 3050 BC. They have logged in history as Aha's mother and Narmer's wife, Neith. There's Neith again. Okay, so boom, Neith Hotep, and that would make a complete family named after and representing warrior Neters. So now what we have here, we have the term Ker Nebt Ker Aha. When we look at Aha, Aha means a fighter or a warrior. We see that Aha was the name of a physical man who was the son of one of the most known greatest warriors, who is Narmer. We see that on the other side of Ker Aha, we see NEBT-SAU, which is Neith. Neith, who's known as the great warrior, the great defender of Ma'at, and the great warrior and hunter. Aha is a word that means fighter and warrior. Then we have, after the Zep Tepi, we have Narmer, who is the great warrior, the unifier of Smawi-Tawi. When he unified it, Smawi-Tawi. His son is called the great warrior, known as one who fights like Heru. And his mother is named after Neith, the great warrior. That's father, Narmer, warrior, son, named after Heru the warrior, wife, mother, named after Neith the warrior. Let's continue on with this. Well, let's continue on. Let's see how long we can teach without bringing up the Bible, the Egyptians are black, or the Hebrew is wrong. Let's continue to see if we can hold the people's attention strictly with the teachings from the ancestors. Here we go. No contention at all. Boom. Neith Hotep. And that would make a complete family named after and representing warrior Neters. Here we go. Aha established the ancient city of NEFER, today mutated into the word Memphis by the Greeks, who had a frequency speech impediment, which I've been covering for years, talking about the frequency impediment that does not allow the Greeks to actually say words that they can say and have all the letters for, but they refuse to say the actual word. So instead of saying Min Nefer, which in Greece they have the letter M, they have the letter N, they have the letter F, they have the letter R. So they can and do have the ability to say Min Nefer, but they don't. They say Memphis. Memphis. They turn the letter N into an M, and then all of a sudden Nefer becomes Fis. They're not seeing Memphis, they're seeing Min Nefer, but their frequency does not allow them to say the word properly, so they have to change it, and now the letter N becomes an M, and now today they push that as the name of the city. They never call it Min-Nefer. It's always called Memphis. The city of Memphis, that's the speech impediment version of Min-Nefer. That city, that ancient city in past 3000 BC was set up by Hor-Aha. This was Min-Nefer, this ancient area. Okay? Let us continue on. Ready? Scroll down. Guess what temple and other city was established during the time of Aha? So during Aha's reign, what temple and other city was established? Yes, the temple of Sais, the temple of SAAU. There's your place, SAAU, set up by Aha, whose mother was also called Neith, both the great warriors. It was set up for Neith and the city of Sais itself. So there's a city of Neith, the city of SAAU, and the temple. These are the remnants of it. The temple of SAAU, set up by who? The great warrior, Aha. And here are the depictions of Neith. How do they show her? As the great warrior with warrior weaponry in her hands, which were arrows and bows and arrows. And also with the Saket scepter. There she is right there, Neith. So boom, thus, typo, thus I just made clear to you there was a city of Aha. There is your Aha, the city, and the city of Nebt-T, Seeth, the lady Neith, SAAU. There's your SAAU, the city, and Neith the Neter, thus making Neith the lady of Seeth, or the lady of SAAU, and the lady of SAAU and the lady of Seeth in the Purim Harum, which is why at times we see Seeth with the new city symbol. That's why sometimes you see Seeth with the city symbol, because it was also a city. It was her city. She was the neter of that city that city and temple was dedicated to. And there's the city area symbol, the village or town area. Now during Hor-Aha time, wait. Now during Hor-Aha time, was the temple of Neith. There's the feminine aspect of the warrior. Aha was the male aspect who represented Heru. Neith the female. Thus the males of Aha, who sustained and protected the area, were called Neb, sustainers, fighters from Ma'at, who represented Heru, the fighter from Ma'at, justice against Isfet. So Neb was an actual title that represented a sustainer. So why, even though it was technically Kur-Aha, the city of the fighter for Heru against Isfet, why does it also say Abba? Why did VRI type Kur-Abba when here it's Kur-Aha, and why is it in the Purim Haru he read, it says Kur-Abba? Well, let me walk you through the meta-netter. Guess what the word Abba actually means. Here's the word Abba. What does the word Abba actually mean? Ready? Abba, boom. To be renowned, famous in strength, like the horn of an elephant. To resist, to revolt against, opposed by force, to fight, to hurl a spear or any weapon. Boom. So thus, the word Abba is the name that defines the attributes of the fighter that hurls the spear. Who was that? Heru and Neith. To resist against, that's to push away in a fight, To push away is one of the most important things you can do in a fight, to get somebody away from you, to do that action, or to resist in a fight. So the word Abba, definition, is the definition of what an Aha is. The Aha means a fighter. The Abba describes what the fighter does. He resists, she resists, pushes away, uses the spear, throws it, and it's sharp and strong like an elephant tusk. So thus Abba and Aha are interchangeable. This is what you learn after 52,000 hours of learning about the Egyptians are black. Then you come and learn what they actually taught and how ingenious they were within the meta language and how it all tied into the story of biological imperative. Here we go. Boom. So there it is. To push away, to resist, revolt against, oppose by force, which is to push away, to hurl a spear, like Heru did when he was fighting Set, hurled spears, like Neith did, and like Neith is shown with arrows, which are spears. So thus, Abba is the definition of Aha, boom, to fight, strength, resist, like an elephant horn or a spear to war against Isfet. So thus, we see that Aha and Abba can be interchangeable. One is the fighter, and one is describing what the fighter actually does in the fight. Hurls spears and pushes the enemies away. And why are they called Nebs or Ker Abba, NEBT-SAU? Well, this is a Neb. Why is the word Neb there in the word? This is the word Neb right here. And this word Neb was actually an object. Here is an actual Neb. So these are actual Nebs, which are actual objects. And what are we looking at here? What is a Neb? This was a basket, the most common food. So the Neb was an actual basket. Why would great fighters and Ahas and Seeth and Neith call themselves Nebs, which are baskets? This was a sustenance basket. The most common food in Kemet was bread. Bread, which was wheat, and loaves of bread are seen in hundreds of images. These baskets were used to carry the abundance of food and sustenance. Thus were associated with abundance and the word sustainer, which means consistency within the biological imperative. Because what are you sustaining with food? Your biological imperative, you are sustaining your life. And thus the word Neb meant the abundance, because the baskets brought in abundance of food. And thus the word Neb translates to also as all, or a lot of things, because a lot of things were carried inside these wooden or material type baskets. Sustenance and food. As you can see, a lot of different things are carried, from wheat, grains, herbs, leaves, even rocks and food. All type of things are carried. So it represents all things, or a lot of something that sustains the lives. The most common food in Kemet, again, was bread, which was wheat, which again ties into the last class where I elaborated on and broke the matrix on where the concept, the word breadwinner came from. So which was wheat and loaves of bread are seen in hundreds of images. These baskets were used to carry the abundance of food and sustenance. Thus were associated with abundance and the word sustainer, that which maintains, which equals consistency within the biological imperative. That was the Neb. And guess where these popular images are from? Here's the man carrying the Neb. Guess where these images are from? Boom. Are Neb's people, like the Abu and lands? Boom, yes. The images are actually from Neb Amun. Neb was the name. Neb was the name of who? Boom. He was one of the many Nebs. As many as you, if you sustain your position in the movement with obligation. So he was one of the many Nebs, as you are. That's you, the people listening to me. as you can be one of the NEBs if you sustain your position in the movement with obligation and accountability and discipline. And guess how? Yes, and now found in the room 61, upper floor of the British Museum. Guess what his occupation was? Stated on the tomb paintings. Remember, these are the NEBs, the main carriers of wheat and bread. The images here I'm showing of the man carrying the NEB. This is found in the tomb of a man named Neb. He was called Neb Amun. And guess what his job was? I wonder what his job was. Ready for his job? What was his occupation? Boom. As it states on the tomb walls, Sisa Heseb, Henket M, Sinu Hetep, and Amun. What does that translate to as? The scribe and counter of the grain and granary of the divine offerings of Amun. The grain, right? What makes bread. So there's Amun by name, and his job was the counter of the divine. He was over the counters too of the divine offerings of Amun. So the scribe and counter of the grain of the granary of the divine offerings of Amun. And he was over those who were responsible for the counting of grain granary, as seen in the scene with the granary official offering to Neb Amun. Yes, another Neb. So here he is. And he's offering to the Neb. And he's also over the grain. So boom. Yes, his name was Neb. And he was over those who oversaw the Neb baskets of granary. Here's the scribe and counter of the grain and the granary of the divine offerings of Amun. Here are the Nebs. Here are the men carrying the Nebs. He was the visible sustainer, adoring the invisible sustainer, which was Amun. Thus his name is Neb Amun. Neb Amun. So Neb was a title of men, and Neb meant those who sustain things, as the Neb baskets do. The Neb baskets which carry the grain, and Neb Amun was the granary official. Let's continue. Now that I have broken down and built up and build this up for you, now that I have broken down and built this up for you, because we don't just do breakdowns. You never do a breakdown and leave somebody broken down. You break them down and build them back up. So now that I have broken down and built this back up for you, for the first time in history, let me show you how these physical and land masses combine themselves, combined with the theme, intermesh with why they are associated with the body parts. We will see in the ritual, the out-of-body ritual, that you are to imbue with the Ker-Abba frequency. Notice that it says chest muscles, and the word is senbet. Chest muscles, and the word is senbet. Let's take a look. Here we are. So we go back to chapter 42 of the Purim Haru, and there we see the Neb of Ker-Aha, and there's the word muscles, and it's also translated to as chest or chest muscles. We see the forearms of Osar. Excuse me. You see the forearms of Osar are associated with the lady of SAAU. Here's the chest of Osar. In your chest is to be imbued with the energy of NEBU-XERABU. Why is that? Why these particular body parts? Ready? There we go. When we look at plate 11, we see the translation appears to change. Senbet now is now the body, as the rays of Ra shine on it. So now we see the same word Senbet, that was chest muscles. And we go to plate 10, and now we see his rising. Temu Heraputi, adored art thou, and thy beauties are in my two eyes. Kepera, who shining upon my Senbet. And here's the word Senbet again, but now it's translated to as the body. Thou goeth forth in peace. All this is out of body. Everything described here in the Permaru are out of body experiences. Go forth in peace in the Sektet boat. Thy heart gratified by the winds in the Atet boat. That's your consciousness. So here we see Sinbet is body now. Now I want to show you another word. This word is Hemamet. Now we're going to go back to the Permaru, the writings of the indigenous people of Ma'at. We're going to go right back to the papyrus of Ani. Let me see if I can get it on the page. Here it is. And here we are in chapter 134. Homage to thee within the the boat rising twice. Shining, now we have the word shining as Peset with rays. Peset. We see the word shining and rays are the same, and we see the symbol of the backbone right there. So here's shining with rays because it's Sepsen twice. Peset, Peset. Making to rejoice mankind for millions of years according to his will, giving his Heru, his face, to the Hamamet. See that word right there? The Hamamet. Shining and giving his face to the Hamamet. And you see the people symbol, the people determinative. Hamamet was another word for the people, but why? Why was Hamamet the word for the people? And what did this word mean? Why was it associated with rays of the sun shining on people? So face to the Hamamet, Kepara within his boat, he has overthrown. Ready? Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We see again the reference to shining rays on mankind, but this time it specifies the title Hamamet and shows the sun with the determinative of the people and shining rays. The word is pest, which you know if you're a student of mine, is the resurrected light spine, which supports the bioenergetic projectable double. This is because the Hamamet represents the original light bodies that were here first and then later incarnated. So we are now here as people, but originally we're spirit light bodies, and thus cause what you see. And when you look up this word Hemamet, when you look this up, what do you see? They say it's a word for people, but when you look up the word Hemamet, what does it say? A class of spirits, and then men and women, people. So the Hemamet were a class of spirits and people. If you ask your Kemetic teacher, current teacher, or anybody, what's the difference between a spirit and a person, and how is this word Hemamet a word for spirits, and it's also a word for people? And the rays of Ra are shining on this Hemamet, because we started off as the conscious life form first. That was the original form before the physical realm even existed. So boom, conscious light beings that are spirits, and now it is used for the people, which are the echo of that same conscious light. That's why Akhenaten called himself Aken Aten, the echo of the Aku. Aken Aten, which is the mirror of the of the light. So boom, conscious light beings that are spirits, and now it is used for people, which are the echo of that same conscious light, because the Ka in your body exists within you. Unless you're a purified being, you should be a reflection. And if you're a purified being, you should be a reflection of that light. And you should shine. And yes, guess what happens when you look up the root word of Hemamet? When you look at the root word of Hemamet, which is a word that means spirits, they say a class of spirits, and also means people. How does it relate to the shining and the rays of Ra? When you look at the root word of Hemamet, boom, Hem, fire. The word for the spirits and the word for the people, fire, heat. Hami, to shine. The same thing that it said was happening in the Param Haru as the rays of Ra shine on the Hemamet. Because the Hemamet are the people that are echoes of the light body that's within them, the Ka and the Ku, and being an echo of light, you are also the shining one, because you are a small sun. Ra, the great sun above you in the sky, and you are the smaller one. That's why wise men in ancient times were called sun, and they took the word sun and applied it to this English word that meant, and it meant to burn heat, and they took the word sun that meant fire, and they applied it to the sun in the sky because we were the echoes. Aken, Ak is the word for the spirit. Ak in En means of, and Aten means mirror, and it also means the sun, the reflection of the sun's light, because Akhenaten and our ancestors acknowledged that we were small microcosm suns of the large sun. Our sun was the light within. That's why we were called the Hememet. We were the shining ones here on earth that were echoed version of the original shining Ku, which were spirit forms. And the way you say spirit is Ku, and the Ku is one of the 9 aspects inside the body that leaves, and then you continue on to your spirit form existence. This is what the Kemetic teachers and others are ashamed of teaching, because they're afraid to be called spookism, when this is the teaching of our ancestors. After they get over the Egyptians having big lips and brown skin, let's get into the so-called spooky teachings, which were normal teachings. Yes, to shine. Thus, when the NEBU-XERABU fights off or wards off the evils within you and around you in the afterlife, you can per emharu, which means to come forth as shining light. That's what per emharu means. Per, to come forth, em, and heru is the word for daytime. It means shining light. The daytime, the light, the sun. Because now you come forth as the shining one, but what comes forth? Not your physical body. Your Ku comes forth, because that was the original shining light, because you were a Hememet. You were originally a being of fire, heat, hot, to shine, which was the Ku. And then you come forth out of the body back as the Ku, because that's how you started in the beginning anyway, before you were a physical body. So you come forth as the shining light, as the light body, which they have as chest. But then we see body. Why is the Ker'aba, why is it associated with chest and body? Again, we go back and we see triumphants of Sut is the chest. See the word Senbet where the arrow's pointed? Senbet. So why are the Ker'abu or the Ker'aha associated with chest and muscles? And the other one associated with forearms. See that? Senbet, chest. But at the same time, Senbet is translated to as body. Why is that? Here we go. Thus, guess what consciousness and who is mentioned as a part of the original Hememet? The original Hememet, not the people, but remember it says Hememet is class of spirits. So who is mentioned as a part of the original Hememet? Let's go over here. You ready? Uh-oh. We're in chapter 15 of the Purim Haru. Uh-oh, what does it say here? Aten, there's the mirror sun. Aten in the horizon. Their hearts are at HOTEP, satisfaction. By reason of seeing, thou art eternity everlasting. Homage to thee, the starry deities, the Kabes, beings of the stars, the starry deities of En, the celestial beings, the Hamamet. Where? In Ker'aba. Boom. There are the original starry beings, the original star light NETERU entity consciousness. They're called the Hamamet. Remember, it said the class of spirits. There's your class of spirits. There's celestial beings. And where are they? In the afterlife realm. Where are they in the echo realm? They're in the Ker'aba. What is that? The Ker'aba. The area where they're fighting off. The area where they're fighting Isfet. The area where they're fighting a pep. That's the Ker'aba. The Ker is a word for place. And the noon symbol is a place. The place of what? Abba. Fighting off like a spear. Because in that realm, their job is to fight Isfet. To fight off Isfet. To help the purified souls Arbaz continue. So thus we have the Hemamet, the class of spirit beings that are light consciousness, as it literally states, light energy, light entities, light spirits that are also people, but the light spirits exist in an area that's associated with that which the people can identify with on the physical plane, which is the physical manifestation of what's going on the other side. So on this plane, we had a pharaoh, a physical, touchable pharaoh, who was known as Aha, the fighter, and he set up Ker-Aba, named after fighting off things, fighting off Isfet. And in that place, the physical, touchable man lived, called the Hemamet. And the Hemamet lived in Ker-Aba or Ker-Aha. On the other dimensional realm, those are the celestial beings, or the starry beings, and they're the Hemamet in the life form. And in that realm, they're telling you they exist in an area where they're fighting off a Pep and Isfet. So that you relate to it reading the Purim Haru, and you say, this is the city that was set up by Aha, Ker-Aba, the realm of the fighters. His father was Narmer, the fighter. His mother was named after Neith, the warrior, the fighter. And his name was literally Hor-Aha, Heru, the fighter. So just as we're fighting here, and he was fighting, slaying physical people here, that fight existed before we were even in the physical realm, and those celestial beings were fighting a Pep and succubi enemies, and still doing it to this day in the other realm. This is how the Purim Haru teaches. You get all this after you learn the Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black, and the Bible's wrong, and the Bible's wrong, and the Egyptians are black, and the Bible's wrong, and the Bible's wrong, and the Bible's wrong, and the Egyptians are black. You'll never guess what, but the Egyptians are black. Guess what I'm going to teach you today? That the Egyptians are black and the Bible is wrong, and the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black. Guess what I'm going to teach you 10 years from now? The Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are. As you're wasting time, it only takes a few seconds to learn that. It takes a few minutes to learn that the Kemetians looked exactly how they drew themselves. Fine, now that we're off that, what was the mind teaching? What was the consciousness teaching these great black people? What were they teaching? They're worried about the Ker-Aba. You're worried about the big lips. They're writing about the Ker-Aha and doing multi-dimensional teaching by teaching about microcosm, physical city of Neith, physical city of the fighters, named after the fighter Aha, whose mother was Neith Hotep, the fighter, whose father was Namir, the fighter, the unifier of Kemet. And in that realm, when you get over there, you'll be fighting a Pep, fighting off Isfet, fighting off the SABA fiends. That's what the Kemetian people are focused on. That you're focused about how wide the man's nose is. And you'll be on your deathbed focused on that, and you'll be in the NETERU or the NETERU laugh at you. What did you learn here on the planet? When you get to the other, what did you learn here? I learned the Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, and the Bible's wrong, and the Bible's wrong. Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black, and the Bible's wrong, and the Egyptians are black. That's what I learned off of this head. Here we go. So here are the glorious ones called the Ku. You see, and those are the Hamamet. Those are the class of the spirits, the Hamamet, that are in their version of Ker-Aba on that side, giving you what you can relate to, because in the physical realm, all the ancient Kemetic people knew about the Ker-Aba and the Ker-Aha that was set up by Aha. NEFER in the city, his city, the city of Aha. Boom, the Hamamet, celestial light beings, are the original Nebs associated with Ker-Aba and Aha, fighting Isfet for Ma'at. And let me ask the class, what do you say when you wish somebody good health, strength, and longevity in the Medu language? What do you say? Type it in the room. When you wish somebody strength, longevity, and health, what do you say? What are those words you say? Of the 40 people watching, you can definitely interact too. Is there anybody here that ever studied Ma'at, Kemet, Medu, greets each other in a certain way, wishes health, prosperity, and strength? Of the 40 people watching, if you're not all 40 Christians, Muslims, feel free to just type in the room, what did your Kemetic teacher teach you that you say to wish somebody health, strength, and prosperity? Or is this completely brand new and you just came out of the church? If you did, just type in the room, I don't know, I just came out of church, I don't know nothing about any of that. But you can interact with us because we are you. Here we go. There we go. Uncle Justineb. That's right. Uncle Justineb. You got it. Amunet, Uncle Justineb. Amun, Uncle Justineb. Nefer, Neter, Nature J. Uncle Justineb. Atef, Uncle Justineb. That's right. Robert William, Uncle Justineb. Uncle Justineb. Nani Mer, Uncle Justineb. Okay. You got it. You got it. That was about, let me see how many people answered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, good. How many people in the room? 40? So 41. So the other 30 the other 32 people, you just learned something new for the first time in your life. The way that you wish health, strength, and prosperity onto someone in the Neteru is Uncle Justineb. Okay? Wonderful. So here we go. So now we know Uncle Justineb, which I'm sure most of the people that will be watching this are very familiar with that term. Ding, 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 ding. You got it right. That's right. Uncle Justineb. You're absolutely right, everybody. Beautiful answer. You typed it in the room, and it is absolutely 100% correct. Right. Uncle Justineb. Perfect. There it is. Right there written. Unc Ujatsineb. And if you've been to the pod class, you know how these apply and what these symbols actually are. Yes, perfect. Unc Ujatsineb. Purity of the Ankh, everlasting life. So there's the Ankh. Most everybody's familiar with that. What's this next symbol here? What did your Kemetic current teacher teach you that this symbol is after he taught you the Egyptians are black and the Bible is stolen? He's saying Uncle Jasineb to you. Well, here's how you spell it. What is this symbol you're looking at? There must be people outside of just Tehuti students that know what this is. What is it? Well, wonderful. If you're brand new, or you have that Kemetic teacher that only teaches you the Egyptians are black and the Bible is stolen over and over again, and doesn't teach you what the symbols are of what he's actually saying, Uncle Jasineb. This is the Uchak. Why is it the Uchak? So if you have been coming to class, or if you've been a student of mine, then you know the next symbol, Ucha, represents your immortal light coming from between the two mountains in an area called Tasaket Ma'at. Tasaket Ma'at is the proper name of what the mundane renamed the Valley of the Kings. It was called Tasaket Ma'at, which has a completely different definition than Valley of the Kings. It wasn't Valley of the Kings, it was Tasaket Ma'at. And this Ucha symbol is the fire, light, the same Hamamet, light, consciousness, the same Ku, coming from in between two mountains, just as they would see the sun appear to rise between the two mountains. Our health, our extreme life at the end of the physical life was to rise just like the sun rose from between the two mountains. Because Nefer, which is the word that means longevity, that type of beauty, means that you continue to live a beautiful, long Nefer life of Techet, which means forever. And you rise as light, just as the sun rises from in between the two mountains, the resurrected body. In the spiritual form. Now, for the bioenergetic projectable double. What is the last symbol? Anybody know what this last symbol is? Say what this last symbol is, everybody. How do you say this last symbol? I taught 2 classes saying what it is. You don't have to say what it is, but just what is it called? I'll give you a few moments to type, and I'll leave it on the screen. What is this last symbol called? I'll put it on the screen. Okay, I am back. Let me check the screen. Anybody know what it is? Oh wow, everybody, almost everybody. All right, starting with Vision Ray Seneb. Nice, Atef Seneb. Amunet Seneb. Nefer Neter Nature J. Seneb Cloth. Amun Seneb. Seneb Blicket. Seneb Cloth. Oh wow, nice. Everybody's getting it right. Seneb Robert Williams. I don't remember. Don't worry, Angela Gates, you got it now. Seneb Cloth on the back of Osset's chair. Asar's chair, yes. There you go, everybody. Boom. Wonderful. So you're saying Uncle Jah Seneb, and that last symbol is the Seneb. Does that word sound familiar? You say it all the time. Uncle Jah Seneb. Does that word sound familiar at all to anybody? Seneb. Sound like anything? Let me rewind for you. Ready, everybody? 1, 2, 3. Let me unravel and open the door for you. Ready? Once I open the door, you'll see that this word was here the entire time. Here we go. Seneb. So we say Uncle Jah Seneb. We're wishing life, health, and strength, and prosperity. Life, health, and strength. Strength. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Did we talk about strength at all in this class? Let us see. Ready? Here we go. Sound familiar? So everybody got it right. Ding, 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 ding. You said Seneb. Does that sound familiar? Uncle Jah Seneb. Unk, life, Ucha, health, and they say strength or prosperity. And they use the word Seneb. Does it sound familiar? Boom. Senbet. That's the same word. That's the word Seneb. Senbet is the word Seneb with a feminine with what they call the bread loaf, or the feminine symbol attached to it. That's the same word. Seneb. Seneb. Do you see it now? Seneb. Seneb. Uncle Jah Seneb becomes Senebet when you just add a T to Seneb. And that's the word for chest and body. So we see Seneb, or the chest muscles or the body, is associated with the NEBU-XERABU. And there's your Seneb. What's the relevance of that? So boom, boom, the chest, which we know now, is the body, which is yourself. That is Maharu, equals truly guided by the concept of fighting Isfet. And by the way, the root word of Makaru suffix is the word Kur. The exact same word that makes up Kur Abba and Kur Aha is the same word that makes up Ma'a Kuru. That's the same word. Kara Kuru is the same word. Kur and Kur. And it's the body that those netter are associated with. Those hamamet are associated with the chest, muscles, and the body. And we happen to always say, Uncle Jah Seneb, we're wishing health, prosperity, and strength. Strength. Strength as a fighter, to fight off the Isfet. And if anyone wants to ask on the panel, when you all come up, if anyone wants to ask you more on why the chest is synonymous with the entire body, you can come up to the panel and remember to ask me, and I will answer you live with a demonstration, with you doing the demonstration. Now let's continue. So we see the strength is the Seneb. Ankuja Seneb, the strength is the Seneb, or the Senebet. And we see that equals chest, muscles, body. And then Seneb is strength. And as far as the forearm reference, this is in reference to the strength to fight off Isfet, as Heru fought off Set, and as Neb-XERABU fought off Apep. Thus, when in the out of body, in the afterlife, you now become one of the Neb. You now become one of the Neb-XERABU, as we continue to read on in plate 10. You become this. You imbue this in your body, and then eventually you become one of the Ker-Abu, as it states here in plate 10. Him that keepeth guard. You see the word for guard, by the way? What's the word for guard, everybody? The same word for Neith, who have the shield, the guard. Huh? What was Neith's tools? The shield. To do what? To guard in the fight. And they say now, what happens? Him that keepeth guard, and the word for guard is the seeth word, the SAAU. It's the word for guarding, still pertaining to fighting. Pushing off, resisting, guarding, all Aha and Neith energy to fight against Isfet. Let's continue, everybody. I know Amunet loves this. Amunet, Nukpu, and Maharu are partying right now. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Ready? Boom. 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 Keep him that keepeth guard. There's your SAAU, the Neith energy, and not he is seen. Guarded, there's your Sauti. The Sauti, that's the word for the city, and it's the word for guarding, is Osar Ani. He is Aset. He himself is found. Can I read that again? And not seen is he. Guarded, Osar Ani. He is Aset. I'm going to leave that alone right now. He himself is found. He spreadeth the hair over him, scattered upon the forehead. I scattered it upon the forehead. Conceived was he in Aset. Engendered was he in Nebtet. Beninsen, Kenenu, F. From him, fear, what does it say now? Followeth after thy terror is upon the 2 arms. There are your 4 arms. There are the arms dealing with what? Guarding and fighting. And the fear is following after, and the terror is upon his 2 arms. Embraced thou art, millions of years, by their arms. Go around the mortals and smiteth down. This is all dealing with fighting. Fighting with the arms, fighting the arms, the forearms. You know what the forearm is? This front part. What is this front part used for in a fight that this isn't? What is this part used in a fight that this isn't? This is used for something in a fight. What's this part used? Can anybody help me? Help me and tell me. Help me and tell me. After 10 years of jiu-jitsu, can somebody help me? I need help. I need to know. What does this part do in a fight? Somebody help me out, please. Type into the room. I know there's a lag. I'm going to get some water while you type. Boom. Blocking. What is blocking? Oh, shielding? Before the shield was invented, what was your shield in a fight? What do you automatically do to protect yourself in a fight? Huh? That was the shield. That was the SAAU. The arms, the forearms is the shield. In the fight, in the aha. I'm just going crazy. Huh? That was the shield. That was your Neith originally, before shields were even invented. Your forearm was associated with fighting. This part, punching. This part, blocking, shielding. Robert Williams. Huh? You like this NETERU J? Huh? Anybody watching this, please support the Tehuti Playa class. If you have heard this before, if you've gotten these teachings before, put the link in the room, the book, the page number, and the teacher that teaches it. If not, support this work that I'm bringing, because I'm bringing something that has not been brought to the platform first in the Prem Haru. And everybody forgot about it. Just the NETERU principles. We're not going to read one word of that book. We just care about the difference of black and difference of black. We're not going to read nothing. Difference of black and difference of black. Don't read the damn thing. Difference of black and difference of black. And the Bible stone, the difference of black. Don't read nothing. Here it is. So what is this about? The fight. Fear followeth after him, thy terror is upon the two arms. You see? Millions of years by their arms. Go around, mortals, smiteth down. That's the fight. Thy advocates, thy enemies, your fighting is fit. You're fighting the enemies. See this, the power of Smaui. By their arms. This whole thing is about arms. Arms given to thee, thy two sisters, for delight. Create what is in what? The Keraba. Huh? Thou createth. You're creating what's in the Keraba. Every netter feareth thee. You're the great fighter, fighting with the arms, blocking as the shield, the Neith energy, the SAAU, because SAAU, Neith's other name, is keeping guard. She's the lady of the SAAU. She's the blocker. She has the shield, the guardeth. That's her name. That's the name of her city. She's associated with fighting, blocking. The whole chapter is about arms, smiting with arms. Fear and terror is in your arms. The advocates and enemies defeated with the arms. Why? Because now you're creating what is in the Keraba. You are now one of them. Because you're you're manifesting the NEBT-SAU and the NEBT-SAU in you. Now you're the fighter. You're the blocker. You're the Keraba. You're like Aha. You're like Neith. You're using your arms. Wait a minute. What's the name of the fighting force that protects America? What is it called? What do they call it? What's the name of the group of people that protects America? What is that whole group called? It's called something. It's called something. It's called something. I know it's called something. It's called something. What is it called, everybody? Oh, the Army? Oh. Why? Now you know. Why is it called the Army? Isn't that a body part? Everything dealing with the weaponry, everything dealing with the original fight, originally was the arms. Before the shield, this was the arms, was the block and the attack. That's the whole military force that protects America. It's called the Army. And the weapons are called what? Arm yourself. What are your arms? That's the name of the weapons too now today. Why are they called that? because the weapons are a substitute for this originally. And they knew that because Freemasons created all of this that you're in, having fun in. They knew it. This was the original fight. The arms, that's in the Purim Haru. That's the original fight. So that's everything dealing with that is going to go back to that word. The whole group is called the army. Arm yourself. What are your arms? You say, well, I got the Glock 19, I got this weapon, that weapon. They're all, now those are called your arms. Are you armed up? Do you have your arms? No, these are my arms, brother. Those guns are my arms now? Oh, because that's the replacement for these originally. Just like these were the arms and the shield, the SAAU, the guard, and the punching and the pushing back, and then Neith and the NETERU originally, anciently, created shields and weaponry, and now the shield is your arms. Wait a minute, what's the symbol of the shield called in Britain? What's it? It's not called the coat of arms. It's not called the coat of arms. It's not. I know I made it up. It's not called the coat of arms with the shield of Neith. It's not called the coat of arms. No, I made that up. I hope they don't get rid of me soon. Here we go, everybody. Let's get back to class. So I can't go. So I can't go on the big channel. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. All about the arms. Huh? They'll never know this. That's why I'm so happy with the NETER frequency, because I'm the only one swimming in this for answers. None of the other Kemetic teachers, nobody cares about any of this. And why the focus on forearms? I just answered that, but let me show you. That's the SAAU, that's the Neith. Now, let me show you the image. Let us take an actual look at the word Keraba itself. What's the word for Keraba? What's the meta-netter glyphs? Can we look at Keraba? Oh my goodness. Hey. What is that, everybody? There's your Keraba, Keraha. What is that symbol? Are those arms with the shield? What it happen to be? Tehuti wrote that in the Purim Haru. He made it up. Are those arms with the shield? No way. Don't tell me those are four arms with the shield. Huh? What happened? What happened? Please go and ask your Kemetic teachers this. Please go and tell him to break that there's 21 lines of body parts and they equal specific things in a person, and the NETER matches the body part. Could you please walk us through the body part? I'm just doing 2, and you're getting a whole +hour class. Don't let them get away with this. Egyptians are black for 82,000 hours. Bible is stolen. Walk them through the Purim Haru and say, answer this. The word aha and abba and aha are forearms holding shields. That is the aha. The shield is the Neith. That is the SAAU, the guard. It's both of them combined together. The arms and the shield, the aha and the Neith together make the aha, the fighter. That's right. You have the right to bear arms. And I'm like, you have the right to bear arms. I'm already in it sleeveless. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Ready? So there it is, right there. You seeing it now? Where's VRI? This must have knocked him out. There's the Keraba. The symbol is the arms with the weapon and the shield. You see the jet where I was almost crying when I put this together? Boom. It is actually also aha, the 4 parts of the forearms that holds the weapons and the shield that is needed to fight Isfet, generated by the Keraba and the Neith within you as manifested warriors from Ma'at. There it is. SAAU, that's the guard, that's the shield. Neith, the fighter. of Isfet for Ma'at. And let me ask the class, which muscles are needed the most to push something off of you? Here is the hint. It is literally the only exercise. Here's the hint. It is literally the only exercise with the word push in it. Are you seeing this now? Which muscle is utilized to push something off of you in a fight? And the word push is used in the exercise that you use to develop that muscle of pushing. Huh? Chest. The chest muscles are what push off in a fight that resists. Push-ups. Why do you do push-ups? Huh? One of the first things you do to prove yourself as a man when you're a boy. Remember that, everybody? It's one of the first things you do to prove your manhood. Yo, give me 10 push-ups. That's the only, nobody ever says, give me 10 weightless squats. Give me 10 shoulder flies. Huh? Give me 10 bent over kickbacks for your triceps. Give me 10 bent over rows for your lateral muscles. The first thing you do to prove yourself. Remember we used to do it when the girls walk by? The girls walk by. It's the first thing you do. And it's one of the first things. It's the only exercise you get as a punishment. 10 push-ups right now. And where do they carry that to? To the military, the army. One of the first things you see in an army video. 25 push-ups right now. Don't cry now. 25 push-ups, 50 push-ups. There's never 50 weightless squats, 50 shoulder shrugs. The body part utilized and the muscle utilized to push the enemy off of you to resist our chest muscles. Is it making sense now? And I'm making it all up. 35,000 years ago. Here we go. Ding, 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 ding. Everybody got it right. Yep. Here we go. You are right. Let me ask the class, which muscles are needed the most to push something off of you? Here is a hint. It is literally the only exercise with the word push in it. That's right. Building your pectorials, your chest muscles to push something. Push-ups, yes. Pushing away from you is based on the strength, do you know? The Cenobit, the strength of your chest muscles. That is what resists an attack. One of the first gestures a male silverback gorilla does to show strength and communicate to impress the women. This aspect of the chest equaling strength and biological imperative existed some 30 million years ago, before there was people. Yeah. The indigenous man knew this when he came on the scene. When he came on the scene, the monkey had already been here. The monkey's been here. They've been here for 40 million years, some 30 million years. We just popped up. We popped up. They were already utilizing their chest muscles as a communication with strength, of strength. The gorilla, the silverback gorillas, they breathe in I was just going over this with Nanny earlier. The breathe in, fill their chest with air so that it's a hollow sound. I told Nana today, I said, you know why the silverback gorillas do this? They're talking, they're communicating, they're showing strength, and they're communicating. So they breathe in so that it's hollowed out, so that when they hit this, it actually sounds like drums. Go pull up, silverback gorilla beats chest. And it's not going to sound like this. See how mine sounds? It doesn't sound like that at all. When they do it, it's a Congo drum. That's how, and I told Nana, that's how they actually communicate. By utilizing their chest muscles as a symbol of manhood, strength. Don't mess with the top biggest gorilla. And this is also talking to the females and those around them. Their chest muscles, the same ones they use to push off over 1,800 pounds. Silverback gorilla can push 1,800 pounds. That's the push throw. The actual push of it is around 3,500 pounds. That's the push. The chest muscles, they were utilizing that before man knew before man existed. That's what the chest represented. We're just taking aspects of nature and incorporating it into our spiritual path while utilizing it in the physical form, as Aha did, as NARMER did, pushing off the enemy with his chest muscles. You know, the Aba manifested as the chest. If you've learned this before, just type in the room you've learned it before, and we'll send you the cash app. Just put the book and the page number and the YouTube video you've learned before, and we will send you the cash app. If not, please appreciate the Tehuti Playa class. Don't appreciate it as a story. I remember Tehuti. He was the best, man. Don't say it when I'm dead. Support now and appreciate now. So yes, pushing away from you is based on the strength of your chest muscles. That is what resists an attack. One of the first gestures a male silverback gorilla does to show strength and communicate before action. Before action is what you see. And thus, what does the word Abba at the end of Abba mean again? Anybody remember? What does Abba mean at the end of the word Abba? Remember the Abba of the chest? To be renowned, famous, strength. To resist, that's pushing back. Revolt against, pushing back. To oppose by force, pushing back. Chest muscles. To fight, hurl a spear, a weapon. Boom, Abba, strength. To resist against, as in to push away the NETERU energy within you. The NETERU energy within you in the physical and the spiritual function of which your physical body chest muscles do when you fight. Thus, the Abba represent what? The chest muscles, called the Senbet, which is also the body. And as I said, if you want to know the jewel of why the chest and the body are synonymous, you can ask me on the panel. Abba, the chest, the body, the NETERU consciousness of imbuement within the language of Medu is the most genius on the planet Earth. Whoops. Yes, the defenders of Ma'at, those who fight off Isfet, would be just like the original, typo there, would just be like the original beings, the celestial beings, the Hemamet, the Abba, who are the divine fighters. And it would also be just like Aha, who was a fighter and a defender of the Nile Valley. Thus, if we separate the two words, Kur and Abba, or Abau, guess what the translation of the word alone, what the word alone is, and look at the context in action and how that word Abu is described. Let me take you to the Purim Haru, chapter 34. Here we go. He pacifieth Abba, Abau, divine fighters. The Abau, the divine fighters, who do what? Keep guard upon he has made what is fair, bringing an offering. He pacifies the divine fighters. The Abba is the word for divine fighters. Or who? Setan Heru, over what belongs to them. He cut off the locks from their adversaries. The divine fighters, the original ones, Setan Heru. You see that? Setan Heru, when Geb had to be the judge between them and give Set one thing and give Set the other thing. So those were the original divine fighters, the Abba. So the Pharaoh, or Aha, is also Abba, because Hor is Heru, one of the divine fighters. So he pacifies them by giving the divine fighters over what belonged to them. What belonged to them, remember? One part of the land was Set, based on where he was born, and one part of the land given to Heru, based on where Osiris was killed. Those are the divine fighters. That was the original battle. Yes, Heru and Set, now they're together on either side of the great Aha, Abu warrior, Ramesses, the other great warrior. Here is Set and Heru on either side of Ramesses. Boom. The Abu, just like the Aha, are the divine fighters, which are also Heru and Set, and the reconciliation after their fight. Thus, guess who is together with the great warrior Ramesses, Heru and Set? And note, the fighter, you, and the adversary are the same word. The fighter, the divine fighters, and the adversaries are both the Abu. They're both the same word. The fighter and the adversaries. You and what you're fighting are both under the same word. And here is Heru and Set, the divine fighters, and the adversaries they fight are the same word. Heru and Set reconcile their differences and purify. Heru and Set reconcile their differences and unify, purify with the great warrior Ramesses, which is you, in the middle as the great four-armed fighter of Isfet, because the true war and conquering of evil is within you. Your body parts, your mind is that which must be reconciled with Ma'at. That's the fight, and that's the body. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the years on July 4th, Thanksgiving, or if you have learned and if this has had any type of impact or has advanced your recent current understanding of this particular subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called The Fight Within, Imbuing the Netter, Knowing Neith, or any creative title that you can come up with to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. The fight is within. Both you and what you're fighting are both the Abo. Hotep, I'm done. I hope you all appreciate that. Support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. If you appreciate this at all. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team, the supporters to jump in. I'm going to check the chat to see how people appreciate it. And of course, we're going to check the Cash Apps and the PayPal to see who truly appreciated this more than McDonald's, more than the French fries, more than the funnel cakes, more than the movies, more than the popcorn. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I shouldn't have to ask for that or support, but I still do. And I hope everybody does truly appreciate it. Put the link in the room. Support the Tehuti Pod class. If you're getting this somewhere else, please type where and put the link in the room. If not, support what you have never seen before in your entire life. John Rashid says, thank you very, very, two varies. Thank you very, very much for that information, Saba Tehuti. Amonette says, the Tehuti Pod class is the best. Yellow heart. Make sure you show your support. Honor what uplifts you. Cherish this gift that is being given to you. Thank you, Eminette. Robert Williams puts a fire truck with fire at the end of it. Fire, fire, fire. Eminette says, wow, Tua, so much great NETERU Tehuti. All right. There you go, Ash Nation. That's my answer to VRI's question.
Yeah, Tua so much, Saba. Tua so much, VRI. I feel like I'm ready for war. I feel like I'm ready to hit the front lines. I appreciate this so much. So much to come in this. I remember back when somebody had asked you, Saba, something about the warrior business, and then you was like, we're gonna have to do that on a one-on-one. Yeah, so I appreciate this a whole lot. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, but I wasn't expecting VRI question to go into this. This is super NEFER Saba. Tua so much. They went in to a lot, you know. So Makeru, all the best and nothing less. And yeah, Tua VRI again. I'm gonna have to go over this one again. And man, ready for war. I love it, Saba. I love it. I love it. I love it. Tua.
Nino, I'm glad you like it. And because I know all of this when I talk to you from your beginnings, and all I can think of when I talk to people is if they only use their energy for war against actual evil. We're ready to fight another man for some foolishness. And we have all this, like, it's like we're this killer angry instinct, and it's not used for the good, but we have this warrior in us. What do you do with that energy? This is what you do with it. You know, the fight is within yourself. All that energy is you fighting negativity. When you look at the next man, you're just taking out what's in you. It's your own evil. When you want to do evil to a next man, that's the evil that's inside of you. You have to get rid of that and cleanse that. Unfortunately, we're in a society where we can't clearly see who the real enemy is. So because the enemy's in the minds of all the people around us, it makes it look like those other brothers are our enemies. And they're not. They don't know what's going on. They don't know. They're ignorant of what's happening in the world. And now everybody fighting, and the enemy's looking laughing.
Tua so much, Saba. Tua. Man, just have that energy inside, like hot flame burning up, and you're providing a way to channel it. Is so NEFER. I was done feeling that way, you know, and that helped me to gain more self-control and not be controlled by outside influence. But when you break it down like this and channel it so direct, you make the aku so much easier, and you shed so much aku on the aku, more reflection, and man could echo so much better. Boy, this is big, Saba. Tua so much.
Nini, I'm glad you appreciate. We're gonna get to the support to see the support of what people thought and liked it. That was a 1 hour and 40. What was that? 1 hour and 44-minute class. Let's see what people appreciated with that. And we're gonna go first. I see who's this first? Who's popping up first? Robert Williams. Oh, I don't have a sound man. Do I have a sound man? Did I put? Yeah, the link is in the room. That's how Hush Nation is here. Robert Williams. We're gonna go for Robert Williams. Where are my sound men? 10:45 p.m. Where are the sound? There's Amun and Amunet. Perfect just came in. And before we say anything, Amun and Amunet. Well, actually, yeah. It's up on the board. Go ahead and read that for me, Amunet. Then I'll hear what you all thought of the class, and then let's give this Robert Williams, awesome being, some great noise for his support. And there's a few others. So go ahead and read that, Amunet, please.
3372 for the fight is within. Tua, I will do push-ups with a laughing emoji.
I think that's a sweating emoji, isn't it? Is he sweating?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I do see that now, yes.
All right. Thank you, Amunet. Amunet, go up and give some big noise for this, please. Big noise.
You're welcome.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Thank you, Robert Williams. Shout out to him. Shout out to Jarashid. So in trying to destroy the Tamahu, we might be destroying ourselves. And Jarashid, I've been teaching this from the time I could speak on any type of consciousness. I always said to everybody, it's 1992, from the time I started teaching about 1995, the Tamahu and everything, I always taught, and I always said to everybody, if you take a bunch of melanated people, 5%ers, Hebrew Israelites, Nation of Islam, atheists, put them on an island, they would be fighting each other. There's not one Tamahu on the island. They will be fighting each other. When fights break out in your household, there's no Tamahu around, because the conscious energy of Isfet is so embedded inside of everybody that there's no separation of the evils that people do based on what they look like. And I always say this, is it more racist and more evil Tamahu for a group of Europeans to constantly push that the Egyptians are pale, the Egyptians are white? That seems to be evil when we know that's not the case. To me, what's more evil are the people that look like the ancient Kemetic people and hate Kemet. That's more evil, because there is no obligation for the Tamahu or the Chinese or whatever, however they divide themselves up. There's no obligation race-wise for them to be obligated. There's no reason for Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee can be welcome into my arms and I can teach him Ma'at. But there's no racial obligation for Bruce Lee to say, I'm a Chinese man like the ancient, like Ramesses was. No. Don't say that. Just say you're a Chinese man that wants to learn Ma'at. Don't say you're Khufu, because now you're blaspheming. Just say you're a Chinese man that wants to learn Ma'at. Come hug me, let me teach you, and we'll see how long you last, and just like everybody else. Start everybody. But now the one who looks like Eddie Murphy and Wesley Snipes is out saying the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black. They're proving that they're proving with the utmost. There's brothers out there proving without a shadow of a doubt that the Egyptians are black and want nothing to do with the Kemetic teachings. That's more evil. That's more evil than Europeans and Arabs pushing that the Egyptians are white and Arab. They have no obligation to push anything to me. They have no obligation to tell the truth, lies is fed. No European or Arab has any obligation to teach a young quote-unquote black man the truth. If they want to, they can. They have no obligation to. But if you are a Chinese man and you learn about your Chinese ways, you learn about your culture, and when you learn it, you say, I want nothing to do with that. That's more evil than anybody pushing that Bruce Lee wasn't Chinese. Because you're the person that has the obligation to be that. So they're out there, we're fighting the Tamu, we're proving the Egyptians are black, we're proving it. Let's fight this white man, fight the white man's trying to say, man, this war is triple, trying to prove that we gotta fight them, man. We gotta fight them. And I'm like, when the computer shuts down and you've proven the Egyptians are black, which is you've proven that you're them. That's what you're trying to prove? After you've proven that, when the computer shuts down, are you back to eating Big Macs and watching the Avengers? You prove that the Egyptians are black, but your favorite character is Wolverine, though. You know about Wolverine, but you don't know about the Cur-Abba. Your favorite character is Batman when the computer shuts down. You're more evil than any Tamahu that ever conspired to take away knowledge of self from the black man, because you are a black man and woman learning that it is you and you don't want to be it. And nobody made you make that decision because you already are conscious, proving that it's you. So you're already past the matrix. You know that it's you. And all you care about is the next game, when Floyd Mayweather is going to fight, and the next bag of Doritos, ice cream for your children, going out to the park and eating cotton candy, eating popcorn. Wolverine and Batman are the best, but the Egyptians are black. You're worse than any Tamahu. You can't come anywhere near me. You're the sickest creature on earth, because the evil white man has no obligation to teach you the truth. So who cares if he's out there saying the Egyptians are black or white? Who cares if he puts out a movie called The Gods of Egypt? He's supposed to, right? He's the evil white man. You are the God body. You're the melanated black king that ruled. You're the descendants of the rulers of Egypt. You don't want to open. You don't want to follow or open one Purim Haru page. You're the sickest on the earth. So yes, yes, as these people are fighting the Tamahu, they're destroying their own self, because they're proving to me that you're the devil to me. You're worse than the devil, because the devil is supposed to be evil. You're supposed to be the good one, man. Why are you doing the devil stuff? You're into more Batman than you are Cur-Abba. You're the devil. You're the devil's ashamed of you. There's not even a word for you. They don't have a word in Kemet for a melanated person that hates themselves. They never encountered that. Isfet had nothing to do with hating yourself. That's a new disease. That's a new evil. So get those people away from me. Bring me a Polynesian woman and man that want to sit down in front of me and open up the Purim Haru and learn. And I'll sit down in front of them for 24 hours if I get reciprocity. I'll sit down and teach them every day. The Polynesian innocent man and woman that come and learn English and they want to learn Ma'at, get them beside me. Get that guy with the Knicks hat turned sideways in the Ankh. Get him away from me. All right, here we go, everybody. Hey, Hatef, how you doing, good brother? You came just in time.
HOTEP, great Saba. That's phenomenal. I love the gems. I so appreciate you, great Saba. HOTEP.
HOTEP. Get that brother with the hat turned sideways with the Ankh on his chest, but he's living nothing and care about nothing. Please. Isn't the Tamahu supposed to be evil? Good, then he's doing it. He's good. I don't dislike the devil. I told the Christians, that was one of my debates with what's wrong with the devil? He's evil. He's the wicked liar. Isn't he supposed to be? So he's better than you because he's supposed to. Is the devil doing everything he's supposed to be? Yeah. Are you doing everything? No. So you're worse than the devil then. Don't talk about the devil again to me. That's my friend. I know he's sick. He's supposed to be. I gotta try. I gotta look at you because you're telling me to look at the devil, and you have no lifestyle. I get away from me, please. All right, let's go to the. Oh, Jehuti's here too. Peace, Jehuti. How are you, good brother?
Peace and love, Saba. How you doing? Can you hear me? Am I
I'm
coming
doing
in
good,
clear?
brother. I'm doing great.
Okay.
Doing
Perfect.
Yep.
Your energy's on 1,000. We love it.
Jared. Thank you. Jared said, "He that wins souls is a wise man." Thank you, Tuti. Wonderful. There we go. There we go. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I used to have one last thing before I used to talk about so-called brothers, and I used to confront the so-called black women with this. And I would say, "Black woman, are you proud to be a black woman? What do you dislike about the black men of today?" And they say, I always see them with the white women. They don't like us sisters. They hate themselves, and they're always with the white women. We gotta fix that, brother. And I'd say, "Yes, let's fix that, sister. Let's fix that, sister, because we want him to go for that which is real. You're the real queen, right? That's right, brother. That's right." And I say, "What's the texture of your hair, sister?" What's the texture of your hair? Talk to me. I want to know what the texture of your hair is. And they say, "Well, I just got my hair did. Little perm extension is done. I got it did." And I'll say, "Oh, so that's fake. Okay. Let me just make a note of that. I got to tell the brothers about that. You can know that that's fake, right? That's fake." He says, "I know you wear the eye contacts a little different color than your natural eye, huh? You put a little cream on your skin to kind of lighten it up a little bit, huh, sister? What's your religion, sister?" "I'm a Christian." "Okay. Well, let me tell you about the white woman. Want me to tell you about her? Guess what? Her hair is actually naturally straight. Huh? She has blue eyes and green eyes. Like the ones that you're buying? Huh? She's a Christian because the Nicene Council looked like her and invented Christianity. She's following her culture. Huh? So, hey, that black man that's with the white woman, he's going for real, recognized real."
Got
That white woman is real. The real straight. She's real. Oh. So when he compliments you, he's actually complimenting the white woman that you want to be. All right, let's get to the support, everybody. Here we go. Ready? Get to the support. All right. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez. Boom. One of the greatest feminine energy consistent supporters. I don't want to keep going off on a tangent. The class will go to 1 in the morning. There we go. Gabriela Lopez, the mother of the beautiful Osset, the mother of the beautiful youth that is going to raise up the next generation that is completely going to be lost. And here she is giving 2222. And I'm going to let you read that. Hush Nation, read that for me, please, good brother.
Dua Saba, Gabriela Lopez, 2222 for Tua for today's class.
Give Gabriela Lopez some big noise, please. Thank you, Gabriela Lopez. Appreciate you. Now we got Amun and Amunet. Okay, here it is. The wonderful. Why is it not coming up? There. Okay, here it is. The wonderful Duad. Amun and Amunet. Let me go to the screen so I can see everybody. Amun and where is it? Amun and Amunet. There it is. Boom. I'm gonna get Amun or Amunet to read that. I can't really see the screen because this big thing is blocking it. But if you are there, Amun or Amunet, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. $20 for Werkabes, Hemamet, Her Abba, Set and Heru are reconciled, were star deities, celestial beings, and Her Abba.
Wow. Wow. Thank you, Amunet, for reading that. Thank you, Amunet, for the great support. And Atef, give them some big noise, please. I'm going to read a few more. Give them some big noise, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let me refresh the page. Where are the supports coming in for the people that saw that class? Okay, I see. Oh, TT may be. Okay. I may have a delay on some of the supports are being sent manually. So, and TT is off and on busy. And my Gmail, there we go. Dejed, good brother Dejed, who is the high, which is the word for what people are calling a husband. He's the high of the beautiful, wonderful Gabriella, and the new father, of Aset. And is he on the screen anymore? Can you see the screen? The Jed. Here's the Jed right here. Put this on the screen. I'm going to come to the screen to see who's here. Tehuti Atef. Well, the Jed's not here. Okay. All right. That is the Jed right there. And who read? Hey, Jehuti, can you read this for me, good brother, please?
Yes, indeedy.
If you're there.
Dijed Sidim Ma'a Hempt Puat Su. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. I probably messed that up. Tua for today's class, Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep with the fist sign, a black heart emoji, and the sun.
Thank you, Jehuti, and give him some big noise, please. Sound selectors. All right, I had I'm gonna remember the Nukpu. I'll have to catch him next class. Okay. I'm gonna read a couple more, then I'm gonna take a break. And we have KEKO. Oh, we have Hefe dropping a big support for the Tuti-Pa class and me answering his question. We're gonna give some big noise transformers in the works to this great who has become consistent. He used to come a little bit off and on, but now I'm seeing him on the panel a lot more. I'm seeing his support questions coming in. Shout out to this brother becoming. I'm going to read this one, then I'm going to take a break, and Atef is going to talk to the people about the support. All right. Yeah, take a little break. Hey, where's the no, there. Oh, okay. Boom, 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 and there we go. Boom. All right, there is KEKO, otherwise known as Hefe. I'll read this one. Support for the Tehuti-Pa class. Tefrem Kema'at or Amun Amunet. Give this man some big noise, transformers, and everything. I'm gonna come off the screen for just a minute.
NEFER Unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Well, I think this is my favorite class, guys.
You say that every class, man. It just
Me
keep
too.
building, huh?
Bro,
Me too. That's my
bro,
favorite class too.
y'all can't tell me it don't feel like that. Every class is better and better. It's a fact.
Better and better.
Yeah, I'm not lying. Like, it's a fact. Every single class, every question that I think is not really serious or I would have never thought to ask, they just turn out to be phenomenal. Even the gyms, when Saba just be talking, the Caribbean, oh, it's just, I love it. I'm HOTEP. This is my favorite class. HOTEP, great Saba, welcome back.
HOTEP. I'm gonna read two more, and then I'm gonna go into my break. Let you all build. This is a great, energetic class that has me very, very excited, and this is a great time for you to while you take your opportunity and build with each other, because I just feel that good family and on it, and I'm gonna step away and let you all build in just a moment. So we're gonna go for this next one, who is Johan Billadou. Johan Billadou with the is it coming up? Yeah. Johan Billadou with the $10. There's nothing really to read, but appreciate you, Johan Billadou, for the $10 support. Thank you so much. And I see Jehuti in here. Let me scroll up. Who's this? I see Jehuti. I see Israel Hoyley. Here's Israel. I'll read this one, and then I'm going to take a break. And I see a Tefrem came out way at the bottom because he probably donated the day before class or something. He's on the. You gotta scroll down. Okay, wonderful. Shout out to a Tef who donates, sends support. Like, I don't even think it's the same day. Shout out to the good brother. And Jehuti, did you send me something recently with another question saying you have 1 million questions, or did I read that one already?
Oh no! I sent that.
You sent me a new set of questions, right?
Yesterday. I sent a new set of questions yesterday, and then I sent another offering today, just for the class.
Let me scroll and see where I see your name. I have one for April 28th.
Yeah, that was the one. Okay, yeah, that was the one I sent a couple of days before. I think it was like Friday or Friday, Thursday or Friday, or it might have been actually the day after last class.
But you did not send one yesterday, right? That would be May 2nd.
I don't think so. There's one in the draft. There's one ready to go. I don't think I put send yet.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah. So the one you're talking about is from the couple days ago, April 28th. Okay, good. I see it. Okay, shout out to Israel Hoyley. Isfet protecting Ra. Israel 11/11, right?
Yeah.
I see that too. Okay, shout out to Israel Hoyley. It's $19. ISFET Protect Us. It is a tip for the class. Go ahead and give him some noise, and then I'm going to step off for a moment and let your family build. All right, wonderful. Thank you, Israel. Oh, it says ISFET. Oh, did I read it already before it came off? Let me put it on again.
Yes, you read it.
Yeah, you read it.
All right, okay, wonderful. Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna step off for just a moment and let you all build. I love your I'm gonna ask the people that were in the NETERU class before I step off. That would be Amunet, Amun, Atef. I'll start off with you, Amunet, because you seem to be the most excited in the chat for this class. Did this feel to you? Does this remind you of the vibe of like a long NETERU class?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. As I was going over it, I said there's certain people that are gonna love this. It's gonna remind them. For those who have missed the NETERU classes, they used to be like this, not as long, but the same type of focus, just mainly what's in the writings and things that you can take back to uplift yourself. So, okay, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Amunet. I saw you getting really excited in the chat. And Amun, how about you? What did this feel like to you? This answer?
Definitely felt like a METU class. Absolutely beautiful, and also felt reminiscent of a METU class because you went over the Akhenaten. You also went over Hemet. You went over that slightly in the METU class. I remember that. So yeah, definitely felt like a METU class.
Okay, good. Okay, wonderful. And we already heard Atef say this is his favorite class. I'm going to step off for a moment. You all build on the class, build on whatever you all want to build on that pertains to the upliftment of the House of Atten, the Tehuti Pod class. I know Atef is going to talk to everybody about support. Everybody who saw that class, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. That was an hour and 45 minutes of holding the people's attention on straight indigenous teachings. That is one thing that I am very proud to say that the House of Atten represents and that I brought back into existence, which is Tehuti the only one on the planet answering in-depth questions on the Per Emharu on the afterlife. No conscious teacher, every conscious teacher is ashamed to teach what the ancient writings say about the afterlife. None of them want to be caught saying they believe in any details of an out-of-body, in an afterlife of immortality, consciousness, mind shifting. They don't want to be caught with that because they're so used to debating Hebrew Israelites. They're so used to debating Christians on their so-called spookism and their belief. They don't want to step up and stand on the teachings of Ma'at because then the Hebrews can turn around to them and the Christians can turn around to them and say, oh, you believe that you can come out of your body? You believe that after you die, there's another life in this realm called Saket, and they can open. If I was a Hebrew, there'd be no Kemetic people left. If I actually decided to join the side of the Hebrews, I would destroy every Kemetic person on the planet because they're all false and fake and none of them are proud of the writings. And I would pick apart the writings and show them that they are more spiritual and have a belief system than any Hebrew or Christian. There is nobody on the planet that believes in spirituality more than the ancient people of Kemet. And the people are ashamed of it. So I am proud to sit in the reins of the Neter and ride the waves while all the other teachers leave it open. So when I step into that realm to get the answers, there's nobody else in there when I go there. Nobody is there. It's this open world, and I'm back swimming in this world, and I'm not bumping into anybody because nobody cares about the writings of the Neter. So Tua to the Neter, Tua to the original time of the Zep Tepi, Tua to all the beings that left this for us. Support the Tehuti class. Support the men. This is the last of it. When this is, if or when this is gone, there's nothing and nobody left to represent the NETERU. Peace. I'll be back, everybody. Hotep.
Make sure y'all hit that like
Giant
button.
break, Saba.
Hit the like button, please.
Hotep, peace and love.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I'll be Hotep. Thank you, everybody. And yeah, everybody. What did he say? Yeah, hit the Cash App button, please.
Hotep, peace and love, everybody. Like, subscribe, and comment, like the great brother said. Last week, the good brother Robert Williams was clapping for the support, and I was saying that I understand that energy because our teacher, this type of information needs to be celebrated and it needs to be applauded, not the opposite. Like Saba always points out that, you know, after you say the Egyptians are black, then what's left, right? It's like we hustling backwards and we don't care. You know, as far as myself, a few years ago, I had I had never even heard the word Ma'at. I didn't know nothing about my own culture. But what I did know was that I had a realization, Tua to the Neter, as Saba said, Hindu to the NETERU, that it was so much around me that was a lie. You know, it was like, even though I felt successful, whatever that is, success can be subjective. Success to an earthworm is just don't get ate by a bird today. So, you know, I was walking around with a sense of pride in nothing, actually. Well, I have a NEFER family. I have NEFER children. So that I had definitely to celebrate, which I definitely celebrate now. But the material things, you know, all of the trappings and whatever they call it, those things didn't bring me joy. Once I looked around and realized that it wasn't fulfilling, that I was missing something. And what I realized was that we don't know who we are. We don't know our own culture. We don't know, like Saba said, that's more evil, to know who you are and then not want to imbue that. Now, how do you not want to go back to the origins, right? We think we black, we think we African American, all these different PSYOPS names, none of it is real. None of it is actually true. None of it is, Saba's background is black right now. That's black. No one looks like that, right? Hush Nation's shirt is white. Nobody looks like that. And then when you look up etymology, Saba taught us about etymology and dates. And once you look up etymology of race, then you see that once upon a time, race was used to describe the same characteristics of wines, right? And then it was also used to describe people that had the same occupation. So if me and Hush Nation were both nurses, then we would be of the same race, which is a complete psyops. Now we use it for black and white and Mexican and all of these different, it's just ignorant, man. So in my search for the truth, because that's all I wanted, you know, I just realized that so much of everything that we've been taught was a lie, right? I didn't know what the truth was, but I knew what the lie was. And that's what I began to unravel, right? I was like, okay, that's not true. This isn't true. How can I be an African American from two different continents? It's just all these different matrices that I began to remove on my own. And I had a real earnest decision in myself to where I was like just tired of the lies and the ISFET, and I wanted something different. I really truly desired the truth. To the point where my Ren is Ma'at, right? So, but even then, so, you know, I changed my at that time I began to call myself ARCAD, which was an acronym, which is what they call a Sumerian name But even then, I was getting closer to my culture, right? And I didn't even realize that. But ARCAT, as the acronym, was achievement requires commitment and dedication. Before that, though, it was just in understanding what real wealth was. It was already rich, create a dynasty. And it was that I decided to myself that I was going to really, really, really search out wisdom. And it also stood for always reading, careful about detail. So I began to embody that energy of just switching the frequency of what people were calling me and how I was behaving. And and then those things began to, the netter began to show me things and do things for me, as they would as they would say, bless. But even that is, look up the etymology of blessed. But anyway, you know, I began to receive a lot of different insights and different what they would call intuitions, and then it's almost as if SABA fell out of the, he just appeared, man. Like when what they say is true. And I told SABA this, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. It's like SABA came out of nowhere, and he literally has changed my life. When he spoke about the Medu Netta Monday classes, that's one of the things that my wife, she consistently asks about. Like, hey, you know, I really miss, you know, Monday classes, because it was a ritual for us where we would, you know, pick the children up and we would, you know, get dinner ready and do things, and we would rush home to be in this energy and to learn from SABA. That's how instrumental it was. And if those of you that get the classes, when you see when SABA's asking me questions, I don't know. I don't know most of the answers. I didn't know at that time. And usually, you know, it would be something that would I would be ashamed of. I would be ashamed if someone asked me something, or if I didn't know something, like in school and all of that. You know, you get embarrassed. But I was never embarrassed, because I knew that me not knowing was an opportunity for me to learn, right? So it was something to celebrate for me within myself. Although I wanted to answer the questions right, and I tried, but I just wasn't there yet, you know. So you know, when I tell people, put the boat in the water where you at, you know, don't be ashamed, and don't knock yourself. Just you know, anchor and continue to move forward, and put your best forward and continue to move, because I'm here now. This is where I'm at right now, right? And it's because of classes like what SABA did back then, and I'm so grateful for those classes, as well as my mate. She's grateful, to the point where I'm telling you, she asks about them at least once or twice every couple weeks. It's just something, you know, that's just that energy, being in that frequency with all of the brothers and sisters, the whole family. It was just a wonderful time. And yeah, our teachers need to be celebrated, man. And I think that it's a real travesty for people to know who they are and not want to imbue that culture, not want to actually live that culture. Know thyself. I have it above me. It's written down. I put that up there before I knew any metal netta or anything. You know, it was because I was just tired of, I just knew everything was a lie. You know, I'm black, says who? I'm African American, says who? Who said that? Who said I was a Negro? Who said I was these things, right? It wasn't our ancestors. I knew that for a fact. I knew for a fact that that Santa Claus wasn't coming. I knew for a fact that nobody was coming to save us. It's up to you to save yourself. You got to look in the mirror and save yourself, right? An apple seed produces an apple, which produces an apple tree, right? An apple tree produces an apple, right? An apple seed produces an apple tree, which produces an apple. An apple seed doesn't make a lemon tree, right? And if we are of the NETERU, then what does that make us, right? You know, there's writings that tell us this. It's written down, like it's in places, and we have to. I don't understand how people don't want to know themselves. I don't understand how people walk around calling themselves, it's a lie, right? And then, all of these different PSYOPs, Puerto Rican, Mexican, all these different colonialism terms, just look it up. Go look up the etymology of African, and then you tell me what it means, and you tell me if you African, because that's what they'll hit me with. Well, I'm not. Well, at the end of the day, I'm African. Okay, well then go look it up, and then you tell me if you African or not. It's all a PSYOPs, man, and we don't speak our mother tongue. We speak English, and it's just a shame that once you begin to know how this language was created, who it was created by, what it was created for, then you'll begin to understand. If you want to. If not, then do what you like Humpty Hump say. So I encourage people to support the truth, support yourself, like really support yourself. When you don't support, when you don't give reciprocity to this, like who out there is answering these questions? Tehuti, you don't ask a lot of questions, good brother, so far. Too off for that, the wonderful questions that you asked, but there's a reason why you chose to ask SABA these questions. You don't look like you're 10 years old. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure you've asked a lot of different people a lot of different questions. And I don't know, you could tell us if you've given that type of reciprocity that you give. Thank you, by the way, for that, for us giving that to our teacher and, providing that for us, because that basically, right, that fed me, that fed Hush Nation. If I could speak for you, great brother, that question and that answer is so valuable to us. So I thank you for that, good brother. These are the types of people, NETERU, right, that need to be celebrated and need to be applauded and need to be held up. We are the ones that should be holding him up on our shoulders collectively, right? And to him, to our teacher, to our great Saba, for holding us up, right, and teaching us how to fish, because he's feeding us, but he's also teaching us how to fish. Man, I'll tell y'all, I don't want to hog the mic, but I'll give y'all some insight, man.
Hog it, man. Give us some testimony.
I've had numerous private conversations with Saba, and every single one of them has been instrumental. Every single one of them I've had with the brothers on this subject, like the what they call a tamahu and these different types of things. And it was life-changing for me to just sit up and just watch this. And he was just talking. He wasn't showing no slides. He's just talking to us and teaching us, man. And just breaking us out of the matrix. What other teacher, and I've had plenty of teachers before this, no other teacher has been able to break me out of the matrix as Saba has, as far as elevate my consciousness. And like he said, and I definitely echo that, to everyone that's tried and that was doing their part, to them. I came through Christianity to Islam, and I studied Jehovah's Witness. I read the books, so I've been around, and I have not found anyone that has been able to do for me what Saba has done, right? Not even my family, as far as consciousness, right, on who we are for real and what we're supposed to be doing, so right now I'm eternally grateful, and what he's building this family here, Hindu to the great Sekhmet, Nefer Sekhmet, who does she uploads and breaks down the clips. She does the timestamps and she uploads them. She does it to Spotify. Hotep Hindu to Amunet, who, man, she puts out the clips. She takes these classes and our classes from Sunday and puts them out, puts the clips out, and spreading the truth. Hotep Hindu, of course, to the great brother Ani, who has taught me so much tremendously on the technological side, and as well as just in the knowledge, just what, you know, Hotep Henu to SABA for teaching me without even knowing he was teaching me. He was just naming books, man, that just piqued my interest. And I grabbed them books early before I knew. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just following my Eve. I was just my Eve let me here. The NETERU actually have been guiding me, and I'm grateful to them. You know, Saba taught on how to create altars, you know, and how to give reciprocity. And I was doing little things, and I didn't have all. I was doing little things within my Eve that I didn't actually. I wasn't conscious of what I was actually doing. And you know, as I elevate my consciousness and I go, as I move forward, you know, I'm seeing the benefit. You know, I'm reaping the reward. So, you know, I'm eternally grateful, and I'm grateful for all of you brothers for the question that you asked, Hush Nation, the question that you asked, brothers. The man, Tehuti, I don't know if you saw the 666 question, brother, man, but listen,
I missed that one.
Man, listen, there's so many classes, there's so much YouTube classes that Saba's done that are just, man, they are. It's just phenomenal, man. I'm grateful to be in this energy, and you know, may our great Saba be celebrated. May his name be remembered for eternity, because no one is doing this. Everyone just going along with the lie. They just going along with the colonization, with the ISFET, and it's just they don't care. How can you not care who you are for real? You walk around thinking you black. You walk around thinking you African. You walk around thinking you American. Like it just, and then when you find out the truth, then you don't believe it, but you believe in Zeus. You believe in Thor and the Avengers, and it just don't make no sense. You believe in Santa Claus. You believe in Serapis. Like it's just, nobody's coming to save you. It's up to you to save you. It's up to you to save yourself. He's just a Saba. Saba mean doorway. He just give you the information. It's up to you to do what you're gonna do with it. He's just providing the information for you. But the beautiful thing about what Saba does is he's giving you the knowledge to be your best and to do whatever it is that you can do to be, you know, because we all have a gift, right? That I'm discovering mine. And I'm grateful for that. Me and my mate talk about it, and I'm discovering that, and you know, people are giving me adoration and praises, and it's not funny to me, but you know, it's NEFER. So, you know, it wasn't like that before, and I'm grateful for Saba. You know, Hotep Henu, Hush Nation, and Tehuti, I'll let you brothers talk. I just wanted to share what was on my Eve. You know, support the truth, support our Saba. If this touched you in any way, if you learned anything, I'm saying that this is my favorite class, and I truly mean that from my Eve, because every class is better and better. Every single class to me gets better and better, right? There was no Tehuti Overdrive. Okay, this felt like a Medu Netta class. Why? Because it was all Medu. He just strictly taught from the ancestors' writings. That is absolutely NEFER, right? No opinion. He just showing you, you know what I mean? And I have that book. I could go look that up and research that. I have that book. I actually have a few different copies of it, right? You know, so it's just, man, I'm just grateful, man. So Hotep Henu, like, subscribe, and comment, and spread the word. House of ATTON. Hush Nation, you say you in New York now, good brother?
Yeah. I here in New York now, sir.
That's nice, brother. Where you at in New York? In the city?
In the Bronx, yeah.
Okay. You was just in Texas, right?
Yeah, I missed him.
I in class.
Nice, man. You travel more than me, good brother.
But that's just since the pathways, you know, since the pathways I travel in. So, if it wasn't for pathways, I still on my pathways journey, you know what I mean? So it's just Pekka M2 straight, and man just focus on the Pekka M2, you know? So it's Pekka M2 morning, Pekka M2 in the afternoon, Pekka M2 in the night, you know? So during the journey is a little isolated, but you know, I get to see family that I ain't see in years, and I get to be in different environment, and you know, I getting to see like now I getting to see like this whole fiend thing on another level. That I got to give the jet tour for the drug wars, because it really never, you know. Yeah, but I just gotta say, this is my favorite class, my son, because yeah, I obsess with the hammermet. So to
You
see,
understand. You understand.
yeah, when Saba going on the hammermet like that, it's like what? And whenever I see the hammermet in the prayer, I just be like, oh, you, I get excited. But then now today, Saba went in detail from the hammermet to the hem, being the fire, the heat, the hot, to the hammy, to shine, sun, fire, boy.
Caribbean.
Yeah. Because I know about the whole TAINO thing through listening to Immortal Technique. So when I hear Saba going on this now, checking I like, oh, that's so never, you know what I mean? I checking this is what I need, because I mean I gotta like find a way to show my Caribbean people the Port and Hero, and with knowledge, yeah. So with knowledge like this now, it opened the whole room, the whole library, the whole knowledge, and then the details make it knowledge on a whole nother level. So it's so much cool in it, you know what I mean? And then to go after that into a whole MERU class, because I ain't had MERU like this in a while on the pod class, you know? And this class was strictly MERU and Warrior Hammermets and the AHA. I had feel to get up and do 9 push-ups in the middle of the class, but I had the headphones and all of that. And I said, all right, let me just focus on the class. I check in now, but tomorrow I check in like this gonna be one of those push-ups, you know what I mean? And then when you're having that in your mind, why it just fire from breaking down the set and hero on both sides of Ramses. Yeah, this was better than a movie. It what time it is now? It's 2:39, 2:39.
Yeah, 2:39 where I'm at too.
Yeah, you see. But the thing is, I checking like I feel like the class had done fast, you know, and then when I see the time, I'm like, no, the class ain't done fast. It's me who want more.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
I like, whoa. I know Saba does blow me up my socks every Saturday, but this here was really effort to go into the Makeru and link the Makeru with the Kerr and the SAAU with the garden, with the arms, and then he break it down with the army. I checking like greatest Manhattan ever at the ready, Miss Son. Because I checking with this kind of teachings here. This is the best warrior teachings I ever get. You know what I mean? It's better than any. This better than any kind of Jeet Kune, Kung Fu, Krav Maga, kickboxing.
Yeah.
So this here was like it, you know what I mean? So VRA, big up for that. Big man at Toa for that VRA, because when VRA sent the question, I didn't know it was going this far. You know, and like you say, the classes does get better and better. But the class is so never that you could go back into them and learn so much more.
Right.
Yeah. And this one here was so cool from beginning to the end. And then he finished it off with the pure meru. Man, that was never, boy. SABA just opened up the per-em hero and went in. I have to go over this class. This class gonna make me feel so much better when I read the per-em hero. Man, I love it. Dua Sekem, Tua Saba, Tehuti Amon, Hotep Rap. Hotep Marima Art, but I love it.
Tehuti, I'll let you speak, good brother. I wanted to just say, Hush Nation, keep showing up, good brother, because even when I travel, no matter where I'm at, I'm here. I don't miss a class, bro. If I gotta bring my phone or my laptop, it don't matter where I'm at. And I travel a lot as well, but I do not miss a class. I don't miss this. It has to really be extenuating circumstances for me to not be here and to not stay up and to be in this frequency. Like, you're right, it's 2:39 where I'm at. And, you know, like I said, there was so many things once upon a time that I would be doing at 2:39. Like, I had no problem staying up to do ISFET, right? So why wouldn't I stay up now to raise my consciousness? There's no excuse.
Right.
Like you said, brother, the war really is mental. So that's why it hits you so hard, because it starts there first. You know, so, yeah, this is welcome back, Grace Saba.
Peace. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good to be back. Good to hear all the great words you all building. It's a beautiful thing, and I came in right at the tail end of Tef discussing his dedication under any circumstance, regardless of what city he's in. He does not miss a class. If he has to come on from a hotel on his phone, wherever he is, he doesn't miss one. So that is a beautiful thing, and that is loyalty and dedication that I can relate to. Appreciate that. Okay, everybody. We're gonna get back to the rest of the supports and close up the pod class. Let's see what the rest of the supports are.
No, you good. Saba, I can ask you a question.
Okay, I hear talking. Yes. Okay, I hear.
Yeah. About the way the chest and the body synonymous. Where the chest and the body is synonymous. Yeah.
You said ask the question.
Oh, yeah. Yes, if anybody wants to ask, yeah. Oh, I did say that, didn't I? Yeah. So the word there is chest, and the word there is also body, and it's senbet, and it's the same word for strength. And I had taught this once in a meta class, that if you look at the ka symbol, well, how would you describe the ka symbol? The ka. If you could describe, how would you describe it?
I would describe it as the snake with the body in it.
No, the Ka symbol. You know what that is? Let me ask Jehuti. Maybe you're not sure, but let me ask Jehuti. Jehuti.
I don't know. I don't know. That's why I'm.
How would you describe with words the Ka symbol?
I don't know what the Ka symbol is, so I need to educate myself on it.
Oh, it's like cutting off. I can't seem to. Did you say something, Jehuti?
Yeah. Can you hear me? I don't know why it seems to.
This
seems
audio is strange.
Stop it. I can hear him well.
Yeah, I heard him.
Yeah, it's like speeding up your words and then cutting you off. What did you say?
I was saying I don't know what the Ka symbol is.
It's mine,
so I have
and
to
then okay.
educate
Say it one more
myself.
time, Jehuti.
I don't know what the Ka symbol is, so I have to educate myself in order for me to give a proper answer. But it looks like 2 hands coming up. That's why I see him in group.
Atef, with your words, describe the Ka symbol with words.
With words, 2 hands going up. 2 arms. 2 arms.
Yes. 2 arms going up. Okay, wonderful. Let me see if it's pulled up yet. It's my computer is
That's interesting.
not right here. It's not even pulling up thing. Okay, okay, here it is. It's pulling up now. Let me see. Okay, images. Calm down, little one. Okay, here we go.
Is that it?
Okay, here we go. Let me get on the screen. So here's the Ka symbol. Does everybody see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the Ka symbol is usually described as 2 arms. I revealed the true definition of the Ka symbol as described in the MetaNetter and shown in the symbols that I've never seen anybody focus on, but I had to let everybody know what it is. You're not looking at 2 arms. What you're looking at is you're looking at 2 arms with a chest. The chest in the middle is what the 2 arms are connected to. And if anybody remembers, the MetaNetter class, I elaborated that the Ka is associated with the Eb because the Eb is in the area of the chest. So when you see the Ka is actually 2 arms connected to a chest with no head. It's just focused on the chest area and the arms. The arms represent that which works things and does things and accomplishes things. That's why the image of Amun, the hidden one, is 2 arms up under a concealed area. So it shows the working hands in an area that you can't see with your physical eye, like how atoms work and how subatomic particles work. So the chest area is where the Eb is. Now, I'll take that off. Okay, can everybody see me?
Yeah, it looked like you froze, Saba.
Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
you.
you.
How about now?
Yes, you're good, Saba.
Okay, good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask everybody to point to themselves. Point to yourself. Point to yourself. If somebody said point to yourself, go ahead and just regular, man, regular. Point to yourself.
I'm a part of everything.
I can't see. Okay. Right. But point to yourself though. Somebody just said, if you say I'm the one speaking, what would you point to? If you're talking somebody who's deaf and you're trying to communicate with them, you're trying to tell them it's me. Where would you point? You tell them it's the sky. Okay, so in regular,
it's the whole atmosphere.
If a deaf person saw you doing that, you can't tell a deaf person that. Okay, okay, good. So everybody, I wish there was more people on the panel. So the regular way that we've been all doing it until today is what you're doing, right? And the question is that I asked in the Stepping Out of the Matrix book is why don't you point to your shoulder or your knee or your stomach? Why is it that if somebody asks you to point to yourself, you immediately point to your chest? Anybody ever notice that? You never point to your lips. You never point to your ear. You never point to your cheek. You always do that. You always point to yourself. Yourself is your entire self, yet you point to one aspect. That chest area on the left side of the chest is where the Eb is. The Eb are the heart. That's what holds the Saket. The Saket is the conscious memory of everything that affects you emotionally. Your brain holds the memory, the amygdala and the hippocampus, but this area here holds the memory of things that affect you emotionally. That's why we associate our heart with our emotions, even though there's no real proof of that. But when you say, I feel sad, you say, my heart is saddened. Your actual physical heart does not become saddened in your anatomy. I have a joyful heart. I'm happy hearted. We always use that term heart. And when it comes to the Saket, which is memory, you never use your brain. You never say, I remember it by brain. You say, I have it memorized by heart. Why would you say you have things memorized by heart when your memory is supposed to be in the brain? Because this is this is where you are right here in the E, in the Perm Haru. This is the area that's weighed. It's the heart area that's weighed against the Isfet. Because the real you is your heart energy. This energy right here is the real you, and you always point there and you always talk about your heart. So thus, in the Perm Haru, the area here, which is what makes up the Ka. The Ka is the center part of you. That's the energetic template. So the two hands being held up, that's the Ka, is actually a chest, two chest muscles with arms connected to it. And that is actually the true you. And the true you is describing your entire body. And thus you have the word chest in Senbet, and then the word chest is also the translation of your entire body, because you use your chest to define all of you. So that is the answer for that. I'm gonna stop right there. So there it is. Chest, heart, and body are all synonymous.
Appreciate you, Hush. Appreciate
Say
you.
it with your heart. Say it with your chest.
That's what the pod classes will do.
Yeah, we get some extra crack today.
Say it with your chest.
Say it with your chest. This reminds me of the class when SABA had break down the members. Remember when SABA break down the members? That was insane. When SABA break
You gotta
down
find
the
that
chest,
one.
yeah, when SABA break down the chest just now, I was like, this reminds me of when SABA had break down the members, and then I bought up in it in the Perm Haru, and then I see, then I read in the members, I was like, this is insane. Hey, to SABA, love you so much. Big man.
I'm glad you appreciate that. It's the thank you. I'm glad you appreciate that. That is the area of the body where the Eb is. It's the area of the body. And remember, it's Anku Jastaneb. Whenever you wish somebody health and strength, that is the strongest part of your body that actually fights. The actual ability to push something back. It's the only area of the body that is associated with when you become sick. Did you know that? When you're not healthy, it's the only body part ever mentioned. Did you know that? Huh? When you get sick, what's the word for being sick? It starts with the letter C. The letter C, what's the word?
Cold.
You have a what? Not a flu, but a what? It starts with a C.
Chest cold.
Okay. And what kind of cold? What type of cold do you get? Right. Never a lung cold. Never a heart cold. Never a liver cold. A chest cold. The chest is the area associated with the body, the first thing and body part that's associated with sickness. And it's the first body part that gets looked at when you're a child. A doctor, what does a doctor put that little thing on you? He doesn't put it on your cheek. He doesn't put it on your. He has a little thing on him. It has like a sound. And what does he do to check your health?
That's
stethoscope.
Put it right here on your chest.
Right. Yeah. That goes on your chest to check your health. And when you're unhealthy, the first kind of cold you get that's associated with the body part, they say you have a chest cold. Does that mean you're actually only sick in your chest? All right, let me let's get to the
Keep it coming. Keep it coming. I
Where's
need
the
some
Jed
more.
at? Where's the
I need some
Mr.
more.
Oh man.
Jed.
The Jed would be sending me support for the jewels. That's how the pod class would be. If I had, if it was like say Eddie Murphy, if it was like who are those guys? Who is the rich little short guy? Kevin Hart,
Kevin Hart,
the Cat Williams, and all. If those guys said okay to, yeah, if those guys said okay to, here's what we're gonna do. Listen, we're just gonna give you all this big donation. Do the pod class without preparation. Do the pod class without the screen share, and just to see if you can answer questions and just talk to us. This is how the pod class. That same answer that I gave just now about the chest, that would take me half an hour, 20 minutes to make it a screen pretty. The same thing that I'm just kicking from the top of my mouth. I'd have to take half an hour to get diagrams of a chest. But I have a question for the class. You have to type it out, do all that. That's what makes the pod class so long to put it together. Just that little jewel right there. But if I got a big donation and somebody said, just take care of him, Eddie Murphy, just take care of the class, man. Forget about them donating. Here, just boom, drop that. You would see the ability that I do in my bedroom alone. I answer the pod class questions verbally without the screen share first. All right, let me.
Saba, I was telling them.
What'd you say, Tim?
I said I was telling them the many sessions that we've had, like privately with the brothers, and just no class, no screen share, just how instrumental they have been and are. Just when you rapping. See, I like this kind of rapping, Saba. That other rap, I don't know about the other rap them other people be doing.
Yeah, this is what I'm actually used to, because I was raised up, put in front of a podium, and 500, 1,000 people would come from different parts of the world, and I don't know who the people. I'm from Jamaica. I have a question. I'm from UK. I have a question, and I have to. There's no internet. And I have to answer questions live on a podium like this. No time for preparation. So I was actually raised to do that more naturally than the way I'm doing the pod class. But
Oh yeah.
at any rate, we're
That's
gonna
a
go into the
beast.
supports.
So Hootie, was there like an experience that brought you into this
Okay, here we
information?
go, everybody.
Oh my bad.
Oh, can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We hear you, Saba.
Okay. Hard to answer that because with what I know, there's no such thing as this information because this is a singular. So that would be difficult to answer because this information could be the answer that I just gave, or what I was teaching in '92, because all of it is this, but only one of it is this. So it's a conglomeration. But I would say what got me into the thinking that I have is being around the animals. What got me into the question, the way that I asked questions, was being around Malachi and Colombo.
Who's Colombo? I'm ignorant.
He's a short Italian investigator. He's a short Italian investigator.
Okay. Got you.
Yeah, and he traps everybody with the way that he asks questions by being really friendly. And the next thing you know, you're spilling your guts in your snake style. I combined his style with what I saw the animals do, and that became a lot of what you see me doing.
Could you give an example of what you mean by like what the animals do and how they?
Maybe next class. I gotta wrap it up.
Dang.
I have to get to these
I got you.
I gotta get to these supports. I don't see any new supports coming in, so I gotta wrap these up. Huh?
No, I was telling Tehuti he could find that information on the intro.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's Daryl. He says 508 for the pod class. Shout out to you, Daryl. Thank you very much. We're gonna go to the next support that came in, and we got Saket with Okay, let me do this. I was waiting for Saket to pop up when she saw Neith in the thumbnail. Is Saket in the class? I don't know, but here we go. So here is Saket right here. Oh wait, it already exists. No, it doesn't exist. But I see. Boom. Okay, shout out to Saket. If you're listening out there, we're gonna do your support, which is right. Oh wait. Let me fix something here. Okay. Oh, there we go. Perfect. I love it. Here we go. Erase. Boom. Okay. All right. Shout out to Saket with her. Where did Amun and Amunek go?
They dropped off a while ago, Saba.
Yeah, they dropped off probably 15, 20 minutes ago.
All right, so there's Saket. Go ahead. Okay. Read this for me, Hush Nation, please.
No problem,
It's at the bottom.
Okay, I see it. Tua. Saket Senyo 999. Saket 137 for aha. For I am she. She who not laughs last, but outlast is Fet's wrath with bow and arrows. Bars.
I like that addition.
Okay. Give her a hand clap for that. Atef, thank you for reading that Okay, wonderful. And let's get to the next one here. We got okay, I see Amonette. We got Tehuti here with I will let him read this. That's it. Okay.
Tummy rub.
Okay, and I will let Tehuti read this. There it is. Tehuti can read this.
She got a DJ. Tehuti and Ra, I shot 11-11 for reciprocity for the velocity, flooding SAIS viscosity. Bars.
All right. This is a tip for the I'm sure a tip for the Noah Flood new class. So give him a hand clap for that, Atef.
That's it.
Wonderful. And we have Amun and Amonette with a Metanetter class. This is Medu. Okay, I see. Where are you going? Where are you going? You need to sit. Relax, man. Okay, what number is this? Medu class. Okay. Oh, you're going crazy. Okay. Medu. Okay, we got Amun and Amonette with support given for Metanetter class. I'm going to put it up on the screen. And we'll make some noise for them. All right, is it on the screen yet?
Yeah.
Okay, so Metanetter class. Go ahead and read that for me, Hush Nation, please.
No problem, Saba. $40 from Amun and Amonette for Meru. Number 6. Tua so very much, Saba. You are the best. With a black ebe, a red ebe, and a feather. 2 ebes and a feather.
Wonderful. Give them a hand. Give them a hand clap for that, please. Wonderful. And now we got Hush Nation pops up. And I wonder why they do it like this now. They put the message. below. It's not big anymore. Okay. Okay, coming up is Hush Nation. Coming right up. Let me go ahead and save this. What does this say? Meta. Okay, coming up for the next support is Hush Nation, who is on the screen right now. I'll get him to read for us.
No problem, Saba. It ain't pop up yet. Yeah. 2772 from Hush Nation for Meru Monday, number 7. Tua Henu Saba Tehuti Ankuja Seneb.
All right, give him some noise for that. All right. And what meta class is that, Hush?
Meru class number 7.
Meta class 7. Okay. All right. And okay, great. You should have that class right now.
Tua Saba.
Nini Hook. Okay, wonderful. Next up is Be Get Leisure with the monster support. Goodness, man. Okay, Be Get Leisure. You get rid of this. Okay, good. Okay, Tef, give him some big noise. Transformers and first, we're gonna get Tehuti, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, indeed. Bays Leisure Center sent you $50. Hanu Saba, Stonehenge youngest structure, now ancestry artifact rather than ancestors cause they were indigenous. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me repeat that. Hanu Saba, Stonehenge youngest structure, now ancestry artifact rather than ancestors because they were indigenous.
All right, thank you, Tehuti. And give him some big noise, Transformers and all.
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
Saket is in the class. Okay. Vision says, make sure you hit that like button. Okay. Yes. Definitely hit the like button. That should be obvious. If you like it. Okay, we're going to scroll down. And here we go now. Nook Panook. I got 2 Nook Panook, and then we're going to go with the monster support from Tehuti. So here is Nook Panook. And this is a tip for the Dogon class. All right. Shout out to Nook Poo. And Hush Nation, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, Saba, for sure. That's no problem. Just so you know, Amun and Amunet had leave a message before they left. And they sent tour for us for holding it down while they...
I can't even hear him. I heard a little bit of what she said, Hush Nation. It sounds muted or something. But I heard about Ammon and Ammonet, and I saw the message. But I can't hear you right now for some reason.
Are you hearing me? Okay. Yeah, my sound went out. Yeah, hear me read it just now?
Oh yeah, read that. So I heard what you said about Ammon and Ammonet, and I saw the message. And go ahead and thank you for that. And go ahead and read this one right now, please.
Okay, I got you, Saba. 999 from Nokpu for Hotep Saba, Tehuti. Dogon tribe is most proud of you, Ma'at. With our angel face with a halo.
All right, give him a give him a hand clap, please. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that message there, Vision Ray. Appreciate that. And yes, everybody.
Visionary.
Should hit the likes.
Visionary.
Like Vision Ray said, it helps the algorithms. I'm not up to date. Visionary?
Yeah, visionary.
Visionary.
Yeah, like a visionary. Visionary.
Oh, I see it now. I see it now. I see it. I see it in there. Visionary. Ray. Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you. I see it now. Visionary. All right. Okay. Wonderful. And we got who's this? Ty White. Who is Abraxas? Interesting. Shout out to Ty White. This is a new person. I never seen this. I never heard of this name in the pod class. Shout out to all the new people and Ty White. This is a question from Ty White. 26 from May. Nanny? May what? 4th? All right, we have Ty White sent in $12.84. And the question is, who is Abraxas? All right, Ty White. Yes, this will be put inside of a, maybe given a short answer or put inside of another podcast question when we get to it in sequence. But shout out to Ty White. Who is Abraxas? One moment. Okay, let's see if we have Ephraim Kim Ma'at. I see that. We have a couple of new ones came in. Let me scroll down to who's this? Okay. We have a Tefrem Kem Ma'at with his consistent consistency. This computer is really moving slow. All right, there it is. Tefrem Kem Ma'at. And you could read this for us, Tef, please.
HOTEP Great Saba 777 from a Tefrem Kem Ma'at for HOTEP Ma'at Tua Ishim in Mendu.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to put the next one up. I'll put the next one up and then we'll do the hand clap since they're both from you. And all right, go ahead and read that, good brother Tef.
HOTEP Great Saba 2072 from a Tefrem Kem Ma'at for HOTEP Ma'at Tua Ishim.
All right, give yourself a hand clap for that, please. Okay, and rid of this. I think we have another one from Nook Panook, and I see a Tef again. Two more from Nook Panook. Nook Panook is back. I was wondering what happened to him. He drifted off, he says. Hey, where are you going? He drifted off into the sleep world. And here is Nook Panook again. Read that again for me, Hush Nation, and we're going to give him a clap because he's given a lot tonight.
No problem, Saba. Tua. 999 from Nokpu for Hotep Heru Hor Aha Hotep Net Ankuja Seneb Ma'at with a blue Ib. Some Hammamet looking star type of symbol and angel wings.
All right, give him a hand clap for that. Thank you for reading that, Hush Nation.
Tuanini up, Saba.
Okay, and now a TEF again? Oh, wait. Okay. I mean, Nukpu again. Yeah. Well, I'll do a TEF next. Okay. All right, well, coming up, we have a Tefrem Kem Ma'at. Okay, go ahead and read that for us, the TEF, please.
HOTEP Great Saba. It's 888 from the Tefrem Kemaat. It says tip for the real armed forces.
All right, give a hand clap for that. You can open one and pass it to me. Okay, so we got next up coming up is Nukpu again. And Nukpu has. Okay, I see. All right, we're gonna get I'll go ahead and read this one. And it states it's 11:11 from Nukpu. Hotep, what great time to be alive. Do you agree, Saba? I speak about that so much. This exact time and my past was the best time to be alive. To be alive in the days that I was alive and that I am alive in, especially when it comes to things like hip hop. I'm like, Nanny, your hands are dirty. Can you spray one of these? Your hands are dirty. All right, I'm so glad to be alive in this day and time, and be alive in a time where I got to experience the best high quality of consciousness. Being in the era of KRS-One and Public Enemy and X-Clan and all of that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful time to raise me up exactly at this time to be here. If I was born in any other era, it would be a completely different thing happening right now. So give Nukpu a hand clap, please, and I do agree. Yes. Okay, wonderful. Okay, and we have 80 Thieves. That's VRI. Yep. VRI fell asleep, woke up. don't know if he fell asleep again. Shout out to VRI, good brother, great student. Let me go ahead and save this. Let's see what this says here. Shout out to VRI. And go ahead and read that for me, Hush Nation, please.
No problem, Saba. VRA send $10 to Asaba Tehuti Amun Amun Hotep Ra.
Thank you, VRI. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let's move along. We have who's this? I think the last is Jehuti. Let me scroll down. Oh, Big Vapes. Big Vapes, are you in the chat? Are you still awake? He sent a tip for the tariff. Tip. All right, so tip for the tariff. Give him a hand clap for that. Atef. All right. Scrolling down. Let me see if there's anything on the next page. If not, then Jehuti is the last. Hush Nation sent me an email. Scroll up. Okay, here we go. It looks like we're closing out with a monster donation sent from Jehuti, the brother that tried. He tried, everybody. He did try his best. He said, I'm going to hold up from asking more questions. He lasted 1 week, and then very next week, boom, here comes. He couldn't resist. After the 1 week of him not sending a question, the next week, he sent an email saying, I have 1 million questions. Forget that. I can't hold back. I have 1 million questions. So here is the brother Jehuti. I have the Cash App. I'm going to look through. I did see the email, so it must be in here somewhere. Here is the brother Jehuti, who your question was in an email too, right?
Yeah, I put it in a question. I put it in an email.
Okay, good. From what? What is it? Is it May 4th now? Oh
yeah, it's May 4th.
12. Yes. Okay, coming in with a huge monster donation to blow things away. We're gonna get him to read this for us, Jehuti, and then give him some monster noise, all type of noise. Read that, Jehuti.
Jehuti and Ra, I shot $111.11 for the question in my email, aiproduction832@gmail.com, on thoughts and telepathy.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Give him some major noise, all type of noise, Atef. I think that's the biggest support of the night. Give him some big, big monster noise, please.
I don't play. I don't play.
Oh my god.
I don't play with pseudo.
Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather, if you made a punch and just moved you should have moved your left shoulder a little bit to the left, and I know you could have won. Just get in the ring and beat the guy. Wonderful.
Oh, soundbite.
Tehuti got a whole album.
I get the whole soundbite.
Oh my goodness. Okay, wonderful. And we're going to put Jehuti's question on the screen. I don't know if it can fit on the screen. This is a large, let me see. This is a large email. I'm not sure if it can.
If it can, I can read it.
I think it can fit on the screen if I take off. Yes. Okay. I think I can. Okay. Wait, is there more? There's not more, is there? I can put it on the screen as much as I can. And I'll just take off the introduction part where you say, oh, that fits too. Wait a minute. Let me see. I may be able to fit it all in. No. Okay, I can fit everything except for the peace and love Tehuti. So here we go. Oh, come out of there.
Okay.
I'm going to put it on the screen. Boom. And where is he? May 4th. Question. Okay, here I'm going to get it on the screen now. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Is that NEBU-XERABU on the screen? Look at. Let me see. Well, NEBU is here. NEBU, that's right. That's right. NEBU is here. Here we go. Okay. Go ahead and read that for us,
okay.
Tehuti.
Peace and love, SABA Tehuti. I have millions of inquiries / questions in store, so I hope I don't bog you down, but actually help elevate your creative power in amassing great knowledge and awareness in the acquisition of your answers. My inquiries are as follows. What is a thought, or what are thoughts? Where do thoughts arrive from? Given we are all connected to the same source / consciousness, if I'm not mistaken, why don't we all receive the same thoughts? Scientists have only just recently been able to record brain-to-brain communication, telepathy. How did our ancient ancestors in Kemet utilize telepathy in their great lives? And then I supplied some of the scientific journals that document this brain-to-brain communication. How can we increase / improve our telepathy abilities? Are consciousness and thoughts the same thing, or two entirely different functions / actions of our minds? Would a thought be considered an action or a reaction? We know that the speed of light is 299,792,458 meters per second. Is it possible that the speed of thought is faster? Thank you for all the conscious and spiritual abundance you provide in your podcast, for all the like minds to soak up and devour while enjoying the prosperous radiation of energetic growth that seamlessly emanates from your aura. It's truly appreciated. Thanks for reading. Peace and love. Respectfully submitted, T-Cow, spiritually known as Tehuti Ra Aishat.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, wonderful. A lot of questions in that, about 9 or so questions there, and we will definitely get to that. As you were reading it, Hush Nation was smiling. He was smiling, and that's obviously going to be an incredible class. Oh my goodness, that'll be the whole podcast for sure. So thank you again for your great support. Great support, Tehuti. And Nookpoo, I'm gonna greet Nookpoo. Nookpoo, we're trying to get you on when Scribe is here, because I have something for you, but it'll have to be for the next pod class. It's too late now anyway, because we're about to do the affirmation and close out. So, and your favorite guy is not here right now for you to drop the axe on. So, next pod class just come in on the first wave, and I'll get you to ask me something, and then we'll give you the answer, and then Scribe will push a button, and then you'll be good to go. Okay, are you doing okay, Nookpoo, though? You okay, my brother?
HOTEP, SABA. Uncle Justin Nev, HOTEP to everybody in the panel, in the chat. Yes, I'm doing a cur, SABA. And yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for that, SABA. So HOTEP, Uncle Justin Nev. I had knocked out and gone to the.
You look like you just came from a reading.
From what?
I was just about to say you look like you just came from a nice sleep. You look like it.
No sleeping though. I don't.
Ready
sleep.
to go back. You don't sleep either.
I res
Who does nothing. None of me doesn't. Okay, I think that is it, family. We can go ahead and close out the pod class. Let me scroll up, refresh. I don't think there's any more supports given that I see. Shout out to all the people that gave support. Shout out to all the people who used to give consistent support. I hope everything is okay with everybody. And they're just, I'm not sure, but shout out to all those who used to give consistent support and those who still do. Brother, you haven't seen in a while, Vortex Ninja. Shout out to Vortex Ninja. Shout out to Amun, Soot, Roth, the brother with the name I love. Shout out to all those people. And maybe you're just in the background watching and can't support right now. But shout out to all those who do give support. All those who ask the great questions that lead to these great answers. And now we're going to go ahead and close out. So we'll get some closing statements from Hush Nation, Tehuti, Nookpoo, Atef, and then we'll read the affirmation. And then it is Upesh time, or for Nookpoo, Rezi time. We'll start with you, Hush Nation. Give us some great words.
Hey, Tua, the House of ATTON, Tua for supporting Saba Tehuti, Tua for everybody that is sending the reciprocity, Tua for the House of ATTON members that is putting the work to keep the movement pushing, Tua Saba Tehuti for coming to us, Tua for being here for us, Tua for the last pathways to awakening, Tua for answering our questions for life changing light effect, Tua for more and more cool all the time, Tua for how you just take the computer and you just always solve the computer problems. I know how you just do it, but you just always you're like a computer genius. I know how you do it to Asaba for making all these documents like you know, yeah. I know you as a natural mystic, but to be doing this with a computer and putting all these programs together, and then when you have a computer problem, you just solve it, and it's very, very motivating. Cause you're like, wow, if Saba could do this computer thing, I could do it too. To for that. Dua sekem to you, your out, your animals, Neith or attend everybody. More protection, more health, wealth. Dua sekem to for this NEFER session on the Kerr, the Hamamet. I love anything that have to do with a Hamamet, and then to tie in the Hamamet to the light fighting the aha so never I could definitely use that in every day walking and moving. Motivated to do my push-ups. Tua for that. Tua for giving me an extra question on top the class. Tua for that so much. All the best to you. All the best. Nothing less. Uncle Justin Neb, Hotep Marie, Ma'at Nefer Upesh Saba.
Wonderful. That was a plethora of Hanus and adorations and details. And that is wonderful. You are going to sleep so good tonight with all that on your brain. And that was a beautiful, beautiful set of opening and summary. And you have a great rest. Where are you and where are you now and what time is it where you are? Are you in Florida time?
No, I in the Bronx. I in the Bronx 3:49.
The Bronx now?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man. Okay. You're in the Bronx. Okay, well stay safe out there in the Bronx. And
we'll do Saba.
Those are beautiful words. I appreciate them. And to
Saba. To Saba. When you're in the house of ATTON, it's a lot easier to stay safe. So do us again.
Wonderful. Okay, we're gonna go to the brother. We're gonna go to the brother Tehuti, visionary. Go ahead and give us some great words.
Peace and love, Saba Tehuti. I greatly appreciate. Excuse me, congested chest. I greatly appreciate this platform that you provided for us. It is extremely powerful, and it definitely pierces the consciousness and makes you really think deep on a lot of things that we actually go through in our everyday lives. So it's definitely an eye opener, and it helps you in looking and gaining a different perspective on life. So this platform is I truly appreciate it. It's something I've been looking for a long time. You know, I've been stuck on Bro C Freeman L. I used to watch his videos all the time, but now I actually have someone that I can actually touch and gain the knowledge and information from instead of looking at, you know what I'm saying, ancestors videos and things of that nature. So I greatly appreciate this platform that you provide, and I also get to be around like-minded people. And knives always sharpen knives. So the questions that we each bring in, we're like a question that Hush can bring in will open my mind to something else and make me think of another question. And so we're each sharpening each other's consciousness and spirituality. So this is just truly a phenomenal platform. And I definitely want to say, anybody who sees this, you need to hit the like button. Please hit the like button. We know that there's going to be 2,000 plus people watching this video. There needs to be 2,000 plus likes. Hit the like button before you leave. Just do that. It's simple. It's free. Free 99. It doesn't cost anything. It's just like. And also support the podcast too and entering the question. But thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. It's beyond words. I really don't have a lot to say because I'm really speechless with being around this type of energy and these type of people and the things that you actually provide. So I greatly appreciate it. I thank you very much. Please do this even when you're 99 years old. I want you to be on a walking stick and be like, today in this class, we're going to learn. We're going to learn about. Yeah, we need that. No, but thank you very much, though.
You're welcome. Great words, very funny too, and great appreciation. I'm glad you found home. I'm glad you found your family, like-minded people, and this platform. Yes. And I completely understand what you mean with the C. Freeman L. Because a lot of the times when you're watching those guys, it's old videos. It's not even fresh new.
Right.
It's not fresh new things that's happening right now. We can say it's like old VHS. So two are for that, and that's wonderful. You found this, and I'm going to do the podcast as long as I can, but I don't think Nook Panuk is going to allow you all to work me till I'm 99. I think he's not. I don't think he's going to. He's not going to let me get used up like that. But that's funny though. I'll work as much as I can. There will be a time where I do have to enjoy. I have to relax. It's a lot. But Tua for your beautiful words, and Nini for everything you thank me for. Good brother. And we're gonna go to Nook Poo. Give us some great words. I don't say words. I say medu. Give us some great medu Nook Poo. I don't speak. I chat. All right, give us some great words, brother.
HOTEP, SABA, HOTEP NETERU, Mary my aunt, Uncle Justin Nev, to everybody on the panel, everybody on the chat, everybody who's watching, future watchers, spirit to the neck of you sneak learners, spirit to your eyes. I hope your eyes burn out, you know what I'm saying? And eventually it'll touch your Eve to send reciprocity, or you feel the torture so hard that you gotta send reciprocity. Tua Saba for today's NEFER class, giving us all these wonderful answers from the beginning of the center, dealing with unhinging the Stonehenges, with the indigenous information of the, all this things that I had no idea. The corral, it was NEFER. And then with the second question with the AHA, dealing with nets and Heru as well. I fell off as soon as you was speaking about net a little bit, and Heru I drifted off. I guess I was pulled into the Neter Kurdu Pesh, and yeah, it was very nefer with how you broke everything down, and everybody sent support, reciprocity. Every reciprocity you send is a brick by brick to the coup that we're building. So it's very important that you participate, into this in this big ceremony. It's the center that we're involved right now. Saba's the star that we're making sure that we keep shining, like Raw, Hotep Raw. So it's very nefer. And yeah, Saba, everything you're doing is very powerful. I truly appreciate it. Just keep it going. Willingly, you get to retire. So that way you can give us even more. Cause I know you're never gonna stop. I already know. That's what they don't understand. Like, we need you to take your break so you can come back even harder. You're just gonna be spitting jewels and bars constantly. So, willingly that day does come for you, Saba. So I'm definitely, making it happen. So, and also that last little jewel that you threw in there as well, dealing with the Eve, with the Heka, with the Ka, like that. I woke up just for that. Like that was the never part. I woke up right on time. I was like, what? I was glad that the class wasn't over and I was still around. I was listening to you, but I was in the Netra Kurdu Pesh, just keep that in mind. So I just gotta rewind back and go back on to the class and then take my notes, because all I do is listen. So to Asaba and bring down my Medu Netter, and I hope everybody has a Nefu Pesh. Stay healthy, Uncle Jasaneb, and continue supporting Saba and the House of ATTON, and Tua for everybody who does support consistently. It does make a big difference, and you are making a big difference in your life, in the future, and for everybody. So Tua Hotep. So Sem Hotep Meri Ib NETERU Ma'at Nuk At Ker Em Kat A. I am without evil in my body. Septu Kua. I am wealthy. Aha Ah. Sekem Ah. Kesef Ah. Meret Ah. I rise up. I gain the power and I repulse the evil which is against me. Sehetem Na Apep. Em Atef Ma Na. May I destroy a pep at his moment. Sakur Na Ah Shimi. I have overthrown the destroyers. E Ah Un Ah M SAAU Ka. I have came that I may be protecting thee. Makeru, Makeru, Makeru. Aka Uwa Kurt FMF. Hotep, Mary, NETERU, Ma'at. Uncle Jasaneb, Sakem.
Absolutely powerful, wonderful. I'm glad you appreciate. And also, aren't you also from or raised up around Dominican Republic also? Oh, perfect.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Oh, okay. Wonderful. So there's some extra jewels for you. Okay, wonderful. I appreciate your beautiful words and appreciation. Nini up for everything you thank me for. Wonderful, you woke up right on time for the extra jewels. Usually when I'm done teaching the pod class, I don't teach anything else, but lately I've been motivated to drop some extra jewels, especially with the Jed, because the Jed like sends support for that, and I'll drop them. I'll keep dropping them. As long as it doesn't wear me out for the night, and as long as I get the support, I'll keep dropping. I have much jewels for every class. There's about half of the class that I don't say. So I'm glad you appreciate that. You have a wonderful Upesh. Next week, I have an announcement for you. And I also received your emails, and we'll be taking care of that for the for the pathways. Uncle Justin F. Shunama to you. Keep up the great work. Me and my NETERU say go find that turtle and bring him home. Go find that tortoise and bring him home. That jewel, we like, oh, he didn't bring that home. That's a jewel right there. The beautiful little guy right there. And bring him out for a walk with you every day. So, Uncle Justin F. Shunama to you. Keep up the good work, good brother.
In New York, Saba.
All right. And on to Tefrem Kemma'a. Did you change shirts? Did you always have that shirt on, Tef?
Yeah, I always had it on.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. Give us some beautiful closing. Where are you fine? Are you home back safe?
Yes.
Are you still traveling?
No, I'm home. I'm home, Saba.
Okay, good.
Hotep,
Okay, great. Give us some great words.
Hotep, peace and love to the chat, to all the supporters. Keep supporting. That's a very I definitely look forward to that question. Tehuti, Jehuti, for asking that question. I look forward to Saba answering that. I know that's going to be monumental. Yeah, this is this energy is definitely echo what you said, Jehuti, about being in this frequency, and this is home for me. I've been here since the first time I got invited on the panel. I've been here ever since. I'm a supporter every way that I can. I will continue to support. Hotep Henu to you, Great Saba, for making every answer better and better. Hotep Henu to you for the jewels that you drop, and just in conversation, for all that you teach us and guide us. Hotep Henu to everybody whose pamper you changed and left. Shout out to all of those people too. They definitely played their role, played their part, and Henu to your animals, and Henu to your family, to your Aut, Henu to the NETERU, and Tua for everything, Grace Saba. I'm speechless. It's late. What time it is here? It is 4 o'clock in the morning, but this is a good time. I'm here. Henu to the great Ani Patat and Tehuti, Amunet, the great brother Dejed, and his Aut. Hotep Henu to you, great brother Hush Nation, Jehuti, the great brother Nukpu, and all the supporters, everybody that keeps this going and that supports all the NEFER feminine energy, all the wonderful sisters that's a part of the family, Amunet, NEFER Sekmet, everybody. Hotep Henu. And to you, Great Saba, may you advance your station among the venerables. May your Ka contend with your enemy, and may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closed the weary one. Hotep Henu, may Amun be satisfied.
Absolutely incredible, and I love how you gave a personal Henu to each person that you named. Beautiful opening and summary, beautiful Henus and adorations. Tua for them, and Nini Uk for everything you thank me for, and I love your consistency. Keep it up, good brother, and you are definitely dependable. And thank you, Nini Uk, for everything you thank me for.
Nini Uk, Great Saba.
Okay, everyone. It is time to go to the Upesh realm, rest, relax, and have a great sleep for tomorrow. Atef will read the affirmation, and we will be on our way. One day, we may be doing this regularly in person. And actually, we'll be doing this at the Pathways. Hopefully, Jehuti can make it Hush Nation, I know, will be there. And all the good brothers and sisters will see each other at the Pathways. And it's going to be a special one because I'm going to be doing a little extra things that I didn't do last Pathways. So we're going to put the affirmation on the board. And good brother Tef, lead us out.
To our SABA on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki
Akim
Emmaat,
Emat, Un
S,
Nin
Nintet,
Aset
Ma'at,
Maat, Min
Min
Hatapet
Hapet,
Maat,
Her in
En
Ukui,
Enhu Kewi,
Her
Per
Iku.
Ekut.
I
I
live for
live
my,
for my I
I
exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, there we are. Tua for reading that at Tef, and I'm going to go big screen and close us out. So have a great rest, Hush Nation. Have a great rest, Jehuti, Visionary. Have a great rest, Rezi Upesh Nukpu. Have a great rest, Upesh Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. And I will see you next pod class and speak to you all in between the pod classes. Like, you all email me and send me messages. All right, peace and love, or most of you do. Peace and love, and I'm going to go big screen.
Hotep Enu, great SABA.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. Hotep Henry. Blicket. All right, everybody, another wonderful one. The chat has VRI pops up. VRI pops up with a Neferu Pesh. And Visionary says, if the light button is white, you ain't right. If the light button is clear, you're not sincere. Show appreciation by smashing that like button if you receive any new perspective on life. Blick it. All right, wonderful, everybody. Peace and love. That was beautiful. Everyone who's watching the Tutti Pod class knows what they experienced. This experience is nowhere else, and it's not supposed to be anywhere else because it is only where the NETERU reside. Today's class, of course, again, Stonehenge Napta Playa, El Corral de los Indios, the truth, the PSYOPS, Christopher Columbus's men wiped out, the Ava imbuing the Neith energy within you, and of course, is Tehuti the only one on the planet answering in-depth questions on the Per Emperu on the afterlife? Send live questions, support the Tehuti Pod class only if this has benefited you in any way. Peace and love, everybody. Peace and love to Hush Nation, Nukpu, Visionary, VRI, Tefrem Kim Ma'at, King Lamua, and everybody that was here in the pod class. We are going to continue this over and over and over again. My name is Tuti Amenhotep Ra. This is Aset, the Lamenter. She also represents the Renunet, the Cobra of the Tuti Pod class. What a beautiful, 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 beautiful evening. Peace and love, everybody. And I hope you all appreciated this. And remember, the serpents keep us very calm. One day, this will all be a memory when we moved on to the next phase. When the archaeologists find us, they will see the remnants of what we left. Peace and love. Keep the serpent energy continuing.